all gotta come together. No. Yeah. Everybody got opinions. Let's talk about it. Communication is key. Let's build around it. We do this for the people. The people found it. Black love, stay strong, no way around it. We anti-genocide, we ride for the cause. Got love for our sisters, and love for our dogs. Respect the young and elderly, you all been invited to be inspired. Come together, better got violent. Gotta watch for the cops, gotta watch for the ops, gotta watch for the politicians that play with the eyes. If you know, then you know. Plant the seed and it grows. Welcome to the show. This is what we know. This is what we know. Yeah. This is what we know. This is what we know. Yeah. This is what we know.
That's right. What's going on, everybody? What's poppin'? It's your homeboy, JT, But We Know Podcast. Black Man Unfiltered. What's poppin', everybody? What's going on? Y'all already know what it is, man. I finally got another chance to come here and enlighten you guys on another What We Know Wednesday. Again, with your boy, JT. With the What We Know Podcast and Black Man Unfiltered. What's going on? It's popping. I see we got a couple people that's already in the building right now. What's going on, my man? My boy Rob in here. Rev Rebels in here. What's going on, peoples? What's popping with y'all, man? I missed y'all, man. Did y'all see the show last night? It's a pretty good show. Pretty good show, man. Pretty good show. Tonight is not going to be that show, but it's going to be in that realm. But before we get into that realm with our main topic, which is the Vanishing Family in the 1980s until present, right? It's going to be another look. I did a show on this documentary with my boy Rob a while ago. So I was going to go ahead and revisit it. See if I can get some people on the panel tonight. You know, we're going to make it do what it do, baby. We're going to make it do what it do. Just trying to get some things together on here. While we're waiting. What's going on, Rev? What's happening with you, man? What's popping? What's going on, Rob? What's going on? I'm in eyes. Embrace the grace. What's happening? How are you? What else we got in here right now? That'll be it for right now. But anyway, y'all, in the meantime, in between times, you guys, y'all seen the news that's been going on right now? Got a whole bunch of bullshit going on. If you guys didn't know, there was a rapper by the name of Julio, passed away. Or should I say he was murdered on his birthday. And if you don't know, I guess this weekend I might do a show on it. It was one of those drill rappers, one of those guys that was he's from Jacksonville. I think it's Jacksonville, Florida, something like that. He did last year, or was it a year before, that he did a video on his ops on his birthday, celebrating their death on his birthday. Supposedly in the video, if you've seen it, the young man was supposedly on their grave, laying on their grave. He had pictures of them. And this was his ops. It's kind of like making fun of him or whatever. And he was doing a lot of taunting. So this year, on his birthday, He dropped his addy, dropped his location, and his ops, the people that I'm pretty sure it was the people that was probably family members or gang members of the ones that had fallen before, had came and obliged him. If you ask me, I think it was more of suicide than anything else. Our young folks, man, they got a lot of trauma, bro. A lot of trauma. And I think this is why I'm doing this video again, man. This is why I'm doing this documentary again, just to show people that we've been having these same conversations for years. This particular documentary was in 1986. 1986, I think I was like 14 years old, something like that. I was in the 9th grade. And the documentary was specifically on the impoverished neighborhoods and community in Newark, New Jersey. So they were showing a microcosm of what the world, well, what America looks like in impoverished and what they call urban cities now, right? It's terrible. It was terrible. And the same talking points that women have now, they've been having those same talking points, man, since the 70s and the 80s. Same talking points. Same thing. If you ask me if there was a change in the rhetoric, it was. It just got worse. It didn't get any better. What's going on, Hassan? What's popping with you, my bro? What's popping, man? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Where you been? Where you been? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. But again, we're trying to be better, man. And I think we just have to do something a lot better than what we've been doing, because the situation is getting worse and worse and worse. And the only thing we're doing is creating more and more uninformed, unenlightened, messed up adults. This is what we're producing out here. You know what I'm saying? Mandrell's in the building. What's going on, Mandrell? How are you, my guy? What's going on, man? Don't tell me to shut up. You shut up, boy. Oh, man. But before I even get into that documentary, you know I got to give y'all the foolery, man. You know I will not let you down tonight. I got to give you the foolery. I've been trying to do another show for about 2 weeks now. I think I've missed 2 weeks, but I'm here. I am absolutely here right now, man. So let's go ahead, man. I think I can go ahead and get into the video. It's going to be 2 Kendra G videos of the foolery. It's going to be 2 of them. And the first thing I'm going to do, ladies, is this is going to be for you guys. This is going to be for this first one is going to be for the women. You know, I got a gentleman that you probably would like him. I don't know. Y'all know how we do it over here. We also rate. I'm not going to rate them, but for the women, y'all can go ahead and rate them. You know what I'm saying? Goodwill Wisdom. How are you? How are you? Hello. 18 3307. What's going on? How are you? All right, y'all. So because the 1986 video is kind of lengthy, and if I have enough time, also I will be showing you guys how it looked when they started doing arresting for child support. Also, I got another video on that, and that was in 1983. Got a lot of buffoonery that I'm gonna be showing you tonight, and then I'm gonna go ahead probably in the middle of the Vanishing Family. I will drop that link for some people to come on up and enjoy the rest of the night before we close it out. But without further ado, let's get into this video. All right, let me see. Beautifully animated. How are you? How are you? How are you? For everybody else that's coming in here, you guys, y'all already know you're going to put your seatbelt on, take some medicine, drink something, because it is a lot of buffoonery, and we getting ready to get into this shit. So, my question is,
y'all ready for this?
I ask it again.
Y'all ready for this?
Well, let's go.
Up a little bit, babe. Hello?
How you doing?
Hi, turn your TV off, sweetheart.
Okay, hold on. Let me go out here right quick. Because I'm in somebody else's house, a friend's house. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Katie? Nah, I'm not at home right now.
So, ladies, on a scale of 1 to 10, worst being the worst, how does he look aesthetically? This is for the ladies, 1 to 10. Let's go ahead and go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's your name, love?
Myron.
Myron, where you calling me from, Myron?
All right, y'all. What y'all think so far? What kind of guy is he? If you've seen this video already, then you don't even have to say anything about this. Just let the people that have not seen it. What do you guys think this guy's background is? What is his background? I want to hear what people have to say about this right here.
I'm calling you from New Albany, Indiana.
You call me from Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
How old is he? Yeah.
31.
31. What you do for a living?
I don't do nothing right now. I'm looking for a job.
Well, your phone went out. We can't hear you. Hello? You said you don't do nothing right now. You're looking for a job?
Why don't people just put this stuff? This is the thing. Why don't you guys just put your stuff on airplane mode when you know that you're going live on your phone? That's all you got to do. Uncouth.
I'm not making this up. Every time you talk about money, the phone go out. He ain't got no job. I guess God said you ain't getting no lady. Is it working? Oh, did God save him? Hello?
My bad. I had a phone call. Somebody was interrupting me, but I'm here though.
But let me ask you a question. How you looking for a woman before you look for a job?
Look, I'm going to be honest with you right now. I'm going through a little breakup. I'm going through a situation. But I'm looking for some sisters that's willing to support the brother because I'm a convict. And not to mention, you know what I mean? Like, I want love. I want real black love. I want the love that, you know what I mean? Like, I grew up with. And more of all, like, I mean, I'm just, like I said, just trying to network and build with the sister that I feel like is for me. But I get money, though. I'm a hustler. So
We don't believe you. You need more people.
as far as, you know what I'm saying, a job, that's something that's needed. But, you know, like hustling, that ain't guaranteed money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, don't have your head cut off. Do you want to say what you hustle or you don't want to say it? You don't got.
Oh, yes. I actually got a small car interior detailing business. I like to make handcrafted candles.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
And you also mentioned you're in a situationship. So you got a girlfriend?
No, I had a
You
girlfriend.
had a girlfriend. So now you're being transparent. You want a woman. What you drinking?
Some old lickety, you hear me? Lickety split. But that's neither here nor there, though. I can't be me on here?
You can be you. You can be you, but I'm just trying to figure out who you're trying to
Y'all ready for
attract.
this?
I just want
I'm trying to attract
you can be
some...
you. Be you. Be yourself. That's always the goal. So I want to be clear. So you want a woman that's okay with you not having a job, but you hustle, you get money. You know, you did some time, but you out, and you want her to build with you want her to build with you. So do you want her to help you financially in any way?
Nah, cause I'm cool. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. You know, if there's a sister out there that's
We
attracted
can't hear you,
to
guys.
me, can you hear me?
Now we can.
If there's a sister out there that's attracting me physically and more involved mentally, it'd be the mental for me. You know what I mean? Because the physical is cool, but I just got dealing with a woman that had a handicap, disability. You know?
It's about to get bad, y'all. Understand what he's telling you. He got dumped by a handicapped woman with a gimp. That's what. All right, y'all. This is about to get real crazy. It's about to get real crazy. You think, hey, what up, Scorch? What's going on, man? What's popping with you, bro? What's popping with you? What's that? Scorch said, no, Goodwill Wisdom. Goodwill. I was thinking Goodwill Hunting. Hunting Wisdom. She says she should focus on himself, not in relationship. You can't tell somebody like that. These are the guys that we be talking about, homosexuals. He ain't got no choice. You understand why he ain't got no choice. My man Scorch said that he was trolling her on the show. I think it was a little trolling too. A lot of these cats be over here trolling Kendra though now. You know what I'm saying? They be trying to get their 15 minutes of fame. But this was crazy, y'all. Y'all think this shit it starts out slow, but it's about to go crazy. Oh my God. It be the mental. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you, man. But let's get back into this video, y'all.
You know what I mean? And like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? But,
Wait, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. You were dealing with a woman that had a disability?
yeah, when she was 5, she had a stroke. So her hand is like this, but she's beautiful though, thick. I'm talking about bodacious, you hear me?
What?
You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there because she's done with me. What it was I just wasn't working consistently. It was really the lack of mental and emotional support. So that's what really ended it because I got a great mind. I got a great head on my shoulders. You know what I mean? I'm a strong, young, black, Muslim. You know what I mean? But, yeah, so I'm just on here just...
Y'all know where Muslims come from, right? Can somebody tell me where Muslims actually are cultivated? Now, I don't know too many devoted Muslims that be drinking lickety split that ain't got no job. If you a Muslim, you always got some work, don't you? You always got some damn work. My girl, Beauty Anime said, this breakup sounds too fresh to bringing in another check, and I'm not paying his bills. We don't know each other for that. You don't want this guy. You do not want this guy. Trust me when I tell you.
Looking for some, individuals that I can really connect with, vibe with, that I could build
Bingo.
with. And
Bingo, Anissa. That's where they coming from. You already know. He still got the gel beaters on. That's not a wife beater, y'all. That shit stretched out. That means he been wearing that motherfucker without washing it. Them things stretch out for you. You can only get one wear out of those type. That shit's crazy. But let's keep going, y'all.
yeah.
So the woman with a disability broke up with you?
Out the gate, for real.
She said, no matter what I got going on, she said, you got to go.
Right.
Well, I was like her caregiver in a way. But you know what? Look, I'm not here to talk about her.
And she still broke up with you?
You said what now?
So you was the caregiver and she still left you?
I was kind of like that, though. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, I'm not here to bash her or talk about...
Wait. He got fired and broke up with. He was... Oh, my God. Scorch, they be trolling, bro. They be trolling.
No, but the point I'm making is is, I mean, sometimes you think a person with a disability wouldn't have a lot of options, but you know, she was willing to take that chance on your ass. You was her caregiver, and she had disability, and she said she still can't do it.
Well, I mean, I don't blame her when it comes to certain things, but at the end of the day, look, those who want to holler at me and is local around the way, hit me up. You know what
Well,
I mean?
we're not
I'm
done. I
here.
got more questions, Myron. Let's keep going. So you don't have a job. You're 31. You have any kids?
No,
Nope.
ma'am, not at all.
How many years did you do in jail or prison?
I did almost 10 years.
So you went in at 20. When did you get out?
Yeah. Why do women end up being with these guys and then complain about these guys? I kind of believe that he's kind of trolling, but y'all think this is it. This shit about to get crazy.
I got out in 2020.
Oh, okay. So you went in early.
Yeah, I went from the age of 20 to 20, me and my little brother, from the age of 27, 20 to 27.
Okay. So you're out now. So Myron, Indiana, 31, no kids. You never been married, right?
No, ma'am.
And what's your zodiac sign?
Libra.
All right. And
I hate that. That's why I don't go by those goddamn signs. This nigga said Libra. He make all Libras look bad. Oh, he make us all look bad. Damn. And then he out there throwing up. I don't know if these are gangs. Do people even be in gangs anymore? I don't know. Indiana, I guess they still got gangs.
what kind of woman you looking for? You kind of told us you want someone you could build with. Anything else?
I'm looking for a beautiful black woman or foreign sister that's got credentials, that's got her head on her shoulders, that know what it's like dealing with a brother like me. Somebody that's funny, somebody that could, you know, highlight my intellect, and somebody that is just gonna handle business, take care of home.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
This nigga said highlight his intellect. What does that mean, to highlight a nigga's intellect? Motherfuckers just be trying to sound smart.
I'll work, I'll make sure I secure the bag, but as long as she got something going for herself, as long as she still has a life, that she's actually elevating.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
You know what I mean? As far as taking care of the
Watch yourself, 18. Libras don't lie. Libras do not lie. That is a lie right there.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
friend, you know what I mean, and whatnot. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna handle, you know, what I gotta handle as a young man. But that's it. Nothing too major. I mean, somebody's gonna take me to a different place and school me on something. You know what I mean? Like, because I still got my life. I'm alive. And shit, it's been real. It's been real, man. What? These last 4 years, man.
Okay, Myron, what are your deal breakers?
A woman with no intellect, bad breath.
Hey, look, Anissa, why would any woman even want to be and deal with this? Are you that lonely when you have to deal with a brother like this? These are the dudes that they be, you know, complaining about, and then they try to brush us all with this type of a guy. This guy ain't got shit going for himself but a bunch of damn drama. Nothing. Everybody he hangs around is going to be dudes and women with drama. It ain't sad. You get what you supposed to get if you out here getting with a guy like this. I'd be mad as hell if one of my family members brought this nigga around. Man, let's keep going.
And hygiene, like, I mean, yeah.
Now watch this shit right here. So listen, folks, you guys are going to have to kind of turn up your volume so you can hear what this shit is. But this is where the shit gets crazy as hell. Watch this shit here.
I got you.
I don't give a fuck in no teenity game, nigga.
I got
I don't
you.
cry with pushing my brother's dick in the bitch. What I'm saying is,
But yeah, hold on. I'm on the live right now.
These niggas drunk as hell. Let me go back a little bit so y'all can hear what he was saying. I wish I can slow this shit down. Watch this.
Yeah.
just in there with my bitch, man.
I got you.
I don't give a fuck.
Did he say you was in there with my bitch, man? Let's go again. One more time. You see him in the back.
No intellect, bad breath, and hygiene. Like, I mean, yeah.
Now listen closely.
You know my bitch, man.
I got you.
I don't give a fuck in no teenage game, man.
I got you.
I don't cry with boys. My brother's dead in the bitch. What I'm saying is,
But yeah, hold on. I'm on the live right now. I got you. You already know I got you.
What's going on?
That's just one of my childhood, you know what I'm saying, brothers I grew up with, you feel me?
What is he
Or, you
saying?
know,
What's he saying?
He tried. Look at how he look. He trying to keep his cool, but you can't. You embarrassed because they put y'all shit out there. Watch.
he good. He chilling, you feel me?
nah, my bitch is mad because she ate another bitch eat her pussy. But then,
Rewind it. Listen to him now.
Good. He chilling, you feel me?
nah, my bitch is mad because she ate another bitch eat her pussy. But then whenever I stay out all night, it's a big deal. But I ain't tripping though. I ain't crying.
Wait,
Didn't I tell y'all these niggas is in droves? If a nigga ain't got shit going on, all the motherfuckers he talk with ain't shit. Look at this nigga. Why is he even on the line? They drunk and high. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. Well, I wouldn't even got out the way to let this nigga go over here and say what he had to say. This shit is crazy. Now watch this shit.
what happened?
I'm just trying to chill.
What happened?
Trey, did you hear what he said? This is it right here.
Because she ate another bitch eat her pussy. But then whenever I stay out all night, it's a big deal. But I ain't tripping though. I ain't crying.
Wait, what happened?
I ain't tripping. I ain't crying. Shit.
I'm just trying to chill.
What happened, sir? What happened?
Why is she in the fucking camera? Now look at how she looking at. Look at Kendra. Why is she in the damn camera?
Let her tell you. Let her tell you.
Look at her. Now watch how she look back at this nigga. Watch how she look back at this nigga.
It was somebody else real quick. But guess what? I'm not like you. I'll FaceTime all day.
Wait. Watch how she look at him.
What happened, sir? What happened?
Let her tell you. Let her tell you. That might it was somebody else real quick. But guess what? I'm not like you. I'll FaceTime all day.
That's good. That's good. This is my life, though. I'm doing something.
This nigga, he's just supposed to be his life. Man, it's something wrong. They all drinking the same water, drinking the same liquor, eating the same food. They all act the same way. This is how the hood is, y'all.
They just like, y'all. You know what I mean?
And this dude, I think is 27, 29, something like that. So these are young folks. Keep in mind how young these people are too. Because when I start the other video, keep in mind that this video was in 1986. Not this one, the one I will be showing you. Just keep in mind of where this is going.
But with that being said, Miss Kendrick, with all due respect, I appreciate you. I've been
This nigga trying to wrap it up now, and he talking fast as hell.
watching you since I've been out, and I love your spirit. I love your essence and all of that. You know what I mean?
Nigga learned some big words in prison too, didn't he? Your spirit, your essence. Essence a big word for motherfucker like that.
But yeah, my phone finna go dead though. So
yeah, Million. Melanie, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's crazy. That bonnet was even mad, wasn't it?
What the people? Who was the people? Who was the people?
it was this nigga I grew up with, and I mean that's his chick. I don't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm here with y'all.
Do y'all think that somebody hit him up? Do y'all think somebody hit him up on, on whatever the app is that she got? Because she got an app now, so I'm not sure. But watch this shit.
For the woman that's crazy as hell and she want to date you, how could she reach out to you?
She hit me on Instagram under Myron Walker, or Facebook, same thing. You know what I mean?
Okay. Myron Walker, I got a dating app, but you don't got to download it. It's okay.
Oh, do you? Oh, I just got you on
No,
Facebook.
that's fine. That's fine. You can say.
I don't want to hook nobody up with your ass. Oh my God.
You don't gotta download a Kendra G Singles dating app. You're fine. We gonna
Don't they think like mystical though?
hit you on Instagram and Facebook.
Inshallah.
Okay. All right.
Look, what's the name? Said I'm ready to tell it all. Not really, but at the end
All
of the
right,
day,
we
look.
gotta go. We gotta go because I don't know if bullets could come through the phone, and I don't want to have no drive by because I don't know this new AI shit. Shots might get fired. I don't know. With AI now, if a bullet goes through, the bullet might be able to come through the phone. I might get hit.
Oh my
I'm an
God.
innocent bystander. I'm just on live trying to give people a chance to find love. Now, Myron, stay your ass on the Facebook, Instagram. Now, I got a whole dating app, Kendra G Singles, and I didn't really tell nobody not to download it, but Myron, you don't got to download it. It's okay.
All right. Brother Clarence, could you please come over here and escort Kendra G and that goof ass dude off of the screen?
Get out of here! Just get out of here! And F you, just get out of here! Oh, shit!
Yeah, that was crazy, y'all. That was crazy. But yeah, it's going to be some girl, because they crazy too. Women are crazy, just like men are crazy. So he going to find somebody. I just don't know if it's going to be on the Kendra G show. But we do have another one. I got one more crazy. Now, this one is crazy. This is for the fellas right here. Well, it's for everybody, I guess. I'm just going to surprise y'all on this shit. We just going to look at it together, y'all. And then we're going to go ahead and get into the main topic. But without further ado, let's bring this girl up on.
Ready? Okay. So bring the camera up a little bit so your head's not cut off.
Y'all thought that shit was crazy. Watch how crazy this shit is.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kendra. It's terrible. Can you see?
Yeah, Kendra don't even look like the same Kendra that was just on that other video, was it? She always got all these different looks.
I can see you. I just don't want your head cut. I love you're frozen now. Don't have your head cut off though.
My head cut off? Okay, hold on, wait.
Which means I gotta see your forehead. I guess I should see your hairstyle. No, but we want the better light.
Too much light.
We want the better light before. All right.
I'm sorry, Kendra.
Facts. That's facts.
What's your name, baby?
I'm Freckles.
What's your name? Want me to call you Freckles?
I want you to call me Freckles.
Freckles, where you calling us from?
We need to call her Liar. That's her name, Liar. Don't she looks like a liar? Yeah, I don't trust nobody that's out. Now she's on a date, y'all, if you don't know, right? Yep, Rev. At a restaurant, on a date, it gets bad. Real bad. It ain't gonna take that long. Right, Freckles, grow up for show Trey. That's crazy. This is what we got, y'all. Now, these are young folks, too. These folks are, compared to me, they are. But watch this shit.
Right now I'm in Aruba.
Aruba. Okay, you on vacation?
Yeah.
You on vacation?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you live in? Do you live in America?
I live in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta. Yeah.
Who you on vacation with, Freckles?
This is where it gets bad. Pay attention to what she says. and listen to the background.
I'm on vacation with my friend. It's his birthday.
Is he gay? Okay.
Ain't that a bitch? This is the time when she knew she fucked up. She don't know who she got in front of her. Kendra G is about to set her out. Watch what Kendra G does.
I was just like, what you calling me for? You went on vacation with a man.
I know.
All right, Freckles, how old are you?
Say what?
How old are you?
I'm 21 forever, but I'll be 35 in August.
She's just a liar. That's why I said, don't call her Freckles, call her liar. She ain't even been on the damn live no more than about 15 seconds, and she already done told 3 lies, y'all. Boy, this is why people get in, they get in a lot of trouble. That's why they get in a lot of trouble. Let's keep going, though.
35 in August. What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Leo.
Why do you want to be 21 forever?
Well, my great grandma always said, you're however old you feel. So I don't want to ever feel 90 or 100. So I'll feel 21 forever.
That's dumb. Ladies, don't you ever try to pick that up. That's why when women are not telling their real age, they don't know how bad they look to us. When we ask you how old you are, you should tell us how old you are, period. All that forever 21 stuff, you never grow up. Just a bunch of babies, a bunch of uncouth babies in grown people bodies. This is what we have to deal with now, y'all. Watch this shit. Forever 21. Girl, if you don't shut your ass.
Okay. She's going to be 21 forever, but she's 35.
Who want to be 21 forever? Wisdom is a whole lot better than dumbass youth. Trust me when I tell you.
Do you have any kids, Freckles?
August. 35 in August. I'm 34.
You want to say 34?
She told another lie. I'm 35 in August. Can y'all tell me what month it is right now? You know what month it was when she told this lie? And she say in August. That's a long ass way. Just keep going.
21, but I'm 34.
Child. Do you have any kids?
I have identical twins.
How old are your twins?
Now,
14.
hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Watch her tell another damn lie. 14 is what she said.
14. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
When did you get divorced?
Oh, what a tangle web we weave. She's on a dating show while on a date, and she's married.
About 6 months ago.
You just got divorced. Why?
I just got divorced. It's about to be a year and 6 more months, Kendra. Don't do that.
It's about to be a year and 6 more months.
Well,
It's about to be a year, Kendra.
Okay. Well, the only reason I said just got divorced because 6 months and your children are 14. So I thought maybe you got divorced years ago. So why did you guys get divorced?
He wasn't ready.
He wasn't ready. Okay.
And you were. Okay. Let's keep going.
Freckles, what do you do for a living?
I do too much, but I'm a behavior technician.
She lied for a living. I tell you that much.
Child, Freckles, girl. So we got Freckles, behavior technician. She lives in Atlanta, currently calling us from Aruba. Mom to a 14-year-old identical twins. Are your twins by your ex-husband? I'm assuming yes.
Watch this. Watch. Damn. If you go on a date with this woman, you get what you get. Should nobody feel sorry for you? Nobody feels sorry for you. On Aruba with a man who supposedly is gay, said that she was divorced 6 months ago, got a pair of twins, by a man that is not even the husband that she just divorced. All right, let's keep going.
Well, they're not. How long was you married for?
I was married for about 5.5 years.
Okay. So your twins are by another man.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't we just have a show, Trey, telling men to avoid single mothers last night on a Black Man Unfiltered? Let's just keep going, man. Step dummy, right?
And she got divorced to her husband 6 months ago. 34, but forever 21.
Forever 21.
What kind of man you looking for, though?
Someone who's honest, open, in tune with nature. Someone who knows how to communicate well.
Okay. What are your deal breakers?
Too many baby mamas.
Too many baby mamas.
What
Okay.
the hell?
Don't know how to communicate.
Okay.
And
wait, the liar says that's a deal. First and foremost, I think I'm gonna have to either write Kendra G or I'm gonna go on her show and I'm gonna say I'm not coming on the show to look for nobody. I'm just coming on to tell you that you need to change what you're saying as far as deal breakers. A deal breaker is to be broken. Too many baby mamas is a disqualifier. She keeps doing the same dumbass shit and they're obliging it. It sounds stupid. That's not a deal breaker. A deal breaker is something that you said that you guys were going to agree to and you broke it. Not some shit like too many baby mamas. That shit sounds crazy as hell. Let's keep going though.
don't know how to listen.
Don't know how to listen.
Don't know how to listen should not be a deal breaker. Don't know how to listen should be pretty much a goddamn disqualifier, if you ask me.
He look a certain way.
If he listen to your ass intently, y'all ain't gonna never be together.
Definitely have to be in shape. You got to be able to see your cock when you look down.
And she's oversexed, underloved. Shit is good. You can't make this shit up, y'all.
What? I'm just saying. You do. How do you do, Kendra? You know, a lot of people look down and they see McDonald's, KFC, Wendy's, and everything that they had the whole year. You got to be able to see your cock when you look down.
So that is the in shape test.
Yeah.
So if you can look down and you can't see your manhood, you're not an option.
Not an option.
By the time you find that shit out, ma'am, you about to get that little stinking coochie up to him. Let's keep going though.
Period.
Now let's do the test. Well, listen, you know, some fellas will say, well, I want a girl that can see hers when she looks down.
Yes, I see all of me when I look down.
All right, oh God, girl. Do he gotta make a certain amount of money?
He needs to make enough money to be able to take care of himself.
Aesthetically, a 4. Yeah, I can say a 4. Yeah, aesthetically. But see, if you take them braids out of her hair and you let her wear her natural hair with none of that shit in there, what would she be then, Trey?
If he got kids, and to be able to take care of me if I need him to.
Okay. So there's no dollar amount to that. Okay.
No dollar amount.
Okay, let's do Kendra Cam.
Don't do that to me. Do not even do that. Okay.
Woo, you look good. Okay. No, girl, you fine. Why are you not talking to the men in Aruba?
This is where the shit goes bad. Put your seatbelt on. Watch this shit. And it's gonna go fast, y'all. Now watch this shit.
I said you look fine.
You heard what the fuck she said. Huh?
Talking to the men in Aruba.
She heard. Look at the smile. You heard exactly what she said.
Okay. No, No, girl, you fine. Why are you not talking to the men in Aruba?
Uh-huh.
I said you look fine, like fine as in good. Why are you
Thank
not
you.
entertaining the men in Aruba? The men in Aruba.
What?
Huh? No, not him. Other men.
Other men in the room?
Now, she told Kendra that the man is gay, right? This is what she was just saying to Kendra. But the man is right across the table from her. Watch this shit.
As in good. Why are you not entertaining the men in Aruba? The men in Aruba. Huh? No, not him. Other men.
That's bold as fuck.
Yeah.
She is a bad individual, man. That is bold as fuck. She said he gay. He must be looking at his phone or something. But it's about to get bad. Watch this shit.
I don't know, Kendra. I just got here last night. So today's my first night here.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I love that y'all call me, and you can definitely.
This is when Kendra is about to put her ass out there, because Kendra already figured that the motherfucker is lying about the dude right across from her. So Kendra about to be one of those damn, you know how your girlfriend put you out there? This is what she's about to do.
Find love on my show. People have found love, but do not negate your reality, girl. You're
not.
So okay, you just got here tonight. I want you. You might have to go out without your gay friend, because not every man may know your friend is gay, and they may think it's your man, and therefore they may not.
You see how she emphasized, and Kendra knew that she was going, because that's why she kept saying the word gay. Look what she did.
Not negate your reality, girl. You're not. So okay, you just got here tonight. I want you. You might have to go out without your gay friend, because not every man may know your friend is gay, and they may think it's your man, and therefore they may not.
Hold on, wait a minute. She don't even know you. She don't know you right here. Hold up, Kendra. First of all, stop.
Yeah.
Kendra, first of all, I'm gonna entertain men, just not tonight, and I can't entertain it with my friend because I'm still in the closet. So I'm just gonna.
I mean, that's his business. We don't gotta get into business, but I do want to give this. Sometimes you might be with your gay friend might block you from your man. Because what if a guy sees you and thinks that your gay friend is your man when really he's your gay friend? Not saying you can't have your gay friend, but just understand that he might at sometimes, not all times. Looks like I got a lot of gay friends who
You ever notice when people get nervous? Just like the guy before her. And when some shit get out there and they start being embarrassed, they start being very, very giddy. Look at her. She knows that she was telling a lie and this dude was interested in her. But she gonna sit there and say that oh man, these bras ain't shit, bro. Let's keep going.
I couldn't imagine my life without. But some of them you will never know are gay.
And some of them don't even want to say they are, Kendra. So you're right.
In that manner.
So you notice she keeps trying to talk over Kendra because she knows that Kendra keeps using the word gay, and she don't want her friend, that goof ass nigga, to hear that shit. I didn't mean to call him goofy. I'm sorry, y'all. But that dude, yeah, I bet you he paid for the trip too.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm gay. Come on, man. Don't do.
Oh my God. One more time.
And sometimes, not all times. Looks like I got a lot of gay friends who I couldn't imagine my life without. But some of them you will never know are gay.
And some of them don't even want to say they are, Kendra. So you're right.
In that manner.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm gay. Come on, man. Don't do.
Yeah. Oh man, we got to start picking better, y'all. Come on.
For something. We didn't see his face. I don't think we saw his face. We weren't trying to out him. I was just curious of who she was on vacation with, and when she said a man, I just asked, was he gay? Because I was trying to figure out, how do you go on vacation with your straight friend and y'all not in something. Child, Zil, can I listen? If y'all don't know by now, if you have a secret, something you don't want to discuss, do not call me.
Right.
Do not call me. This is anything. If you got something you don't want your mama to know, don't call Kendra G. Because guess what? I'm going to probably ask you enough questions to get to the secret you don't want to share.
Yes, sir.
And now, not only is your mama going to find out, so are 100,000 other people. So listen, we're 4 years in. You know these conversations go deeper in different angles and circles. If your ass got a secret and you don't want the world to know, do not call me.
That's how you do it. Kendra, salute to you. Let's go ahead and get it off the screen. Brother Clarence, can you do the honors?
Get out of here! Just get out of here! And F you, just get out of here!
Right.
Oh, shit!
Yeah. Liars. That's what they are. They're liars, man. And the craziest part is this is one of the reasons why I do these shows. And I give big props to people like Balloon. What is it? Pop My Balloon, Kendra G. Even some of the panels with the young folks be having young ladies and young men speaking about what's going on in the world and how they look at it. You got a couple of other places, man, where it's good to get some of the content from them, and then we can push conversations even forward. But one of the biggest reasons is because you always have people talking about what happened. You'll hear people, it's the old niggas that, it's, y'all niggas, y'all fucked up. And, then the old dudes will come back and be like, y'all just stupid. But we already knows that something comes from another thing. And this is what I wanted to talk about tonight with this next documentary that I'm going to play. So in the middle of it, I'm just going to play. It's a little lengthy, so I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody want to come up in the middle of it, and we'll have conversation from it. But I want to get it started so you guys know. Now, if you've grown up around about the time that I was growing up, I don't know, I was 14, so I remember seeing this documentary in real time. I remember, I think it was CBS or something like that, where they did this whole thing on the impoverished neighborhood in Newark, New Jersey. And it's this whole thing where it was more of a gender war then. And these folks were young, they were older, it was just nobody was really trying to have families. And I can understand in a lot of these neighborhoods that were impoverished, because it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. And, a lot of these folks were raised with parents, mothers, and there were fathers that were in these homes also. And in the 80s, if you don't know, in the 80s, crack was tearing families up. Heroin was always there. You had people that was on that shit, but crack was tearing families up. So a lot of these folks, now keep in mind, Trey, I was 14 at this time in 86. I was in the 9th grade. And I remember even like in my neighborhood, I don't consider my neighborhood a hood, right? It was, most of the people that was in my neighborhood owned homes. They worked in a plant or hospitals, or they had decent jobs. It wasn't rich or nothing like that. It was black. It was a predominantly black neighborhood. Shit, as far as I seen, it was 90% was black. In my city, it was, 86 to 90% that was black in Detroit. So this shit was crazy, man, during that time. I just remember even in my neighborhood and looking around in my city, I always knew I was getting the fuck up out. I was leaving. I was going somewhere, whether it was going to be in college. I went to the military, but even if I went to a trade school, I probably would have went to a trade school out of state. I just wanted to leave because I seen what was happening to the economy. I seen what was happening to a lot of people that was my age. By the time I graduated high school, in my high school alone, we had about 10 people that didn't make it. We had 22 high schools that was in my city, and it was always someone getting killed. So when we're talking about the good old days or how good it was back then, there were certain things that were, but that was because we had the great generation that was holding us up. Even when you look at, in the boomers. Now, keep in mind, the boomers at that time was anywhere from in their 30s. Oh, shit. The boomers were 86. I was 14. I had an uncle that was 8 years older than me. So, yeah, it was about in their 20s on up. And they were the young folks, right? We were like how the Gen Zs are now. And it was terrible. It was terrible. But I'm gonna go ahead, man. I'm gonna get this documentary going, and I'm gonna drop that link, man. Also, so let's go ahead and get it. Keep in mind, y'all, 1986.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married.
Now, give me a 1 if you guys seen this doc. If you guys seen this already before. Give me a 1. Give me a 2 if you have never seen this before. Keep in mind, now look, these are teenagers. A lot of these girls are teenagers. So if I was 14, they were about 16 to 18, something like that. Let's keep going.
Your baby's father.
Now, let me watch this. This is why I put it right here. Listen to the question again, y'all. 1986.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. 1.
1 out of all those girls. 1. And all of them in that room have babies. 1. Let's keep going.
The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father.
You see how that girl looked at her? Y'all see how the conversation has been circular for so long? Y'all see? Not really. Watch this.
My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Damn. Don't that sound familiar, y'all? Keep in mind that these women are well in their 50s and 60s now. And they have, you see that little baby right there in her arm? That baby is about 30-something years old. Almost 40. It may be 40. 1986, y'all.
ain't thinking about holding up for no sex, my man. You know, if a girl, you know, she get happy.
It is nigga go with this goddamn members only jacket. Did y'all hear what he said already? This is what this. Look at the how crazy this is, y'all. This is Newark, New Jersey. Also, if you did not know, listen to the mindset of this man.
The baby kind of baby, that's on her. You know, I'm not gonna stop my play.
I didn't have.
Hold on, let me go back to what he was saying.
I ain't thinking about holding up for no sex, my man. You know, if a girl, you know, she get having a baby kind of baby, that's on her.
You heard what he said? It's on her. That's the player. That nigga right there, he was well in his 20s in 86. That's an old nigga now. Older than me. This nigga about in his 60s now.
You know, I'm not gonna stop my pleasures because of another woman.
What about birth control? What about condoms?
Girls don't like them things. They don't like them things.
Y'all heard this shit is familiated. 1986. You don't like them things. Nobody want to let no damn condom. And that ain't how we get down. You hear me?
I'll tell you to take them things off. They figure that you saying that they filthy or they dirty or something.
It's been a startling change in values. 25 years ago, you would not have heard such things said so freely because they were not embraced so widely. The strong family was still the backbone of Black America, and 3 out of 4 children had both parents at home. That is true no longer. Most Black children are now growing up without their fathers. The result is a world turned upside down as children copy what they see and repeat what they learn. LaDawn said she didn't have a father in her home and doesn't think her children need one. She's not unusual. Half the Black families today are headed only by a woman. Clorinda said she could make it on her own as a single parent. She has never been married and is raising her daughter without a man's help. She's not unusual. Today, nearly 60% of all Black children are born out of wedlock. Timothy said his children are not his responsibility. He has left them to be supported by their mothers and welfare. He's not unusual either. For LaDawn and Clorinda and Timothy, and many more like them in cities all over America, the traditional family no longer exists.
You know what I really hated about this documentary? We didn't have any Black folks that was actually doing the reporting on this shit. So it felt, and probably still to this day, it feel kind of fucked up for me to, you know, to really hear how they were, you know, studying, you know, Black folks like that. I don't know if I should or not, but being honest, that shit just didn't feel good. It still don't. But let's keep going, y'all.
It has vanished, and something new is taking its place. Single women and the children they're rearing alone are the fastest growing part of the Black population. What becomes of the Black family in a world where the values are being turned upside down?
If the parent is 17 and 18, uneducated, unmotivated, fooling around, wandering around, what's the child going to learn? Who's to teach him? When you learned something, you was taught by your parents. It was reinforced by school and your neighbors, but it was taught by your parents. Well, if the parents don't know anything, how are they going to teach the children? So it's not racism that I'm fighting right now. It's the lack of motivation. See, I'm not even talking about racism. Maybe later on we'll get back to that. But I think we are destroying ourselves.
This is Newark, New Jersey, one of America's inner cities. Inner city is a polite name for ghetto, as in Black ghetto. Those of us who don't live in the ghetto are brought here usually by television, and usually only when there are violent pictures to show. But we have to come here if you want to understand those fearsome statistics about the vanishing Black family. Now, a lot of white families are in trouble too. Single-parent families are twice as common in America today as they were 20 years ago. But for the majority of white children, family still means a mother and a father. This is not true for most Black children. For them, things are getting worse. Today, black teenagers have the highest pregnancy rate in the industrial world. And in the black inner city, practically no teenage mother gets married. That's no racist comment. What's happening goes far beyond race. Why then do so many teenage girls get pregnant and have children? Why do so many fathers abandon their families? The answers begin with the people here. They told us what happens to family when mothers or children, fathers don't count, and the street is the strongest school.
Good morning. Chuck over here, Bob Slade, standing by. We are going to check with you on
Okay. Okay, Mama.
It is the beginning of another school day in Newark, New Jersey. Another day of class for Clorinda Henderson. She is 17 and had hoped to graduate from high school next year, but that was before the birth of her baby.
I dreamed that having a little baby, you could just cuddle your arm and just hug all the time. Kiss on it, smell it, because it's so sweet. I thought it'd be fun until I had her.
The reality's different?
The reality just punched me right in the eye. I had to pinch myself and see if I was here because I was like, this is too much.
Clorinda was only 15 when she got pregnant with her daughter, Shaquana. She is not unusual. Half of all black teenagers become pregnant. Clorinda has never been married. She's still living with her mother at home, where she's raising her baby daughter. Clorinda goes to a special school for dropouts after she takes her daughter to a daycare center. She has 5th grade math skills and reads at a 6th grade level.
When I got pregnant, I said, well, I'ma have this baby, and she's not gonna stand in the way of my education. I'm not gonna let no one stand in the way of my education. I ain't gonna be like these other girls, just drop out, can't get no job, no money, have to be on welfare.
Ready. On the vocabulary. Bingo.
Clorinda learned about birth control in sex education courses, but she still became pregnant. You think it was a mistake?
Well, I'll say no, because I wasn't on any, birth control methods. Neither was he. And, we were sexually active, and when it happened, it just happened.
When you think back to that day when you learned you were pregnant, what went through your mind?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna tell my mother. And I'm gonna tell my mother she gonna make me get an abortion. I was really scared, I think.
Why didn't you want to get an abortion?
Because I wanted his baby.
What did you like about him?
His legs.
His legs?
I got a thing for bow-legged boys.
Bow-legged boys?
I love them. They have some gorgeous legs. I just don't know.
Wow. This shit is the same shit over and over and over again, y'all. It's the same shit. He had gorgeous legs. What did she say? It just happened. It just happened. It's the same shit. It just happened. They don't care nothing about no damn kids. They didn't care nothing about the kids that's having kids now. That's kids that's having kids now. Yeah, 18. That'll be dope. I was trying to find where are they now, because I know that they have something like that. I seen it one time on YouTube. I can't find it again. I should have downloaded when I seen it, but yeah, I would love to see where they are right now. Most definitely. Let's get back into it, y'all.
Darren Lyle is the father of Clorinda's baby. He is.
Remember that walk? That's the walk right there with the boom box. Y'all trying to find, see y'all young folks. Y'all don't know what he doing. He bebopping up and down the street with a radio to his ear. That was the reason why motherfuckers came up with Walkmans and shit. But that was what motherfuckers was doing. I guess that's the bow-legged guy that they talking about, that she was talking about. That motherfucker. Look, watch the walk. This was that walk they had.
They have some gorgeous legs. I just don't know.
Darren Lyle is the father of Clorinda's baby. He is 18 and lives in central Newark.
So he was 18 in 86. How old is he now, y'all?
He dropped out of high school when he was 16. He has never...
Nigga had them gazelles on. Y'all know nothing about them gazelles. The damn gazelles. That's crazy right there. I had a pair of those, y'all. I had some black ones though with the gold, black and gold gazelles. That's what those are. That's when you see people doing those 90s and 80s parties and stuff, and they be having them big glasses. That's what they got on right there, gazelles. Let's keep going though.
Never held it.
That was during that time. That was the Fat Boys. The Fat Boys, and believe it or not, the Fat Boys were bigger than Run DMC during this time right here. Yeah.
Steady jaw.
I spend most of my time listening to the radio. When I don't go to school.
You got some ponies on. That's crazy, them ponies.
I don't work, I don't do nothing. Just like this killing time.
Did you want to have a baby?
Not really. It just happened. You know,
This is crazy. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to go back. I gotta explain some shit to y'all because this shit do look weird as fuck now. Let's see. Let's go back here. You see the dude with the bucket hat on? If you young, you may not know, but he's beatboxing. Shit is crazy. And you will see a lot of this shit in the inner city, man. No job, no nothing, but these cats still had fucking gear on. He don't do nothing. He don't work. He don't do shit. He just hang out and rap and talk shit. So when y'all get mad at these folks on these panels that we be having and we talking and shit like that, please understand we're starting to be a whole lot smarter than what we seen. Motherfuckers wasn't coming together and having conversations about the shit that was going on. They wasn't taught that. This is the bullshit that they was doing to get away from all the impoverished bullshit that was going on in their life. Beatboxing and listening to radio and just hanging. That's all they was doing. Chilling, hanging, lamping. That's it. Bullshitting. Fucking their youth off.
killing time.
Did you want to have a baby?
Not really. It just happened. You know, she just popped up pregnant. Nah, it just.
There we go again with that. It just happened. She just popped up pregnant. It hasn't changed. None of this shit has changed. It gets worse now. That's why I showed those two fucked up ass videos in the beginning to show you where we're at. It's crazy that nobody wants to break the chain. Well, I would say that a number of people don't want to break the chain because it is a lot of people that do. We are. I wish it would have been somebody that was black that was doing this. Because this shit look like motherfuckers is in the wild, you know what I'm saying, interviewing animals. Shit, it really don't feel too good for me. But we're going to keep going, y'all.
Were your friends impressed?
A lot of, everybody was telling me, that, she looked just like me, and, she is kind of cute, kind of pretty. That was like, make me feel good.
Sure. Do many of them have babies?
Because he can make beautiful babies. That's what niggas was saying. At least I can make some beautiful babies.
Babies?
That seems like that's all they be doing if I is making babies and shit. Making babies.
Darren told us that in this neighborhood it's easy.
Smoking cigarettes. That nigga still over there beatboxing, spitting in his hand and shit.
To get involved with girls and easy to get into trouble.
These are the 60-year-olds, y'all. 58, 60. That's them right now. I wish I could talk to them now and see where they at now. It's crazy.
Darren has been arrested 5 times for stealing, suspicion of homicide, and for possession of a deadly weapon. When you were arrested for carrying a dangerous weapon, what was it?
One of them big machetes.
Machete?
Knives and big knives.
You mean you just carried it around with you?
I used to bring it to school with me.
I mean, that's hard to conceal that, isn't it?
Nah, because I had like this blue poke. It was like a blue goose. I poked a hole in the pocket of it, and I just put it right in there.
Isn't that dangerous?
That's the way stuff was going, you know, like that's the way the people was acting towards me. So I felt like I needed a weapon.
Was it in that time? Let me ask y'all something. Was that where he was packing the machete? Was he looking for a white person to whoop his ass to kill him? Or was it somebody that looked just like him? Conversation keeps going. This somebody's granddaddy, probably somebody's great granddaddy. All depends.
You know, it used to seem like, you know, it's like a war, really, like Vietnam.
Have you asked Darren to help you with the baby?
No, because I see he can't even help himself. He can't. It's pitiful to say that, but he can't.
He wasn't prepared to be a father?
No. And he still isn't.
Were you ready to be a mother?
Well, no. But now that I am, I just have to take it step by step.
You, she not tender-headed.
Clorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born.
When you were pregnant, did you assume that you could turn to welfare for help after the baby came?
Well, yeah, but I didn't have her just to collect welfare. I had her because I felt that it would have been a part of me. I would have had somebody to live for and also somebody to love and love me back.
Is your daughter the first person you've ever loved?
I really, really love my daughter.
2 months after the birth of their baby, Clorinda was pregnant again by Darren.
Twice. Not being prepared, having sex with a man that wasn't prepared. I really, really love my baby. Ain't it funny that people always talk about how much they love their kids, but they end up having the kids with a fucked up ass person? I ain't talking about nobody that you have problems with in a relationship. I'm talking about a motherfucker that you already knew that was ill prepared to be a father, let alone to even be in a relationship with. But you still, she had 2 kids with this dude. 2. I love my baby. We hear all of this shit. Now, you will hear mothers talking about how much they love their babies. I said something before and I said, you can tell how much your mother loves you based off of the father she picks, the man she picks to be your father. The majority of people disagreed with me. They said it was false. How the fuck do you love your child if you already know that you are in an impoverished situation yourself? Your education is fucked up. But you would bring them along in this world knowing the adversities that they got in front of them. Shit don't make no sense to me, y'all. Let's keep going.
This time she had an abortion. She didn't think she could handle 2 little children while still a teenager herself.
Your grandmother was a single woman with a child. Your mother a single woman with a child. Now you. Why is that happening?
I really didn't plan on getting pregnant, but if I really had somebody to really sit down and talk to, like really express my feelings to them, I don't think none of this would have happened. And then when it did happen, my grandmother's like, I told you this, I told you this. Tell me nothing.
Nobody told Darren anything either. He too lives at home with his mother. Where's your father?
Locked up.
Locked up where?
Green Street.
What for?
Fighting and shit. Fighting. Violence. Stuff like that.
Had anybody ever told you what it is like to be a father?
I like watching other older, that had
kids. What did you learn from them? How did you?
I learned that they take a lot of patience. Take a lot of patience.
You have a lot of patience?
I don't got a lot of patience.
Clorinda doesn't always have a lot of patience either.
You want to fight? No. Then don't ask me if I want to fight. If you don't want to fight. Don't say to me.
You got my question.
Come in now.
Talk to you. You like going out like that.
No, you went out. You shouldn't have said no.
Y'all understand? You understand? Y'all see what's happening? They get together so they can argue. Shit been going on since the 80s. They get together so they can argue. You don't want to fight? You want to fight? She has no respect for this man. She was never even taught to have any respect. Yet, she had 2 children with this man. People got mad at me when I said, black women are the most submissive, unsubmissive motherfuckers on this goddamn planet. And I was mad when I said it, right? But where was the lie? And when I say black women, y'all know damn well I don't mean every black woman, all black women. But I shouldn't have to explain that to intelligent people. This is crazy, y'all. Because this, what we see right now, that was 1986. It's the same, it's worse now. By about time that woman is in, or that girl is in her 2nd or 3rd trimester, she's no longer with that guy. This is crazy. And the problem is that we keep making excuses for bullshit. Shit keeps going. The world keeps going on and on and on. We get older and older. This shit, and the older you get, the faster this shit seems to go. It's gonna be a time, y'all, where we have to cut some people loose. It's gonna be a time we're gonna have to cut some people loose. It's crazy. Let's keep going.
You don't already piss me off.
What I do?
2 months after her abortion, Clorinda and Darren broke off their relationship. They see each other rarely now. Once in a while, Clorinda will take Shaquana to visit. Do you ever think about marrying Clorinda? Why not?
That's crazy. He couldn't even get it out his mouth good enough. My man was already shaking his head. Look at him, y'all. Watch him.
I ain't thinking about that. Nah, that's the last thing on my mind.
You ever feel depressed?
I don't be like sad. I just be like frustrated.
Let me tell y'all something. Why would that man want to marry a woman that's already given him sex, already showed that she can't be getting along, he can't get along with her? What he marrying her for? Why is he marrying her? Why would she have sex with him? Knowing that this cat is out here because he's bow-legged? That's crazy. Knowing he's out here and his life is going to be ending real soon. Because what they are not telling you is that this motherfucker was doing gang activity. So she gave her kids a father that can't even father them. I love my kids, though. I love my kids so much that I gave them a father that can't even father them. Let that shit sink in. That's the gift I gave my kids.
Do you ever think about marrying Clorinda? Why not?
I ain't thinking about that. Nah, that's the last thing on my mind.
You ever feel depressed?
I don't be like sad. I just be like frustrated. I be like really like frustrated.
What are the odds that your daughter will follow the same route? Because there was your grandmother, your mother, and you.
No, I see to that.
How?
She won't. I would sit down, I would talk to her about her being a young lady. Like, Juana, if you go out here, you have sex, be sure you on birth control. Or, you know, if you do have sex, make sure whoever you having sex with care about you. Don't just let them let, you know, them get over on you thinking they got a piece of the action. Now they can go tell Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Did your mother tell you those things?
No.
You tell them to yourself?
I'll talk to myself in the mirror. But
and you say no?
No. And like I said to my daughter, no more.
Alice, I think she's a little bit more older. So this right here is this is a sad one too. All of this shit is sad, and to tell you the truth, but man, we gotta look at this shit. We definitely gotta look at it. After this right here, I'll drop the link, y'all.
Alessandra Jackson is 23.
How old is she now? 1986. She was 23. Shit, she was almost 10 years older than me. She was 9 years older than me. 26. No, she was 8 years older than me. Was it? No, 26. Shit. Oh, she was 12 years older than me. She was 12 years, so she's 63 now. I'm 51. Am I doing the math wrong, Trey? I don't know, bro. I was 14. She was 26. Let's keep going, though.
She's the mother of two, expecting a third, and is not married. She, too, lives in Newark. Like nearly half of all black children in America, Alice's children...
See, they didn't have no EBT card. They had them stamps, baby. Y'all, hey, look, that's them stamps right there, boy. Motherfuckers knew what that shit was. Do you know that people that were in impoverished neighborhoods actually were embarrassed to having food stamps? I remember being in school and the motherfuckers that had, their parents had food stamps, they were talking about motherfuckers that had food stamps. That's why y'all on food stamps. That's why your mama on welfare. And their mama was on welfare. This is what, now look at where we at now. Now look at where we're at now. Shit is crazy, man.
Of all black children in America, Alice's children are being raised in poverty. They live a subsidized life in subsidized housing. But that's not what Alice wanted or intended. Alice lives in one of the toughest neighborhoods in Newark, in the project where she was born and brought up. But she hoped that one day she would move out of here. She graduated from high school, went to business college for a year, and worked steadily until she became pregnant with her first child.
You know, I was doing so good before I was pregnant. I had a little job. I kept money, you know, stuff. But
After I had the child, that's when money started going low.
What was your reaction when you found out you were pregnant the first time? Did you intend to get pregnant?
It wasn't planned. But when I got pregnant, I wanted to be a mother. It was exciting to me. I just thought if I had something of my own, a little child is gonna call me mommy.
Boy, times have changed. Y'all see that station wagon? Yeah. Not a damn car seat in sight. That shit was what we lived on the edge back in the days. They had the kids in the back with the groceries. Look, man. This world has changed tremendously. It has really changed for us. Some of the things, some of the things were good because you just needed to be tough. But some of this shit, man, like car seats, and look how small they make the cars now, right? That was what they in right there. That's some steel. Ain't no fiberglass and all that. Boy, when you get into an accident, everything fucked up. You run into a house with that damn car right there. You tearing everybody up. That house is going through that car going through that house. It wasn't a seatbelt on. Wasn't a damn car seat in there. It was not. We live life on the edge. Not everything you gotta touch. You need gloves on now. Some bullshit. Cotton gloves.
After you have them, it's hard. You gotta bomb this, you gotta bomb that.
Malik is Alice's firstborn. He is now 3 years old. Soon after he was born, Alice, then 20, quit her job to take care of him. 16 months later, her second child, Antoine, was born. When we met, she was 6 months pregnant with her third child.
Just kept having children, y'all. No husband, no nothing. Nothing. And these dudes is like, I ain't trying to do that shit. Let's keep going, though.
Ain't no mom. Timothy McSeed is 26, the father of Alice's 3 children. Though they're not married, they see each other regularly.
When I first met him, I didn't like him. But when he started talking to me, it seemed like he was like a man that wanted to have a home, have children, take care of them.
Did you talk with Timothy about how you were going to support the baby when you were pregnant?
No, that's what we didn't do. No, we didn't even talk about how we was going to support the child.
Timothy McSeed held his last steady job 2.5 years ago. He's been arrested several times on robbery and drug charges. He was brought up in Newark by his mother, who was 16 when Timothy was born. His father has another family in another city. Timothy has a talent for drawing, which he has never developed. He dropped out of high school at 16 and spent 2 years in the Job Corps. He was 23 when he and Alice had their first child. Timothy does not support any of his children.
How many children do you have? 6.
Oh, he's proud of that shit. 6. Look at that smile. Long tooth bastard. That's crazy. But this is what this is what it was. This is what it was when you had men that had nothing to be proud of. So making babies was this thing where they were proud of this shit. Especially when they can make some pretty babies. This is what we're talking about. This is when you do hear the younger generation speak ill of the older generation. This is that pain that they had to deal with. This is what they had to deal with. Their parents was fucking off their goddamn youth. They didn't care nothing about nobody fucking kids. They didn't. They didn't care. Look at this motherfucker grinning cheek to cheek. 6. I'm a man. I got 6 children. And I don't take care of none of them. Yep. This is where that anger comes from, folks. Let's keep going.
He fathered those 6 children by 4 women. He also had 2 more children by 2 other women, but one died in infancy and the other was aborted. We asked him about the birth of his first surviving child.
It was kind of a funny experience because, like, me and the girl was just messing around, right? And she was going with somebody else. She used to be an old girlfriend of mine. She managed to get popular by me.
Okay, that's the second baby. The third was...
Mustafa. He was the third.
That was by another lady?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Ward. Yes, I go see him every now and then.
How old is he now?
He's 5, if I'm not mistaken. 504, 81.
And then the fourth one was...
Simone. I only saw her twice. 2 times.
What happened to her?
It was a family problem. You know, the father don't want me to see the mother and all that. You know, so I got tired of running behind her and found me someone else. I didn't have to sweat it because I guess the father was taking care of them anyway. So,
how does it feel to have those
women?
No, kids.
Kids. Well, you get to see. If it ain't one thing you've done, you like artwork, for instance. You look at your art, you say, this is something that I've done. Just like the carpentry, it's something that you've done. You can see what you've done. If anything, if you don't do nothing, you can see something, you know, what your life was, you know, it was to you.
So the kids are sort of artwork?
Well, not really, but you can, like they might grow up to be doctors or actors, you know, and you can say, look, that's my boy, or that's my girl, you know.
That's that bullshit right there. That's the bullshit right there. When they become something, you're not fucking with them right now, but they become a doctor or an actor, basketball player. Now you want to run your old decrepit ass over there and be like, that's my boy, that's my girl. And then you get mad when they say, I ain't fucking with you. You get mad when they say, nah, Phil is my real dad. Right? A lot of times that when we get on these panels, man, we get to talking. A lot of people think that we be like on men's side here on the Black Man Unfiltered Network, What We Know podcast. They would paint us in the same brush that they would paint anybody. I have yet to have seen any man on the panels that I actually go on and I patronize that I really, when I'm really, you know, networking with the guys, the ones that be like, it's team man. We don't never be it's team man. I ain't seen a dude it ain't even during those times right there. You think that man was sitting there talking the shit that he's talking to that white man, to some brothers? No. We had black journalists. We had black people that were doing documentaries on the same type of shit. But because it wasn't on NBC, CBS, you know, PBS, if it wasn't on any one of those, nobody really paid it any mind. This shit is crazy. I can understand why on these panels that we talking, when we get to talking and women and men are pretentious with each other when we're having conversations, because there's been a lot of decades of this type of bullshit. This type of shit right here. I can understand why you have people saying men ain't shit. This nigga right here in front of us is one of those ones. If he's still living, I would love to see what his life is like now. Shit is crazy. And I bet you he had more than that after the documentary. He had more than 6 goddamn kids too. Let's keep going.
But there's some people that can't have children at all.
Their mothers raise Timothy's children, and welfare pays for them. On the first day of each month at noon, the mothers gather outside the project's mailroom, waiting for the postman to deliver their checks.
Oh, we call it Mother's Day.
Why?
Because us mothers be getting our check that day, getting their welfare check, so we call it Mother's Day.
Hey, Trey, they said we were lying, bro. They said we was lying about this shit right here. Remember that shit? When you hear a man and sit back and say, y'all, your daddy is the government. It wasn't like y'all just conflating shit. No, seriously, this is how it was back in the day. Y'all don't know shit about that. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all just conflating shit. It's saying it right here. Right here. That check. Look at that shit. Look how embarrassing that shit is. Give a fuck what nobody say. That shit is embarrassing. I'm glad that my parents thought enough of me and my brother where they fought hard so they wouldn't have to be those type of people right there. Ain't doing shit, but want to get a fucking check. You ain't did shit for it. I'm glad my father told me, you don't work, you don't eat. I'm glad my father told me, you get out here and make something of yourself. Don't you get out here and get on that fucking welfare and let them motherfuckers talk to you any fucking way they want to talk to you. I'm glad him and my mama both instilled that in me. I remember seeing this shit right here. Shit is fucking embarrassing. We should want more for ourselves. And keep in mind, there was no fucking segregation either. For all you young motherfuckers, y'all have no fucking idea, man. Do some homework. There was no segregation, none of that.
Alice's welfare check comes to $385 a month. She cashes it at the corner store.
Back in town now.
She gets another $112 in food stamps.
I don't think I would have had the second two children if I didn't think welfare was there. But I don't like welfare because it makes me lazy.
It does?
Yeah, it makes you lazy just to sit around and wait for a monthly check to come in. You know, I just like to work. I like money to come in every week or every 2 weeks.
Maybe if you didn't open your fucking legs and you just concentrated on school, you could have did some shit like this. You could have did some shit where you didn't have to wait for a goddamn check. Make you feel like you lazy. You are fucking lazy.
Why doesn't Timothy help you take care of those kids?
One thing I do know about Timothy, that if he did had a job,
See you another blue moon.
I know he would take care of me and the children and the bills.
Ain't this a bitch? This nigga don't take care of the kids. He don't do none of that shit. But guess what he doing? Out there waiting for her to bring that check over there. I bet she get that money. I bet you she taking care of his ass, though.
But what's holding him back, well, this is what he tells me all the time. He figure I'm going to be with another guy or I'm going to slip away from him while he at work. That don't make no sense to me.
Don't you get mad sometimes?
I get mad a lot of times about financially support.
This nigga said, if I go to work, you gonna mess around and get with another nigga. Remember that video we seen last night on Black Man Unfiltered? Where that big fat black dude had that light-skinned pretty girl. And he said, I give her all, the shit done changed, didn't it? I give her all my check and I ask her if I can spend some money on it. I have to make sure she get her nails and her hair done and all this crazy ass shit. This shit has flipped on its head. This shit is crazy, y'all. Just keep going.
From Timothy.
What do you say to him?
I always said, ain't that hard to get a job. Go out there and look for a job, because I'm sick and tired of just laying back waiting for a welfare check. I said, this is not how I want to live the rest of my life. This is not the way I plan for my future to be.
Does it make you feel bad that you can't support your kids?
Yes.
How do they make it? Where do they get the money?
Well, the majority of them, the mother's on welfare, and welfare gives them the stipend for the month. So what I'm not doing, the government does.
What would happen if the government didn't?
It'd be a big disaster, I guess, because you can't give something that you don't have. In order to give, you got to have for yourself.
You see, people out there watching are going to say, why didn't he think about that before he brought 6 kids into the world?
Well, mother had a choice. She could have had an abortion, or she could have kept the child.
Damn. Oh. That's the reason why. That's the reason why the next generation has so much of the vitriol that we do. That's why we get so much of the smoke. Now keep in mind, this wasn't one nigga coming running amok, right? It's a whole town of these niggas doing this shit. This nigga right here. That's some embarrassing shit, though. All right, let's keep going.
She decided the way that she wanted to have the child, so therefore, I guess it's not sweating her. I mean, it's not bothering.
You think it's her fault if she gets pregnant?
Well,
I mean, you fought her.
Well, maybe not. Like they say, mama, baby, papa, maybe. You know what I mean?
A week before their last baby is born, Alice came for what is only her 4th visit to the doctor during her pregnancy.
Yeah, I was very much worried, and I was kind of unhappy being pregnant. You know, to know that I'm going to have a 3rd child and I'm not doing so good with my 2 I have already.
Is that some? Come with me, please.
But as you know, the months went by, I just had to deal with it, being pregnant and knowing that it's my child. I'm going to have a child, and I'm just going to have to support it the same way I supported them. Or do better if I can do better.
Is that the last one?
Well, I ain't gonna say that, because I said that when I had my first one, so then I had a second one. When I said that with my second one, and I had a 3rd one. So I ain't gonna say that.
Did you think about birth control?
No, I didn't even think about birth control. I was afraid of birth control because I always heard that birth control give you cancer and all that stuff.
These goddamn excuses, boy. Birth control give you cancer. Well, dick gives you a baby. And raw dick can give you a venereal disease. What the fuck is they talking about, man? This is the same shit that you would hear today in 2024. The same exact thing. I'm allergic to condoms, birth control, it messes up your health, and all these crazy ass shit. Only thing you won't hear a motherfucker saying out loud is this crazy ass shit. This plum fool is out here on this camera talking to this white man and telling him it's her fault, nigga. I don't take care of none of my kids, and I got 6 of them things out in this motherfucker. I ain't shit. Basically, that's all he had to say. This shit is crazy, man. 1986, y'all.
What about Timothy? Did you talk to him about taking precautions about being?
Yeah, I talked to him about being careful about, birth control.
But did he?
That's crazy as hell. That's the second video I had when a motherfucker asked her a question. She said, You heard what the fuck I said?
But did he?
All that stuff.
What about Timothy? Did you talk to him about taking precautions about being?
Yeah, I talked to him about being careful about, birth control.
Huh? Heard the fuck I said, huh?
But
did he?
No, he wasn't with it.
Who's gonna be a boy?
924.
That's it. Hold up, man.
On Father's Day, Alice and Timothy had their third son, Hakeem Lamont Jackson, 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
Yay, little boy. Little boy. I'm the king. I'm the king.
Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit? There's nothing else in his life that he's proud of. He's only proud because he can get this woman pregnant and have babies that he won't take care of, that he can't afford to take care of. Her self-esteem is so fucking low that she just do whatever. Let me open these legs. Yeah, I have another baby for you. Don't worry. What we gonna do? Don't worry about it. Huh? I guess we get some more money. While this nigga out here celebrating shit that he can't even. That's not an accomplishment, y'all. Being able to get a woman pregnant is not an accomplishment. And ejaculating in a woman is not a lot of fucking work. It's nothing to be proud of. It's kind of like when motherfuckers celebrate opening a business, right? One would think that you will celebrate your business thriving. One would think that you would celebrate your business bringing in residuals, right? Not that you got a business. This is why you got so many motherfuckers that's sitting back and I'm an entrepreneur. I have my own business. What you sell? Eyelashes. It's nothing to be proud of. That's how this nigga looking. I got another child. What you gonna do with him? How you gonna cultivate him? Well, shit, that's on her. Motherfuckers not. They proud of the dumbest shit. Look at her. All she thinking is, where I'm gonna put these other kids? Well, shit, where I'm gonna put this baby? I got a 2-bedroom house. My mom and me already together. I gotta move out. I can't stay, and he ain't helping me. I just fucked my life up, and I fucked my kids' life up. I done had baby number 6 or 7. I don't know. I done lost count. When an idiot. I wonder how many kids his kids got a piece. Damn, I wish I can find their ass. Let's go.
Little boy, I'm the king. I'm the king. Hey.
That's one reason why I do not like the word king or queen. That's it. That's the reason why right there. Anybody can be a fucking king because they can have some fucking kids. Let's keep going, man.
That's it, honey. Oh. How you feeling now? You feeling all right, sweetheart?
No, I'm still stomach all right, pain.
Yeah, my man is he has 6, I think that's 7 kids he have. He was, if you didn't see it earlier, he was saying he had a daughter he only visited twice. He had another son. He didn't even know how old his kids really was. It's terrible.
Fat face little baby. You hurting me. You hungry? I know you're hungry.
Absolutely, Trey. Absolutely. Absolutely, bro.
So many women, so many children. Do you ever think that maybe you shouldn't do it? Unless you can be sure you don't have a kid?
Oh, not really, because I'm highly sexed.
It's the name of this video is The Vanishing Family.
But I have ways of cooling myself down, you know, because like when you're dealing with one female and you're not dealing with another female, having sex with her too much is bad. So you have to like, you know, set a schedule when you should do it and when you should not.
You seem to break your schedule sometimes.
Well, like most women say, you're a baby maker. I just got strong sperm.
Would you have had these kids if you'd thought about them in advance?
No.
All were an accident?
Yeah, you can say that.
Were you just having a good time?
Yeah, lovely.
I wonder if this nigga was Kendra G's father.
I enjoyed myself.
And you didn't think about marrying any of these women except the first one, the first girl?
Yes. Well, I'm gonna marry Alice.
Sandra?
Oh, yes. We're gonna get married.
Do you love Sandra?
Yes. A lot. Great deal.
Does she love you?
Girl crazy about me.
Tell me, why don't you get married?
Well, see, I'm old-fashioned. I want a big wedding. That's that. And my uncles and my aunts, you know, they all had their little tuxedos, and I'm gonna have mine too.
I thought you were going to say to me, because I can't afford to at the moment.
Oh, that ain't it. Because I'm gonna find me something. I'm gonna get something. See, I'm strong in that spot.
When?
Find something. Never. I keep on trying. I don't never give up.
You know, you feel very responsible for your children, and Timothy doesn't. What does that say?
Sometimes I think like that. I said, Dad, here I am. I got 2 children, 1 on the way. Well, this was before the first one. I'm doing this all by myself.
His name was Anthony. I think that's what you was asking. Was it Anthony or Timothy? It's one of those. Man, shit, one of those fucked up ass names.
So, and sometimes, you know, if you sit down and think about that, I know I really get very upset because I don't think he really understands that I'm here, you know, taking care of all this by myself. If he get that, if he think like that, I think he'll do something. I don't really think he understand that I'm doing that.
Why do you let him off the hook? Why do you put up with it?
And sometimes I be like telling him, leave me alone, it's over with. But every time I do that, when he's not with me, even that same day or the next day, I feel, you know, lonely without him. Feel like, you know, I just get angry and say them things. I don't really be meaning them. So.
What's going on? Take heed to the message. How you doing, ma'am? How you doing? How you doing?
Do you love him?
Yes, I love him.
Does he love you?
Yes, I think he loves me too.
All right, y'all. Listen, I'm not gonna do Brenda. Or should I? Yeah, give me if you want me to continue the video, give me some ones. If you want me to go to the next video, then I will go to the next video. And I'm about to drop this link for people to come up if you want to join me up here on this link. Let me see where I go to get it. But if you want me to continue, just hit the 1. Let me see how many people want that. Okay. Trey say he can't take no more. We don't have a lot of it, man. But let's go ahead. I'm about to get this link, and I'm gonna drop this link also, y'all.
There's a famous book about the black experience in America called The Invisible Man. Ironically, the young black man today is anything but invisible. He's the one who shows up in the highest unemployment rate. He's right there in the top of the crime statistics. He's the one most threatening to his black neighbors and the one most feared in the mind of white America. Every teenage boy growing up can go either way, but the son of a single young woman in the ghetto is pressured to go the wrong way every time he steps onto these streets. What do you see for your future out there? You're how old now?
I'm 15, and right now, if I keep going like it's going now, I really think.
He was a year older than me. That nigga look like he in his 20s. Damn.
I probably would make it, and then again, I probably wouldn't have all the things that I really want in life right now, but I think I would have most of the things I want.
For teenagers like Bernard Wardrick and his friends Bosky, C, and Mike, there are no familiar road maps for the way up and out. It is the street and the media that teach a boy here how to become a man. Bernard dreams of making it as a rap star. He and his friends have formed a group, the Educated Three.
I like that. So here they come.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why I'm playing the video, because I'm showing how circular our conversations have been and how long this has been going on, this whole thing, and how bad it has gotten since 86. This was done in 86. And this is only one. I have a couple of other documentaries that's just like this in the 80s. Let's keep going though.
Newark, New Jersey, your own Educated Three. I'm the Educated B, the Educated Three. Two fresh MCs, most definitely. Two fresh MCs, we can't stop. We're gonna rock the mic till we hit the top. Where you heard it before, you're gonna hear it again. The Educated Two came here to win. Oh, we did something that wasn't polite. We almost forgot DJ Money's mic. Somebody people out there in the place of the people put us all together, and that makes three.
What is rapping?
To me, it's like poetry, because, you know, I could just sit down and write it. I could sit at the table or whatever, wherever I'm at, and I can just think of it.
What does it take to be a good rapper? What's the skill?
You gotta have style, class, and originality.
Absolutely, Trey. So this is what's crazy about that. Keep in mind, in the 80s, there wasn't people that was rapping because they wanted to make money, though. It was just cool to be a rapper, right? Like, so at that time, rap was crossing over to, you know, everybody wanted to be use rap in commercials, and you know, you had cats that was like beatboxing and stuff. Everybody had a rap crew. That's why when you see like the glasses and shit, this is how everybody was dressing. Like how you see now, how everybody is dressing with, you know, I don't know. The dudes dress just like the girls now. Back then, you know, everybody was doing Adidas. They had like what he got on now, that hat he got on, that's supposed to be a Dob. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure that's not a Dob, because Dobs back then were about $60, $70, you know, for a real Dob. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a couple of Dobs. I got some Cellini's. I got a couple of, you know, shit like that. I ain't wore them motherfuckers in decades, but that's how motherfuckers were. They wanted to be rappers back then, but it wasn't to be rappers so they can make money, because wasn't no real money in the rapping back then. Wasn't none. Wasn't no millionaire rappers other than Run DMC. If you notice, that song was a Run DMC instrumental that they were rapping over. Everybody was doing this thing called rap, but it wasn't what it is now. Not at all. So when they were out here on the corners, like literally, that's why I said the shit, it looks weird now. You seeing niggas on the corner beatboxing and shit and rapping. It was like how they were before us in the decades where they were doo-wopping, right? They'd be on the corner doo-wopping, and then it got to the point where you either was a rapper or you was a break dancer. And that's what you saw a lot of. Like, You think this? If we had like TikTok and all that shit, you would have saw some weird ass shit. Motherfuckers go to a grocery store just so they can break dance on the floor because they had the linoleum and shit like that. Niggas used to walk up and down the street with cardboard, big ass cardboard, walking up and down the street, battling each other, rapping and beatboxing and shit like that. This is where all your DJs actually was doing it, because in New York, that's what everybody was trying to do, how they were doing it in New York. So think about this. They're in New Jersey, which is not that far away from New York. So it was a real big thing over there. Rap was a big, it's right. For 4 decades, this is what we've been seeing. Everybody wants to be a fucking rapper. Everybody wants to be a basketball player. Now, everybody wants to be, I don't know what else, OnlyFans. Ain't it weird how you got a bunch of women that want to be in porn now? Ain't it weird how you got women that would sit back and take the things that used to be in a strip club and they bring it out here and they have this shit at babies' birthday parties and shit. Now it's so bad where everybody ain't trying to be rappers no more. They just want to be famous some way, somehow. Yes, this shit is crazy, bro. But this is what we have to deal with. And I understood the older generation when they were looking at us and they were saying that shit looks crazy. Think about it. Nigga walking up and down the street with a fucking radio to his ear. Bebop. Up and down the fucking street with a limp and shit. It looks crazy. I didn't think it looked crazy, when I was a kid. That shows how impressionable we are as children. And as we get older, we should be more wiser. That's why it looks goofy as hell to see a 60-year-old man trying to, be in the clubs and do 20-year-old people shit. That shit looks crazy. To see a 40-year-old walking around with a fucking backpack and some goddamn skimpy ass knickerbockers on. It looks weird as shit. Everybody wants to be a fucking kid. Nobody wants to be an adult. Nobody wants to be an adult. The fountain of youth. This is what everybody is trying to. There's no such thing as the fountain of youth, people. You get old. That's just what it is. And you got these folks making all this money on idiots. $60 for some goddamn wrinkle cream. $80 for some wrinkle cream. $175 for some goddamn dick pills. When all you got to do is just eat right. This is what we talking about. This is how many decades of us being just with our heads in the clouds. This is not about blaming anybody. Just telling people exactly where we at now. Pretty much nowhere. We got all the money in the world and we still don't know how to use it. Every opportunity. It's crazy as hell. At least I can understand back then that those motherfuckers had it bad when it came down to getting a job. It was terrible. Can you imagine you're making during those times? I remember I'm 16. I'm not even 16 yet. But when I started work, I worked for McDonald's. They started me out at $3.87. $3.87. That was cool with me. I'm 16. I ain't got a car. I don't have a house. All I got is money that I can spend on me. These cats got motherfucking babies. And a lot of them. At least 2. Can you imagine making $385 an hour. Now get this. Ain't no working no 12 hours a day, 10 hours. You better hope they give you that 8. You better hope they give you that 8 hours. Your check gonna be short every time. Can't nobody do that shit. So I understood why they ended up selling drugs. That's just what it was. Didn't condone it, but I understood it. And then the drug business flopped. About 2000, what was it? About 2009. That was it. Ain't no more drug dealers. Ain't no more dope boys. For the most part, the niggas that's been doing it since the 80s, since the 90s, are still doing it if they ain't dead or in jail. Ain't no corner boys. Ain't none of that bullshit. But this is what we have to deal with. Everybody wanted to be a goddamn rapper, basketball player. Nobody wanted to be a baseball player. Because you got to put too much work in. Ain't no going to college and then you get in the major leagues. No. You got to go to the minors. And you might be in that motherfucker for some years. Ain't nobody trying to be no damn golf player. Hockey player. Everybody in the hood wanted to be a basketball player. It wasn't even a bunch of motherfuckers that wanted to be a football player. Basketball. That's where it was bottlenecked to. A rapper or a basketball player. Let's keep going, y'all.
Anybody can rhyme. You just gotta put yourself into it and make it mean something.
The Educated Three tell the story of the only life they know, the life of their block. They were born and raised here.
I don't get it twisted, man. Those were some fun ass days right there. They were definitely fun days, but then we ain't talking about that shit. We talking about the shit that we talking about. I'm not about to get off kilter with this shit. The shit look crazy as fuck, man.
In homes without fathers, and most of their time is spent here. The world they describe is no nursery rhyme, as Bernard's friend C told us.
All the people got guns and turn stick-up kids while their mother is at home, shedding tears because the son that she thought she had brought up right is on the streets leading a terrible life. He's walking down the road heading for nowhere. From my point of view, he don't even care because the attitude he has makes him care about nothing, not his mother, his brother, or even his cousins. He think life is all about on the streets being a two-time loser and a petty thief. But everybody know that you're a thief of the week because you're no good for nothing. You swear you're good for something. Homeboy, the only thing you're good for is fronting.
You wrote this?
Yeah.
Who'd you write about?
I judged a lot on myself because I used to be out there, man.
Out there on the street?
Yeah, just 18 years, I've seen a lot happen that I never thought I'd see.
When you're out on that street, is it dangerous?
It's dangerous, but it's dangerous. Any day you can go outside, anything can happen.
Yeah,
to
but
you.
it's how you make it, too.
Yeah.
Can a guy get killed on the street easily?
Sure.
See how you blink your eye?
Like that.
Yeah.
Killed just like that.
The leading cause of death for young black men is murder. 1 in 21 will be killed before the age of 25. Bernard was shot and robbed by 2 teenagers when he was 15. 4 months later, he was arrested for carrying a gun. That is not unusual. Nearly half of young men in the inner city are arrested before they reach 18. Trouble, Bernard told us, waits at every corner. How does a guy keep from falling into that trap that you described in that rap?
If you see everybody else robbing, man, and selling drugs, you're supposed to, it takes a wise man to learn from another man's mistakes.
The adults got to set an example for the kids. If they see the adults do it, you know, that's what they're going to do too, eventually.
Who would be an example?
My family, my mother.
His mom is Brenda Wardrick, 30 years old, the mother of 4 children by 3 different men.
Bam. Y'all see how this shit goes? Y'all see how this shit goes? 4 by 3. Her son has a child. Look at what it was when it came down to what he was saying. I got shot. So in order for me to go to school, I got to start being strapped. That's how I was in my school. That's how I was in my school. 20% of the people normally as dudes had weapons. A lot of them had guns. In my school, gun shootings were not something that people, was, they were amazed at because of the hood that it was in. That was one of the reasons why I was like, nah, I'm ready to leave. I'm ready to get the fuck out of this city. I used to go to school. I used to have to catch the bus to school. And I remember just saying to myself, it's 8:30 in the fucking morning and motherfuckers getting jumped on. Niggas getting robbed. Why would somebody get up in the morning time at 8 o'clock and assault somebody or rob somebody? I remember somebody got shot in my school, in the school. Now, this is the craziest part about that in my school. We had a police station inside the school. That showed you how much in the 80s and the 90s that the kids gave a fuck about the goddamn cops. I had another school in junior high where they had this thing in the city of Detroit. And if you're from the city of Detroit, you will understand when we say somebody tell you to check it in. Check them shoes in. Besides, anytime a motherfucker asks you what size shoe you wear, just run. Check that hat in. Check that jacket in. You know how many people in Detroit lost their lives over a fucking silk shirt, a starter coat, some sneakers? Wasn't no white people. Wasn't no white people attacking these guys. Wasn't no goddamn segregation. Motherfuckers getting with water hoses and shit. Wasn't nobody arguing on a motherfucking platform talking about some way. You got to understand, in slavery, no, that wasn't what people were doing. They wanted to get the fuck out of that neighborhood. You can look at any neighborhood predominantly black in America today, and you get on the news, and that's what you're going to start seeing. Terrorists. White people do school shootings. Black people do too. Mass. There's a school called Murray Wright in Detroit. They were known for mass shootings. Cody. Finney. Denby. Get this, everybody. Martin Luther King High School. We used to have a conversation, people be like, man, and we'd talk about the bad schools. Mackenzie. A whole bunch of these goddamn schools that was like that. This is what I'm talking about. Now look at this woman. She has a son that has a kid. She has 4 children by 3 men. You know why it's not a thing nowadays? Because nobody really spoke up on this shit. Let's keep going.
She has never been married. She raises her children alone in a daily tug of war with the street.
It's a battle. It's almost like, and I think most parents feel the same way. You fear for your children leaving home. They can leave out and walk right across the street and trouble can get in their way.
What's the hardest thing about being a single parent?
It's hard, understanding them sometimes. And they have difficulties understanding me because I'm a young parent and sometimes they act like I'm their sister as well as their mother,
Brenda was just 14 when she became pregnant with Bernard, her first child. Bernard's father was 50. By the time she was in her early 20s, there were 3 more children, each unplanned. To support them, Brenda works on and off as a nurse's aide, but she could not make ends meet without welfare. None of the children's fathers give her any financial support.
I don't understand what happens that causes so many fathers not to take responsibility for the kids they created or helped to create.
It's easier on their pockets if they can. Most of the men today don't, assume their responsibilities as they should. Not that they can't, they just don't.
I'd get very mad if I were a mother. I think I would.
Oh, I get angry. But getting angry isn't gonna solve anything. And then sometimes, their fathers, they feel like if they're gonna support them, then they have to have more time with me. And I don't feel that that's really necessary,
You'd rather take the burden of the children alone than to have to...
I wouldn't rather, but I have.
What do your children mean to you?
My friends. They're my world, When I wake up in the morning. See, if you don't have a husband or a man with you, your children are always there. So you have someone to call your own. So your children will smile when nobody else won't.
Do you want your kids to get married?
Sure. Especially my daughter. My boys, they'd probably be, what you call it? Freelancers.
Freelancers? Yeah. Like their fathers?
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
That does seem to be the pattern.
Yeah. I come a long way.
Hold on, y'all. That was important. That was very important. Let me tell you why. Because if you hear how the women speak today of men, listen to what this woman said about her sons. One more time.
They're my world, When I wake up in the morning. See, if you don't have a husband or a man with you, your children are always there. So you have someone to call your own.
You see how that shit is crazy. The man is not there, so the children are the ones that supplement making you feel well, making you feel good. They're my friends. You heard what she said. They're my friends. But it gets worse.
So your children will smile when nobody else will.
Your children will not smile when nobody else will. Because they're going to have that burden on them. They didn't know anything about this right now. That was in real time in 1986. This shit is like, right now, it's like quantum leap. This is like quantum leap. This is hindsight now. Watch how she looks at her sons versus how she looks at her daughters.
Want your kids to get married?
Sure. Especially my daughter. My boys, they'd probably be, what you call it? Freelancers.
Freelancers.
Did y'all hear that shit? I don't think let me play it again for the people in the back. Let me play it one more time for the people in the back.
They'd probably be, what you call it?
Watch.
So you have someone to call your own. So your children will smile when nobody else will.
Do you want your kids to get married?
Sure.
Do you want your kids to get married? Sure. But listen what she also says.
Especially my daughter.
Especially my daughter. Now watch when it comes down to her sons.
My boys, they'd probably be, what you call it? Freelancers.
Freelancers?
Yeah.
Like their fathers?
Yeah.
That's some fucked up shit, ain't it? You see how you can curse your fucking children? Especially my daughter. Would you want your kids to get married? Yeah, especially my daughter. My sons? Nah, they gonna be like their daddy. Yeah. It's cursing.
Maybe, I don't know.
That does seem to be the pattern.
Yeah.
I've come a long ways. Whoa, yes.
Once a single mother like Brenda would not have been so alone in raising children. She was born here in rural North Carolina, surrounded by an extended Baptist family. But her father went north looking for work, and Brenda was raised in Newark. Many summers she came back south to visit her kinfolk. They still live here and every year hold a family reunion. With her present boyfriend, Lamont Banks, Brenda brought her children down for the occasion. She wanted Bernard especially to see a world different from the streets of Newark.
Every time I got no love. Oh, the Lord, come on, ways. Thank you.
Thank you. That was just beautiful. She told us how we made it to the family reunion.
Let us pray. Almighty, all-wise, and eternal God.
The church was part of the extended family. It was sanctuary, community, comfort, brothers and sisters in faith and consolation.
Oh, what a fellowship, what a peace divine.
When you're away from people that you love and care about, these reunions sort of just makes up for the distance, you know. You spend a little time and you go back and you look forward to the next time. It keeps us together, it keeps me going.
I'm lighting this for my great-grandfather and my great.
And I'm hoping that my children will get together and give reunions to keep the flow, keep close with their family.
More than blood, place, and faith held these families together through hard times. There was memory, never more alive than at the old family burial ground. Brenda's 3 aunts brought her and the kids to see where their roots run, far from the main highway, farther still from Newark.
But it was nice. Did you have to work in those days in the field?
Sure, we worked in the field, but they got so much equipment now. People don't have to work hard now.
What was the hardest?
Picking cotton, I think. Picking cotton, that was the hardest.
You all really have strong ties here, don't you, to this piece of earth?
Oh, of course, sure.
Is this cemetery all Wardricks?
As far as I know,
this is the old
Wardrick family.
Now, that would be Bernard's great-great-grandfather.
Right.
What kind of man was he?
Wonderful.
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 Brenda, do you try to tell your kids about the family?
Yes, I do. As much as I possibly can. And whenever I come home, I always ask questions. It's a lot that I don't know. And I'm still learning a lot about them.
But there's a lot you want to know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I want my children to know.
Why?
Because I think they should know who they are and where they come from and what we all stand for. I just get a good feeling when I'm here, you know, and I want to share that with my kids.
Together we stand. Right, we must fall.
Together we stand.
Yes, sir.
You think that's true as a family?
Yes, sir.
It's hard to hold a family together, though, isn't it?
True.
It's true.
Think it's harder today than it was when you were little?
Seems to be. I can remember years ago when if something happened over here, our family in Virginia was right here.
Everybody pitch in.
Right. And now, you never hear of that. But it's up to us to try and keep it together. But this is what we were taught. Love and affection, that's the only way we can make it.
Bernard, this is such a change from Newark. What do you think when you're here in this place?
I enjoy coming to visit, but, you know, I wouldn't like to live here.
Why?
The environment isn't the same. You got about 20 to 30 houses on one block. And down here, you know, you got like a half a mile. Before you
A lot more action up there, right?
Yeah, I enjoy when I come down here. I love to visit. But I wouldn't like to live down here.
What do you think your life would be without if you didn't have these folks here and didn't come to these reunions?
Empty. Maybe almost not belonging somewhere. I just couldn't imagine not having this here, you know.
Of course, you have these reunions and this place and these people to fall back on. What do you think your children will have to fall back on?
This is what I'm trying to share with them, so that they will have this too.
But it's this, not Newark, isn't it?
No. They won't. They're missing a lot. Because this is where I was born and they were born in Newark. I don't think they're not as fortunate.
But Bernard calls this home and doesn't miss the extended family that means so much to his mother. His notion of extended family means something different. The rap group, Friends from the Street, and Brenda's boyfriend, Lamont Banks. Lamont is 31 years old, and much of what has happened over the last generation to the young black man who grew up in a broken family in the inner city is reflected in his experience. Lamont was raised in Newark by a single mother and grew up on the street. Now he has 2 children of his own who live with their mother in another part of town. He works when he can cleaning oil drums, but does not support his children or Brenda's. He has become one of Bernard's acting role models. He told us what it was like to spend his teenage years, as Bernard is doing, in the school of the street.
I grew up hard. I grew up basically being the man of my family at 13. Mommy was there, but mommy was like always saying, well, she needed this, or it was hard, and you know, sometimes we'd go in the house and didn't have no food. You know what I mean? And I couldn't take that sometimes, you know.
What's up, people? What's going on with y'all, man? What's going on? What's going on?
Now this is crazy.
up?
Hold on. This is crazy. You're a boyfriend to a woman who have 4 kids with 3 different men, and you got 2 kids of your own. And you're not taking care of the 2 kids of your own, nor the one you are. Never mind.
So this is right. This is what they have. This is the thing. They're not looking at it as a point of survival, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a scale that we have, folks. You have a scale of pain, and then you have a scale of pleasure. And what happens is you have the majority of people running from pain, trying to get to pleasure. What's the pain? Broke, hungry, incarceration, the vitriol between one another, fights, losing someone, gunfights, stabbings, all these different things. So you run away from that so you can get the pleasure. What is pleasure over there? Sex, drugs. It's all of these things where you have and for the big part, it is sex, right? The man before that, when you hear most of these guys, they don't look at their life as something that is promising.
Right.
About time these guys got to the point of being 16 years old, they gave up on their life. They gave up on their life. The women did too. What did the women do? When they get the kids, I love my child because my child loves me back. Nobody else loves me back.
You know, people are so horrible when they bring in kids, babies, for the wrong reasons. Like it's not about you. You know, like no.
But the thing is, that video, Newark and Brooklyn, I know what Brooklyn was like in the 80s. Just seeing that, it's like flashback. I was a
That's why I said
kid.
it was a quantum leap. It feels like a quantum leap.
I was a kid walking outside the street, and I knew he was crazy though. In the 80s, when you're a parent of an immigrant, You are one not to be outside late at all. So
Mm.
the latest I could stay out in Brooklyn was close to 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Other than that, I'm forced to go in because Fort Greene, Brooklyn, was
Hmm.
known for a gunshot.
Hmm.
Fort Greene of the 80s was just like those videos. And that was downtown Brooklyn. Now, Fort Greene, you need to have money to live there. But when
Yeah,
I
it's
see that
gentrified.
video, I was like, yo, it brought back so many memories. I would observe it. I remember one time my dad drove by a car and we saw the body dangling out, and everybody was looking around to see to recognize the person, to see who they may think must have shot the person. It was just like that.
Hmm.
But
That
it
that
was a taboo to talk about young people getting pregnant. That I remember. It was a taboo. In the black churches, you hear some of the women gossiping, but they're not allowed to bring that topic up because it's more like, shh, don't talk too much about our business. That's another thing will being one to us.
hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, Alicia, how are you? How's everything with you? Do you have anything to add from what you've seen so far?
Wow, that really shows the statement about the kids being friends. It really
Mhm.
shows how dysfunctional a lot of us are, how dysfunctional our relationships are. You have to create another life or lives in order to have a friend.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious if this company, whoever did the interviews, if they interviewed any healthy Black families.
Yeah, they have.
It is? Oh.
They have. They have. Even on this documentary here, this is like at the end of the documentary, close to the end. I didn't I kind of cut it because it was like an hour and like it was a fairly long one. But
Mhm.
yeah, that company back then, they they talked about, it was kind of like they talked about what they wanted to see, Black family. This was CBS, so it
Mhm.
actually came on regular TV.
I remember
It
those.
was this
They
was like
had to talk about
at
documentary
nighttime.
series.
Like we used to in school, they used to tell us that a special was coming on, right? And they wanted us to
Hmm.
see it, and that's how I actually seen it because
And
my
you gotta make a report of it.
did at
Oh.
14, no, I wasn't really like that. But what they used to do is they used to tell us a special is coming on, and sometimes that was like, I think that was probably my homework. We've always had those
Yeah,
type of specials that
Oh
came.
yeah. Yeah.
So I think that
I
was
remember
probably my
that.
homework. That's probably why it sticks to me so much, because I was 14. I'm pretty sure that they made it, they had us to watch it, and we had to, do a essay on it or something like that.
How many page? 2 or 3 page?
That was
To be at least
probably 2 or 3
it was a
pages.
minimum of
Yeah, that was
1,000
probably
words.
about 2 or 3 pages.
I
Yeah.
I remember that in elementary school because some of the things you have to watch would be a particular special. You gotta tell our parent we need to make a report on this one. And sometimes you cannot have too much help from your parent. They will almost know if your parent helped you with it. You will have to be in your own words.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But it really hit home. Even though it was in Newark, New Jersey, it was kind of like the same thing all over. You can go to any city in the United States that had that type of a layout, whether it was, like we call it the hood and all that stuff. Now they had the actual projects, they had actual ghettos and, and stuff like that. Wasn't nobody really saying the hood like they say it now, but back then it wasn't, so the biggest problem was teen pregnancy. It was
Yeah.
huge. It was a huge thing, but it only seemed as if you wasn't a social worker or if it wasn't your profession, didn't really too many people care about it. They talk bad
Mm.
about it, But it wasn't like you had the community coming together and saying, listen, we're going to get this together where we're going to have, some groups and stuff like that. And at this time, and like, especially like neighborhoods like what I lived in, there was block clubs. Everybody that had a lamp, like you could see some of them, everybody had a lamp. They were members of the block club. So it was kind of like that. So the block,
like a neighborhood watch.
it was that also, but it was the block club was about keeping your community beautified, keeping the people close knit. This is where we had block parties and stuff like that, where it kept the commodity together, right? And making sure that the elderly folks that couldn't make it outside their houses and stuff like that we had it where you had, because they used to have trucks that delivered food and stuff like that. They had committees. Like a lot of people don't realize there was a lot of people, a lot of black folks that really, really cared about their community, and they did a lot of things for the community. It's always been that way, but they're outnumbered. That's the only problem. They're outnumbered to this day. You can go, I know in Detroit, I know in Cleveland, Ohio, I know in Columbus, Ohio, I know in Chicago, I know in all these cities that we say that these bad cities, there are people that still try to make sure that these people can have some type of tranquility. They're just outnumbered. The majority of the people don't care.
It was the same in Brooklyn. I saw that both of you. I remember being in some kind of program where they're trying to keep us out of trouble. And they have that all summer long.
That was the whole thing about keeping police officers and the and the civilians in one harmony. PAL League.
Yeah, PAL League. I was part of one.
That's right. They had baseball teams, they had football teams and basketball teams. And the police officers were the ones that were actually the ones that started doing that. They were the coaches. They were the baseball managers. They were the ones that they were the ones going out and getting the money up so we can get uniforms, for the kids, bats, where we can get all these different things. It was you had these folks that was out there, but they were outnumbered, and to this day they're outnumbered. That's the only problem we have. We got my man Trey Ferg in the building, man. What's going on with you, brother?
How's everybody doing, man? Hey, JP,
good.
I just want to comment, man, on what you said about, people in the community. I played baseball when I was like 10 years old. We had a female head coach, and she was bad. We were first place. I had a female head coach in baseball. From that point on, when I looked at life, I was like, yeah, I can do something. Yeah. I can do something. Despite, because in the height of my teenage years, crack came into the neighborhood, whether you lived in Detroit, California, New York, Florida, everywhere that there was 100,000 black folk, they dropped it off.
What's wrong with BMU? What's wrong with BMU? I'm talking about Brooklyn, not my country. You country bunking folks.
So, we just had to overcome that, and just it was just a lot of people trying to fight and struggle and respect, for the communities. Because I remember a lot of young black men, fathers, uncles, brothers, cousins, were either getting caught up in the drug game or getting deleted because of the drug game.
Yeah.
So it left a lot of women vulnerable to society. Couldn't nobody come and save them because the men are gone. And they still was having children. And here we are. Those children are now adults.
And
everybody's fighting.
And a lot of those children have their grandparents.
That is true.
Do you all think it's possible to change someone's apathy or their immaturity?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
It looks like the men and the women of our age and 40s, I'll say 35 and over, we have to have one message to the youth. We have to work together. If our messages are not the same, we're going to be talking one message. Women are talking another message, and everybody else in between ain't getting no message.
Yeah.
So
I remember
that's just my experience. Yeah.
I remember part of the PLA lead, the police academic lead in Red Hook. And I remember my dad dropping there every weekend. And what JT was talking about, you was shooting like maybe 4 or 5 of them, almost 80 kids. That's a lot of kids to handle.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Between 4 or 5 guys, and they're trying their best. And JT was right; they were outnumbered. This Red Hook, that used to be one of the worst neighborhoods in Brooklyn back in the 80s. So when I see JT play these videos, it kind of like it triggered trauma, but it allowed me to remember what I was dealing with, what I was going through out here in Brooklyn, New York. Those time was not simple. So I get it. To do something right for somebody, for a community, it's not simple, it's not easy when you are outnumbered. It's not.
The pressure in the neighborhood is astronomical. You know, when I hear people talk about, they say, I lived in the hood. No, you didn't, because you wouldn't have said it. You wouldn't have said it. You wouldn't have looked at it as glorifying I lived in the hood. You would say we were destitute. You would go in detail and tell people. I remember when it was times when me and my brother had to share shoes. I remember when we had to sit in that and stand in that line with my mama, and we get cheese bread and canned goods and all these different things. See, I know people that actually living in Detroit, even though I didn't have to suffer that, have family members that did. I had friends. Like, my neighborhood wasn't separate from the ghettos. It wasn't. 7 blocks down, that's where destitute is. 5 blocks down, that's what destitute is.
Well,
it looks different. I used to take, like, I take somebody from out of town, right? And I bring them to Detroit, and I give them a tour of Detroit. Let me show you how Detroit look over here, right? They see it. Look at it. Nice. Lawn is nice. People are doing their thing, barbecuing. Hey, what's going on? Everybody saying hey to each other. Let me take you over here to this over here and watch this shit. Motherfuckers walking around with their shirts off, looking at you like you don't belong there. You seeing people arguing, fighting, drunks right outside, hanging outside the liquor store. Somebody just slapped the heck out of somebody else. It looks crazy.
You're not gonna lie.
Garbage everywhere.
Garbage. It's just somebody throwing garbage right out the window.
After
You will
this
see
one,
a BMW though. You will see a Benz.
Fort Green Park, 80s. All the kids who walk with our park would tell me how many times we can count how many syringe we saw in the grass. This is downtown Brooklyn in the 80s. Fort Green Park wasn't clean. It was a hangout spot for people to, at the middle of the night, to get their drug or prostitutes or whatever you can think of. But after the daytime, after when you get out of school, we're trying to see who can count the most syringes you can find in the grass. That was Fort Green Park, for real.
So y'all saying they were? I'm sorry.
They were doing drugs in
No,
the park.
the question I was going to ask is, just based off the location what JT was talking about and the community that you're talking about, would you consider those the project communities?
So we had no. Projects were totally different. There was a difference in projects. Wasn't too much different, but there was a little more structure. It was a little more structure.
Projects?
Yes.
All projects are different.
Projects entail apartment buildings. Like, it literally was a project. It was a real project. So
right.
In order to be in the projects, you had social workers that were coming in. You had people that were actually monitoring what was going on in the projects. In the ghetto, none of that happening. You don't even get police officers coming there. That's how bad it was.
So y'all ghettos was worse than y'all projects?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well,
absolutely. This is why
When we were talking about hoods and ghettos and stuff like that, you have to um, start off by defining what you believe is the hood and ghetto. Because me and my people, there's the hood and there's the ghetto, was just lower than the hood. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people. Yeah, you're right. People have like a lot. That's what I was saying. You had a lot of people that said they lived in the hood. I'm like, nah, no. Like everybody on your block owns their house. Grass is cut. You do something over there, police officers are coming. Let's go over here in the number streets, right? Like in Detroit. If they say that you at the number streets, you know where you at.
33rd
right?
Street.
Yeah. When they tell you over there on Woodrow Wilson, you know where you at.
So those are considered ghettos in Detroit?
Yes.
Ghetto area?
Yes.
And let me ask you this question. Were those places closer to downtown?
So this is the thing. Downtown is considered the east side, but downtown is in the heart of Detroit. So it's like in the middle. On the other side of downtown is the east side of Detroit, right? So it's right in the middle of both, east and west. Now, on the west side, no, you are absolutely right. On both sides. Yep. On both sides. If you coming from the east side, the ghettos were closer to downtown.
Yeah.
However, because Detroit is fairly big, it's not big as Chicago, but it's big. And they got pockets, like on the west side of Detroit. There's pockets. Little bitty, you have like an affluent neighborhood. Big old houses, $300,000. That's where your lawyers, your doctors, and all them. A block over from the last street in that community, that's another community. For instance, one is called Rosedale Park, right? That's where all your affluent, it used to be like that. Shit just, when foreclosure came, it's just all fucked up. But that's where all your big houses is. That's where all your people that got some pretty good money, whatever, live. A block over from the last street in that community will be a community called Brightmoor. You in the hood. So imagine your neighbor behind you. You hear a bunch of shooting and shit like that. You pay all this damn money for that damn house, and you see you got strays coming at you. So it's kind of like that type of thing.
Same in Brooklyn.
But it's only in Detroit. Now I understand the Metro Detroit area. That's why you hear people say they live in Detroit, but they don't live actually in the city of Detroit.
Yeah, the suburbs.
No, they thought they were the suburbs.
Hmm?
Nah. Got a place called Southfield.
Yeah.
Southfield is Detroit.
I've been to Southfield a few times.
Southfield ain't nothing but Detroit. It ain't shit but Detroit. They got another place. You got Redford. But then you got a little city that's a little bit further than Detroit called Inkster. Got another city called Romulus. Got another city on the north side, Pontiac. They're all over the place. They're in spurts. So it's a little bit different. Then you got Flint, right? That's northeast. And Flint is something different.
Silly.
Yeah. But JT, what you speaking of is just not unique to Detroit. It was pretty much all over the country. Everything that y'all talked about goes back into the 70s and 80s. And that's what makes it scary, because almost every major city, or even you can go down to the South, pick those little mid-region cities, and those drugs, man, it took over a lot of what we had built. A lot of it was destroyed. It was just snatched right out from up under us. And this is a culmination of that.
So that's why I did the documentary. This is my second time doing it. So that's why I did the documentary, the one for, because that's Newark, New York. I mean, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Right?
I seen that one.
And that's why I said that what they showed in that was all around the United States.
Yeah.
That was just a microcosm. But that's how it looked everywhere else. Oh, Alicia, go ahead.
I'm not familiar with the stats, but do you think this this started from the I guess the overall disappointment of the loss of a lot of our leaders in the 60s and the 70s.
Oh,
and not the disappointment, but the plan. Think about it.
Right. Well, so what you see there, 86, that was the after effect of all the things that happened. Newark, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago.
They essentially kick us when we're down.
Right. So we had riots in these cities, right? Let me tell you something. They just now starting to clean up that shit in Detroit.
What?
7 years ago, you could have went on Gratiot and seen them same fucking buildings that were just abandoned. You can still it looked the same damn way. You can go over to Philadelphia. They still had the same thing over there. Chicago, it was still the same thing. This is what gentrification was. They were looking, they were like, oh shit, ain't nobody gonna touch that. 10 years passed, nobody gonna touch it. 20 years passed, nobody touch it. Oh, okay, we'll get it. Now you go on Gratiot. Now you go over there on Michigan Avenue, on the west side of Chicago or east side of Chicago, whatever. Guess what? And people got the nerves to want to complain about it being gentrified. What?
Yeah,
absolutely what you just said, Alicia. It's the aftermath of all this shit that happened in the 60s. It never recovered.
JT, I would go to the crack era because black people were owning houses in the 70s and 80s. A lot of people worked together. When crack came, it disconnected everything. Heroin was already in the street, but when crack came, it changed the game.
Yeah, heroin didn't have nothing. It couldn't touch crack.
That's what I'm saying.
Heroin couldn't touch you. You're right. But this is the thing, though, Trey. This is the thing. Remember, there was still things that was going in. Even you had like I'm just naming a few cities, but man, LA, it was terrible.
Exactly.
So when we got into 1980, Ronald Reagan era.
Yeah, Reaganomics.
I remember that. Let me tell you how crazy this was. I was 8. Wasn't that was 1980, right? It was Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter did one term. Ronald Reagan came in and played America like a fiddle. Played him like a fiddle. His wife had this saying, and they were using black folks and little Mexican kids
say no
to push this damn slogan, just say no. While her husband was funding cartels.
Yeah.
Internationally.
Yeah.
That's how this shit happened. CIA was all in the mix.
JT, don't forget your president, what he said about black people. Let their ass burn. Your president that everybody like to vote for. He gonna get everybody's vote.
Man, I was 8 in the 80s. My brother was born in 1980. What you talking about? And listen, this is the thing. Me, Trey Ferg, are authentic latchkey kids. We literally was those kids where your parents both worked and your ass had the key. That's where latchkey came from. The key on your on the shoe.
I remember those.
And on your neck. That's
I gotta hide under your shirt.
Yes. And you better not let nobody in the house.
Bingo. I remember that.
6. I used to come home to an empty house at 6. My neighbors, I had 2 white neighbors on both sides of the house that looked out for me. I was the only child at that time. So I'm walking home from school, come home, fix me a sandwich, some cookies and juice or whatever else. Do my homework while I'm watching TV. until 6 o'clock.
Don't forget the government cheese and the government juice that
Yeah,
is so
that
watered down.
block. That block
Yeah.
that was hard as a rock.
Oh,
No, it wasn't hard. You just didn't know how to slice it and melt it.
I
whatever.
couldn't stand that stuff.
I learned how
My
to cook a full
cousins,
course
boy, they would
meal.
make the grilled cheese.
I learned how to cook. My first meal that I had to learn how to cook was probably chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans.
JT, come on.
My mama tell you. Hamburger and French fries. And I ain't talking about they ain't no
Hamburger helper.
You had to make the hamburger patty.
The off-brand hamburger helper.
Right. I learned all these things by being at home by myself. But the chicken, I'm telling you, that chicken and mashed potatoes was the shit. I killed some mashed potatoes, but mama mashed potatoes right now. But I'm saying,
I don't know how you did
rest up those oodles and noodles.
JT made some chicken and mashed potatoes.
I'm sitting there, look, with the bag in the flour.
Yeah.
Yep.
So but this is the thing also. I also had an uncle that was only 8 years older than me. I had cousins that were about 5, 6 years older than me. You know, someone was like 4 years older than me. So we learned from each other. It was kind of like we were like even on the block.
Young adults.
Yeah. We were on the block. We played, but we knew how to. I just wasn't a mischief kid. I was just one of those kids that I had to ask to go across the street. I had to ask to go in one of my friends' house. I had to ask, you know what I'm saying? And I was just, I had integrity because of that shit. What he said.
Y'all young dudes didn't have strong wrists back in the day. Y'all didn't have that shoulder.
Hard.
So my mama was a gadget woman. So she had my mom had a shredder, she had a cheese cutter.
My cousin used to eat that. Just eat it plain, just straight out of the fridge. What?
Yes, a cheese slicer.
Yeah, man, that was something else.
My mom had to shop in a nice store shop, and it kind of like you had to clamp the cheese. And just, I'm like, God damn.
Well, that was
made you strong. It made you strong.
Yeah.
Strong my ass.
Strong and
constipated.
Strong my ass.
The foods were made a little
constipated.
The foods were made a little different back then.
Yeah.
Even though I knew I was constipated from a baby. I remember being like 2 or 3, and I knew that I couldn't handle. But I knew I couldn't handle milk and cheese. Too much milk. No, it's over. I ain't going nowhere. Don't take me out.
Part of it they put you on.
But
traumatizing.
The foods were a little different. You know what I'm saying? I used to see my mother take whole catfish about 1.5 feet long and just gut it right there on the porch on some newspapers. Gut it. I used to be like, bro. And I don't know, man. It was a different time, man. I would assume that most of y'all parents cooked every Sunday, regardless.
My mom did.
Did she complain that she was cooking? No.
You know what was dope about my parents? They wanted to be parents and they wanted to be married. Like they were 18 when they got married. So, and both of them came from big families. So at first it started out as I need to get the fuck away from my family. That's you trying to get away from your family too? All right, we gonna get married. Like that's how they ended up having I think they were 17 years old, and my father went and they had an apartment, right? This before they got married. So on the weekends, my mom, she used to get away. So they would go and live in their apartment on the weekends. And the family didn't even know they had an apartment until my father, he asked my grandfather for her hand in marriage. My father was like, well, my grandfather was like, how are you going to take care of her and all that? That's when my father broke the news to him. It was like, well, we already got our apartment. Wow. I got 2 jobs. I work for Amy Joy Donuts and I work for Ford. In Detroit, they say Fords. I work for Fords, Chryslers. But that's
before to pull the factory out.
Yeah, and he ended up being a cab driver and stuff like that. So they wanted to be married. They wanted to have. They only had me for 8 years, right? They were trying to get kids, and my mom, she had like 2 or 3 miscarriages and
Oh.
you know, stuff like that. So by the time I was born, I was like a miracle child.
Yeah.
I was a miracle child. Yeah.
I'm 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I made the news and everything. That was crazy. I made the news, bro.
I see why you your mama's baby. I see why your mama spoiled your damn ass.
Yeah, man. That was it. I almost didn't make it. Damn umbilical cord was choking me, and you know I was breached, and all kind of shit was happening with me.
Oh,
8 years later, though, 8 years later, shit, my brother he was just born. That was the first baby I changed the diaper for. 8 years old. I learned how to change the diaper. I wanted to be a big brother too.
I know you were excited.
I was until he turned 1.
You started digging yourself.
And I was man, he was getting on my nerves. And then, you know, I was doing this time because he won and he's walking. And he's so you know how you had those kids that's just because they're around a lot of kids that they can do the same thing the other kids.
Yeah, he's following everything you do.
Yeah, so he was like, it was just me. So everything he did, he was quick to learn it, quick to learn how to walk. He was quick to learn, you know, a whole bunch of stuff, talk and all that.
Your leg.
So soon as he got old enough to walk, I'm going outside to play. Guess what my mom and them used to say? Take your brother with you.
They would say,
man, I used to be
I got the same brother.
I think the craziest part was it was just a lot of kids on the block anyway, so it didn't really matter. It was just
you couldn't go nowhere. Like,
man, couldn't go to. I'm going to the store. Can I go to the store? Yeah, I'll be trying to run out that damn house before they say take your brother with you. They be like, hey, come here, take your brother with you.
Can I do that? You could call back.
Man, I almost beat my brother. I beat him up all the way to the house because he was walking with us, and he was just like, I can't walk no more. My legs hurt. I'm like, come on, hurry up. And I could just imagine somebody in their window looking at me, dragging him down the street. He out here screaming, I can't walk. Pick me up.
JT.
Come on.
JT. Now, based on what you're saying, you cannot tell me it was not hot in Detroit.
Oh man, it's hot right now. It's 90 degrees.
As hot as it is today, it was hot back then. Maybe sometimes hotter.
Right. No, it's 90 degrees right now.
Walking in the sun.
It's 90 degrees right now. It used to be 103, 101. The summertime was crazy. The winter times were very cold. The summer times were very hot. It was, man. Yeah, them summers used to be crazy, man. Yeah, 90 degrees ain't really nothing compared to what it used to be. No doubt about it. It used to be hot. July? Forget about it. But back to the video I was talking about, you guys. I want to show this last part right here because this is an intricate part about this one man, this guy here. I want you guys to hear his backstory. This is the man that took the lady and her kids down south to see the family, to see her family and stuff. This is that guy. This is her boyfriend.
Okay.
So this is his backstory. And it's a little deep. Let's watch this.
So I would take to the streets.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whatever was necessary so I could bring my mother some type of relief or help.
Steal?
If it took that.
How did you as a kid get caught up in that street life?
Hanging with a crowd.
What happened? Give me some examples.
I was going with this girl and at 12 years old. And these other guys liked her and they jumped me. And I got me a bat. And I put me some nails in this bat. And I taped this bat up with these nails in it. And I went looking for these guys. And each one I caught, I hit them with this bat. And I hurt them with this bat. You know?
What happened?
Their parents came to my mother with the police and they locked me up. Several years later, I shot a guy out of anger. Anger. What he had done to me had maybe hurt my feelings, but not so much to the point where I should have did what I done.
What did he do?
You know, he spit on me.
And you shot him?
And I shot him. Not that I probably couldn't beat him, but I was just that angry to the point where I wanted to kill somebody.
And you had the gun on you?
A rifle, not a gun, a rifle.
Was it normal to carry a gun when you were growing up?
Yeah, to protect yourself.
What does a kid need to know to be smart on the street, to be a big man?
To be hateful, be mean. Don't care about the next person. If you get in my way, I don't go around you, I go over you.
A doctor told me yesterday that 1 out of every 15 kids on the streets of Newark could be dead by the end of this year. There's so much violence.
It's a lot. You know?
How are you going to keep Bernard from being one of those?
Well, basically with Bernard, you give him a strict rule, and hopefully he follows it. You know, he ain't no special child or nothing like that. But if you tell Bernard something, Bernard will listen, and Bernard will do it.
Is there a tug of war between the street and what you imagine yourself becoming one day?
Yes, because I really be hoping to get up out of this. And it's be times I'll be wondering, well, how I'm going to do it. And if I'll be able to do it. But I really think I'll be able to because I'm strong.
The street's strong too, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It really is, because it's a lot of things that's out there that be, pull you back. But you stand to the right things and do the right thing, you can make it.
I actually get the sense, talking to Bernard, that he's still a little boy struggling to be a man, and he's more boy than man.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think he has a chance to get out of here to a good environment, fresh start?
I hope so. I hope so. And that's all I can say is to hope.
Does your heart sometimes beat twice when you see him walk down those steps and out into that?
Every day. Every day. I wonder if he'll reach his destination safely and then return back home. My relief is when I hear his key turn in the door in the afternoon, and I know at least he's back home.
That said a lot. That said a whole lot. That is exactly.
Yeah, that was the end of that, y'all. That was the end of that part right there. What do you guys think about that?
It reminded me of the 80s in New York City, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Manhattan. That's exactly how it feels over there.
I'm curious if she was taking any steps or any actions to help her son, her children. She said she hoped, but
yeah, that was crazy.
So far, what is she doing?
Yeah, so going back to what she was saying, this was her when she was talking about her son, right? All right, this part right here. Hold on. Let's see.
I hope so.
Yes, it is. It really is, because it's a lot of things that's out there that be, pull you back. But you stand to the right things and do the right thing, you can make it.
I actually get the sense, talking to Bernard, that he's still a little boy struggling to be a man, and he's more boy than man.
Yes. Yes.
Do you think he has a chance to get out of here to a good environment, fresh start?
I hope so. I hope so.
This is about her. That's heartbreaking to a son. And his mama look at him like that.
The 80s was
hope
never
so. And I let me say this. I think she was one of the better ones. I don't think that she had a lot of vitriol. She just made a lot of bad decisions, and she had a lot of shit on her plate.
Mm-hmm.
She had a lot of shit on her plate, but the way she looked at her son was pretty much the way that she looked at the father.
Mm-hmm.
There was another mother that said, well, no, this was the same one. That said when he asked her, "Do you want your kids to get married?"
Right.
And she said, "Yeah, especially my daughter, but my sons, they gonna end up being pretty much like their dad." So I got you, Trey. But this is what I want to say. I know a lot of women that were disappointed in their kids, and they've showed their kids how disappointed they were in them. And they didn't have any hope for and mostly it was their sons. Basically, it was the sons. They had more hope for the daughters than they had for their sons. This was during a time also where you had mamas telling their sons, "You act like your daddy." You're telling your son there's a side of him that you don't like. "Oh, you get on my nerves. Just like your daddy get on my nerves." And they take it in. And they get older, and they either gonna be what we call simps or suckers for women, or abusers, being triggered by the things that they, because they ended up dating women like their mom. Goes to another generation. They're like, "I'm not dating." That's why you would hear a lot of these guys say, "I'm not dating no black women." We just look at it as, "Oh, it's self-hate and blah, blah, blah." And we holler at them, but not understanding that they had the message that their mom was disappointed in them because she was disappointed in herself too, because of her choices in life. And they were one of her disappointments, one of her choices that she made. And every time she sees them, they remind her of how bad her life is. Go ahead, Trey.
Brother JT, in a sense, you were right as far as, when she looking at herself and being disappointed in herself. But I think she's looking at her whole life within her perspective. She realized, and that's why I think a lot of women of that time made the mistake when they chose that welfare over building with the man or the children or the father of those children, because it was guys trying to still be with women who already had children. But a lot of women chose welfare and the public housing over building with the man. And a lot of women put themselves in the condition that she's in, because as women get older, they start to self-reflect. And I guarantee she understood the bad decision that she made. Like, I put my children in this shit.
Mm-hmm.
She put her children in it, and now she's seeing the repercussions of it from her son. And again, my mother and my daddy were married, and I woke up with my parents every day, and my mom used to tell me, "God damn it, you act just like your old funky ass daddy." Mm-hmm. I used to be like, "But mama, get your ass on." But I knew she didn't really mean it to hurt me. She just looked at some of the shit I used to do and be like, "Elko, that remind me of your daddy." But I can see if a guy hears that and the father ain't around, I can see how detrimental that can be to his psyche.
I was just about to say that, yes.
His psyche, especially when you 12, 13, right when that scrotum sac drop, a boy needs that male mixture. Mamas should teach him how to cook and read a recipe and separate your clothes and wash your ass real good. But father can show you how to manage your emotions in a sense. I think a lot of young brothers missed out on that. But from my experience growing up in that time, a lot of brothers still had it because mom stood on fucking business.
Mm-hmm.
Mom didn't let you fucking go to school and act up. They would come and whoop your ass in front of everybody. and didn't give a damn about your feelings. Feelings? You great feel this goddamn strap. Now, what they say, now see, here's the thing. White people wasn't whipping their kids, so now they put it on black women. Don't whip y'all sons. Don't whip y'all son, black women. Guess what? Because the police gonna beat their ass when they get older. Don't you do it. Don't you teach them how not to be worrisome and troublesome and listen to you. Wait till they get 16, 17, 18 where they ain't got to be close to you, and then we can fuck their ass up and send them back to you and say, see, your son fucked up, or we can just take them away. So I can understand that because mothers stood on business. Mothers understood their condition and they looked at it like, I got to get my fucking kids out of here. Take your ass to college. Don't be like me. Don't drop out of school. Your ass go to school, do something, go to Army. You're going to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't look at their children as a paycheck.
Yeah.
They flipped it down. Women look at their children as a paycheck. That's why they have children 8-10 years apart, because 18 times 18 times 18, damn it, do the math for me. That's what, 60, 58, something, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that'll take me to my retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what the leverage is now, because mothers don't have the expectation for the children, whether it's the father, a boy or a girl. And the fathers.
Yes, especially like now. Yeah, you're right.
Even welfare, people misunderstand welfare. Okay, the social worker come on the 1st and the 15th. On the 1st, they come on the east side. On the 15th, they come on the west side. So if a family got in there, well, in order for you to be here and your kids, you can't have a man. So the man had to leave on the 1st so he can go on the other side and have somewhere to stay. He wasn't going to be in the street because black men were still working, trying to work. So yeah, daddy had 2 houses because mama said, okay, I need this welfare. And then they got stuck in the welfare because it ain't enough of us men to go around. It ain't enough of us. So if you're a single woman and you choose welfare, now you can't even really work a full-time job.
And they end up
to get welfare, you gotta work like under 35 hours a week.
Yeah.
How you gonna get your kid to elementary school and work? You can't do that. It doesn't work out. So you're always gonna be in the poverty level. And I think women understood that of that time. And then crack came in, strung a lot of these mothers out because they already stressed out. The sons were selling and taking each other out.
Mm-hmm.
The father was using drugs, everybody using drugs. Now everybody that survived that, they're adults. They struggle financially, discipline, all that. So
and they end up being with this guy.
They end up being him. That's Pookie and Ray Ray.
That's the Pookie Ray Ray.
You know, he got the Ricky with the good hair.
That's why I tell people, yes. That's why I tell people, Ricky, Pookie and Ray Ray are on dialysis now. It's Daquan and what's the other boy name? Deontay. That's who it is now.
But go towards the end of this story.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could have sworn I saw a baby and a newborn. Wait, no. The end of T's story.
Okay. This
yeah,
one?
that one.
Yeah, that was the other. That's the newborn that she had.
No, but I'm saying when they got to the house and she was
it was another little small kid.
Yeah,
she
right.
It was one. There was a baby first, and then they showed a newborn. So she has 2 babies.
Yes.
Damn.
12, 13 months apart.
Okay, that's what I was trying to check on. I'm like, who? Okay.
Yeah. So what's crazy is, so this is why men have it so bad now. I'm gonna show y'all some shit. This is one of the reasons why the young men have it so bad, and this is why the Z's are in the state that they're in too. We have millennials, the X. We were pretty much like these folks. A lot of these folks were blended. Some of them were X, some of them were boomers. They were on the low end, like he was a boomer. Him and this guy here, she's a boomer and he's a boomer. Those are boomers. But they were young boomers. This This part right here, when it first, that's why I put it right here. When you had this right here, this is the craziest thing ever to hear because it sounds, that's why I keep putting emphasis. I had made a short on this, but listen to what she said.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. 1.
Only one. All of those women in that room have babies. Only one.
The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married?
And they found that funny. They found it funny for her to say she want to marry the man that got her pregnant.
This chick's arms are already down, then she dropped them lower.
Yeah. They was almost damn near on the floor. She was like, she was hiding her hands. Now listen to what she had to say.
I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
You understand that? 1986, folks.
Still not thinking about
1986.
1986.
And we're in 2024. What the difference?
I tried to.
We played the clip on Mandrell's show last year, remember, JT?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I try to give my daughter a environment that was better than the environment I was raised in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to provide a better life for your kids, not the same or worse. And you know what the thing is, this chick talking about, oh, you don't need the dad and stuff like that. She's only saying that because she's been hurt by her father not being there.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just going to do the same thing, purposely do the same thing to her child.
Antoine, this was in Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, absolutely. So now understand, it's not to demonize anyone. It's just to give the psyche.
Reality.
Yeah, it's the reality of it. Because now understand, she probably is if she's still living, she probably is a great grandma. She's about 16, I think, in here. So she was 2 years older than me.
You think she ever moved up, JT, out of poverty?
I have no idea. I wish I can find out. But because they were in a system that was unforgiving, right? The system is not forgiving at all. Let me show you something. It gets worse. Take this back 3 years from 1986, 1983. Now watch this shit.
Failure to provide for children and the interstate flight to avoid supporting children is one of the greatest social problems of our times.
Mostly fathers who were behind in their court-ordered child support for welfare in private cases and for children born in and out of wedlock. The states responded by making it easy.
Good morning. I'd like to pay my child support. My visa, please.
In Westchester County, New York, you can charge child support to a credit card. And by making it hard, more and more delinquent fathers end up in jail.
Of course, I know he didn't pay.
The stepped-up system seemed to generate as much hostility as money,
prison?
and both men and women are organizing to fight the system.
If the man not in court, then they can't do anything.
The women to insist on still stronger enforcement, the men to claim discrimination by the courts.
The judge characterizes himself as a male chauvinist, and he says he puts women up on pedestals.
Success in collection varies, and most experts say that finally
That was the cutting edge of technology right there. Do y'all understand that that's a freaking computer?
Yeah, that was the computer, all right.
That's a
Y'all know about that.
that's
Y'all know about that. Talking about
JT,
shit. Y'all
want to give me the
Have
brand
you
name?
used one of those credit card machines?
Hold on, there was no Pentium.
Cool.
There was no
Tandy 100.
processor.
Remember the Tandy 100 computer?
That's what I learned on. That was my first computer, was a Tandy 100.
I saw one mint
Well, I had a
condition.
Tandy 1000. I'm sorry, Tandy
1000. It
1000.
was 1000. Yeah, I saw a mint condition one in a high school, Fort Greene High Mall. What Fort? No, I forgot what high school was it, but they had it in mint condition, never being used.
Look at that shit. What, no mouse?
Wow.
What the fuck was a mouse? You had
like, baby, you like that stuff,
yeah.
don't
MS DOS. You
Oh wow!
you had to type in your commands.
Yep.
Wasn't no
Yep.
Pentium. Wasn't no. You know what a word processor was, James Dunn?
I think we're
It was
just.
me. I
I
was
think
the
we're
word
still
processor.
using the. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think we were still using the floppy disk.
Floppy disk. Yes. A floppy disk. This is the cutting edge of technology, folks. 1983.
To a store window with floppy disk, there'll be about 30 or 40 of those floppy disks.
Floppy disk went into the 2000s.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You didn't, back then,
That was a trip.
JT, didn't they used to print it out on the paper though?
They had that paper that you
They
heard.
had the hole.
You
They had the
could
hole
hear it.
like a dot printer.
There wasn't no disc.
Hold on, you can hear the printer. Watch this.
It's the judge who makes the difference.
That's the printer. Hold on, let's go back. Watch. You gonna hear the printer.
Puts women up on pedestals.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's
printer.
the sound.
That's it.
That is the printer.
You
That's
see, this,
yes.
with this, when this was implemented, it changed the game also.
That's why I wanted to show this.
Yeah.
Right.
I wanted to show how, like, where you see the vitriol between women and men, how it is right now. Now imagine the ones that you hear that's going back and forth with each other, they wasn't nowhere near born during this time. They have no idea that this was what makes them be who they are right now. But listen to this shit.
Wait, one question.
Go ahead.
Have y'all seen Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
Like the sixth one when they don't the first white man on this video, did he look like Darth Vader when he was dying?
Absolutely. When he took the mask off, and he was telling Luke, I'm your father, Luke.
Right.
I'm your father. I always loved you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. This is when they don't make these white men no more. When you hear them talk about the white man they was talking about.
That went out of style. They got replaced. They don't got a back
man. They don't watch this shit. Y'all watch how demeaning it is to a man to go this is why people don't understand why men don't go to court. Hospitals and courts, men do not fuck with. This is the reason why they don't go to court.
Finally, it's the judge who makes the difference. In Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court in Tennessee, Kenneth Turner.
We already know what's about to happen in Tennessee. 1983? Memphis, Tennessee? That's where my family from. That's where the foundation of my family comes from on my father's side. Watch this shit.
Makes a difference. He's nationally known as a judge who takes child support.
And keep in mind also, folks, they were doing family court and juvenile court. They were holding. That's where this is. This is a juvenile court.
Juvenile court.
Oh.
This is what people don't understand. There's a difference. You see that right there?
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yeah.
Just the child support. In juvenile court, they had to find a place to put this shit. And they chose juvenile court. Now watch this.
Yeah.
He's nationally known as a judge who takes child support very seriously.
I've never been opposed for re-election. I was just re-elected to an 8-year term. I don't know what the future will bring, but I intend to serve out that 8 years, doing just what I've said I would do when I was first elected over 20 years ago, and that is enforce parents' responsibilities.
Does he have any unusual features or anything about him that we could use to identify him?
Are you a friend of his, or?
What's going to happen is if you don't show up in court down there, they're going to issue a warrant for you.
In Memphis, the Child Support Agency is in the juvenile courthouse, and from parent location to court appearance, Turner can stay in touch. In court, 6 referees preside for him, as he puts it, in his image. Chief Referee Curtis Person.
I think if any one of us got out of tune with that policy that's been established, which is a tough policy for strict enforcement of child support, then I think we would have to go someplace else.
Mr. Page, you've been in the courtroom now for almost an hour. You've heard what I've said to the other defendants. It all applies to you. You have an equal obligation where this child's concerned. You're going to have to keep your payments up to date. Stop coming down here. You're building a bad record. You've already had 4 complaints. Nothing is more important than taking care of your minor child.
Yes, sir. I mean, I paid it the best I could. As far as the amount that's due, I didn't think it was that much. And by my records, I thought it was $125. And I've gotten 2 different amounts. And according to,
Mr. Page, just pay it monthly like you're supposed to, and you won't have to worry about all that. You're in contempt of court. Be confined indefinitely to the Shelby County Jail until you pay the total arrearage of $285.
Look at that shit.
So how does he pay if he's in jail?
Absolutely.
You know, that's what I used to wonder, because it's like,
Am I missing something?
This is not like back in the day where the inmates made license plates and things to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not even putting them in programs to make money from jail. So it's
Did you see that white man?
He was not happy.
Not the one that was getting his ass handed to him. The one that was handing his ass to him.
Yeah.
they don't make them white men no more.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Open the door. Open the door.
Hey, David, go on mute.
Babe?
All right, let's keep going.
Another payment will be due between now and the end of the month.
Investigators call the...
So he's going, this is what happens. This is what they're doing. He's going to go to jail. They're going to give him his phone call. He's going to call somebody. He's going to borrow some money from him. Now he's back in debt. And he's going to go right back to court again because he doesn't have the money.
Yeah.
So that's basically how they go. But they put him in jail. 1983. Oh, go ahead, Trey.
No, I'm just listening. This is the cycle, brother.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Exactly.
This is the trick bag. And for brothers, it's worse.
Oh,
you ain't gonna pay no $120 on nothing. If you got more than one, the first kid's gonna get the priority. Some states can take over 51% of your taxable income.
Oh wow.
So, and listen, here's the thing about getting caught up in this. If they lock you up, it's 2 parts. I'm gonna say 2 parts to it. If they lock you up on Friday, guess what? You got to go to work all weekend. You don't have to go to work.
So you lost your job. Yeah.
And once the judge see
released
you,
on Monday,
based off how he feeling on that Monday or Tuesday when they get you in there, they're gonna read you everything. Listen, you owe arrearages, pay you a little extra money, but you owe this for this child, this for this child, this for this child. They're gonna let you out. Where you at? You might get fired more than likely.
Yeah.
So now you back to ground zero, and they'll play with that shit for 20 years. And as long as a woman is on welfare,
you still
owe that to the state, and they gonna come and get you off your damn job if you ain't paying that. So that's why I say no children out of wedlock today, because it's worse.
1983, y'all. 1983.
The cases that never close.
And you do it all by yourself without any help from the father.
Now watch this shit right here. Look how that man look.
Look at his body language.
Look at his body language.
Can't stand like that in court, lady.
He got that. He has that persona of I just don't give a fuck.
No, he's like, why am I here?
Yeah, basically that's. But he still got that.
Right, but look with her. She nodding her head. Yes, put his ass in jail. Whatever it is. Watch. Look at this shit. Look at how this man is being talked to. Look at how he looked at him. Look at that shit.
I bet he was calling them all kinds of ninjas in his head. Like,
oh yeah,
they don't make that type of white man. This is the white man that they talk about on these panels. They don't make them no more.
Jim Crow.
Yeah, they don't make. Do you see how he looked at him? Now watch what he said.
But if she can work, Mr. Greer, you can work and help the child too.
If I can find a job.
Do you like to go to jail, Mr. Greer? Would you rather go to jail than pay support?
No, sir.
When you go out and do part-time work and you get money to barely make it on your own, then you've got to share some of that with your child, and you don't ever seem to want to do that. I know you've heard all.
You don't ever seem to want to do that. So the narrative is you don't want to pay for your kids. Look how he looking at him like this.
This motherfucker.
Man, this is in Memphis, Tennessee, y'all. Can you imagine the hate this man have in his eyes for that white man?
Yep.
But he can't do shit. This is
not a damn thing.
This is the anger that goes from one generation to the next.
If I'm correct, during the 80s, there was very many jobs.
You have really been down here a lot. Far too many times.
Chief Referee Curtis Person.
The only time they seem to close is when the children finally reach the age of majority. Because these parents, that have been back to the court for 8, 10, 12, and 20, and even sometimes 30 times, these people are just going to do everything they can to avoid their responsibility where their children are concerned.
Oh, shit.
This is a $50 weekly support order for 2 minor.
You see that narrative?
Mm-hmm.
You see the narrative that he says. And this is men being talked to like boys. White men and black men. And the women, look, there's no shame in their game.
Children. It's been in this court since 1980. Mr. Clemens has apparently never paid anything through the court. For the past year, Mr. Clemens, you're $2,600 behind. Where do you work?
I work for Harsh Manufacturing. I've been out there about 4 or 5 months. I was out of work for 3 months this spring. I was out of work for over 3 months last fall. I haven't had the money.
Are you working now?
Yes, sir. And I haven't had
full-time?
Yes, sir.
How much money did you bring today?
How much money did I bring today?
How much do you have in your pocket?
I don't know. I got a little over $100. I just gave her 30. I gave her 60 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Clemens, the court is going to let you pay $100 today as a purge payment.
The courts is going to let you pay. Because we didn't have to accept that shit. How much you got in your pocket? You hear this shit?
Run your pockets already. The court's run through your pockets.
Run your pockets.
Run your pockets. Oh my goodness.
How much you got in your pocket? Okay.
Run your
You said 100. He said 100. And he just said, did you hear what he said? I gave her $30. I just gave her $60 last week, right?
Thank you for the gift.
Don't count.
2 weeks.
That shit don't count,
That
JT.
shit don't count.
That shit don't
You
count.
ignored it like that man didn't say nothing. We gonna let you pay $100. So you can go home today because you got that $100 in your pocket. Empty your pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that. And this is the 80s.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think the young generation ever seen these videos and really understand how.
Honestly, I mean, JT, when you were posting the stuff from Newark, I had to chime in because I live not far from Newark. Seriously, I'm like 3 minutes away from the city of Newark, and I got friends who grew up in Newark who had parents go through this type of situation. My wife told me about this because her parents went through this type of stuff as well, as she was explaining it to me. Yeah. And it's ugly.
Yeah.
It's ugly. Like they will suspend, like here in Jersey, they will suspend your license. They used to suspend your driver's license if you were in arrears in child support. That's how serious it was.
Yeah.
Like if they found out you were working and they found out you were in arrears of child support, oh yeah, we're taking your license.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go into court and then you're in arrears. You can't go to work because your license is suspended. You're in arrears because you're not working because your license is suspended. And they'll look for any reason just to send you in the county for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's almost like they're gonna look for any way whatsoever just to put you down the county. And I remember my wife telling me about it. I remember some of my friends telling me about it. I mean, when I saw some of it from earlier, when I saw those young ladies talking, that's why I asked you where they were from. When you told me they were from Newark, I was like, ah, shit. Yep. Yeah. Ah, shit. I was like 10 years old at the time when all this stuff was going on.
Right.
Like in 86, I was 9 going on 10 years old. So, like, my parents, I didn't have to go through, like, me personally, my parents never went through this. My parents never went through this. A lot of my relatives never went through this. But some of my friends that I grew up with, they told me the stories. My wife, she told me the stories as well. It's not pretty. And even my wife told me they will always find ways to make sure that your ass will pay. It don't matter how much, but your ass is going to pay one way or the other.
What you got in your pockets?
Mm-hmm.
I was 9 back in 1986.
I was 9 going on 10. I turned 10 in that summer. So when you mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, I gotta chime in on this.
Yes, sir.
Because and I remember looking through the chat and I forgot who it was that was saying in the chat on how bad Newark was. Newark was bad back in the 80s. This was already at that time, it was already, I think, about 20 years since the riots. Because the riots took place in 67. It was already 20 years since the riots.
And everything still looked like it was like they couldn't get back to, you know what I'm saying, having a beautiful community or nothing. It
couldn't. Like, one of the things that happened was you had the riots in 67. And then after that, later on in the late 60s, early 70s, you had the white flight. Like, there's some towns, like there's some parts of Newark, I can tell you, were occupied either by the Italians or by Irish or by Jews. And the minute the riots hit,
it was like, let's get the hell up out of here.
Yeah. Or as we say around here, they went up the hill.
Yeah.
That's how we say it around here. They went up the hill. And literally that's what it is, because there's at least 4 or 5 streets, all of them on hills, that lead into Newark. So when we say around here, when we say they went up the hill, everybody knows what you're talking about. There's at least, I can name you about 4 or 5 streets right now that are hills that lead into the city of Newark. You got Bloomfield Avenue, which is not far from where I live. You have Central Avenue, South Orange Avenue, and Springfield Avenue. Those are 4 streets right there. All of them lead from Newark, going up hills into real nice areas, into other parts of the county, even into, like, if you take it further out, people don't realize back in the day, Newark was that big.
Yeah.
That's the thing people don't realize. Newark has been around for a minute, and it's that big and it used to be that big of a city. We don't even call it Newark. Like, if you want to go in that area, we just say, oh, we're going downtown. And if you tell anyone you're going downtown, they already know where you're going.
Yeah.
You don't have to just say, I'm going to Newark. I'm just going downtown. Because everybody already knows. Because we all heard the stories and we all learned how big Newark used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
And there's also another thing we have a saying up here. Like I said, you live up the hill, that's basically going away from Newark. If you live down the hill, you're going towards Newark, or you live in Newark.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And in the streets, that's just how it is. And like, that's how rough Newark has been. I remember back then. That's how bad it used to be, because there's another name Newark has. It's also known as the Bricks, or Brick City, because they had a lot of high-rise housing projects. They had a lot of high-rise in the projects. You had Baxter Terrace, you had Seth Boyden. Seth Boyden, I think, is still around. You got Prince Street, Halsey, Georgia King Village. What else? Court Street. You got some areas that are also known as the Little Bricks, that are really smaller buildings off one of the streets as well. Hayes Homes, that's the area my wife grew up in for a period of time. And a lot of those buildings are actually gone. A lot of those high rises are either have been torn down or they're completely abandoned and are in the process of being torn down.
Yeah.
Like that's basically what it was. Like if you were going to, and that's how bad Newark was back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you thought it was bad in the 80s, it got worse in the 90s. And I'm talking about bad as in car theft capital of the country bad. I'm talking about 9, 10, 11-year-old kids stealing cars, taking them for joyrides.
Yeah. They had just like they had it that whole thing, New Jersey Drive. It was a movie that was based off of that. So,
but it wasn't never filmed in Newark. It was because Newark already had that reputation of when it came to the car thefts.
Yeah.
Sharp James, who was the mayor of Newark at the time, basically told the production, "Don't even think about filming here."
Yep.
The city already had a bad reputation, and he was like, "Don't even think about it," because he knew it was going to make it worse.
Oh yeah.
But that's how bad it really got. That's how bad it got. Like, if you thought it was bad in the 80s, 90s was even worse.
Oh yeah.
And it took a very long time for things to turn around.
So I'm gonna have a part two. I'm gonna have a part two, and it's gonna talk about the 90s. I wanted people to see a lot of where this vitriol comes from, where you have all these talking points and you have people pulling stats and stuff. I wanted to give them something that was a little bit more tangible so they can understand it, right? The reason why you would have the things that you have. But even when you look at this white man. Let me tell you something. The worst thing to be is a white man being talked on like you ain't shit.
Yup.
By another white man.
Look at the facial, but he was like, really?
Right.
Empty my pocket.
It was more than just running his pocket. It's like the judge looked at him like, "You bring us to shame."
Yeah, it's at a point where this judge was because he's the chief referee for, and during this time, man, when you had these guys that was doing this shit, I can't see white men having the attitude like what they had back then, what they would have now. You know why? Because you got Me Too, you got all these other shits that they got these minorities. Everybody wants. This is why you have so many people that's trying to be a minority. They want to have some type of group, and they want to be in the victim Olympics because they see that you can get something out of being a victim. It's not a whole lot, but there's a whole lot to them. This is what it is. Did nobody back then want to be no man didn't want to be in no goddamn court in front of a damn judge like that. Time after time.
All across the country, Brooklyn, Newark, Manhattan.
That's crazy.
New Jersey, Connecticut. I'm from Brooklyn. When I heard about the horror story about what's going on in the court in the 80s, it was depressing. There was no jobs.
Nah.
There were no jobs. Like now, you can do a lot of shit now. We got a lot that we have on our side. And you know what is hard to do now? Find employees. That's crazy. You can't find, businesses are closing because they can't find people.
In New York, either you work for the bus company.
They're downsizing.
You work for the local government. The restaurant, and they want to hire you, they pay you almost next to nothing.
Yeah.
That's what when you hear people saying that, there's not going to be any jobs for it's always going to be jobs for people. They're not going to be enough marketable people, because guess what you're going to have to learn? You got to learn the new technology.
Yep.
You're going to have to learn how to be an engineer. You got to learn it. Well, you're going to be a nurse. You're going to have to be a mathematician. Let me tell you what people, they fuck up on too. Do you know how many people, when we talk about stats and stuff like that, you know how many people got jobs where they do surveys, human resources all these different things. Stats are very important. And a lot of people don't understand how important they are. Have you ever heard someone like in your family, and you ask them, what is it that you do? And they'll give you this long ass line of what the hell they do. Something and as analysts, they're working in research. There's always work in research. There's always work in engineering. There's different levels of being an engineer. You're gonna have to like doing math. You're gonna have to like blood. You're gonna have to like sitting, because that's what the jobs are gonna be. You're not gonna have any jobs where you're gonna have people delivering food, driving trucks. No, you're gonna have to learn how to fix those trucks.
JT and if I'm correct, back in the 80s, the only people who were collecting cans and bottles were the kids back then. Am I wrong?
Yep.
Not in Michigan. Not in Michigan.
No. In Jersey, here in Jersey, they were. You had
in New York,
was two groups.
Yes.
You had the kids, and then you had you either had the kids or the homeless people. And back then, like certain bottles, you would get like 10, like anywhere between 5 and 10 cents a bottle, or you get maybe like 10 cents, anywhere between 10 and 20, 10 and 15 to 20 cents a can. Jokers were doing whatever.
Go in somebody's house in Michigan, specifically Detroit. Grown people, go into their house, drink a goddamn can of Coke or something, and throw it in the garbage and watch what you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. What the hell you doing? Mm-hmm. It's a culture in Michigan.
That's the same thing in Brooklyn.
It's not
like in Jersey too.
It's not as many people. It's not as many people that do it now than it was. It seemed like everybody did it back in the day. You go in somebody's house, you drink something, a can of Coke or a bottle or something, and throw it in the garbage and watch what you get.
Exactly.
What do you do?
You know, that's why I end up going in with the habit of asking, do you have a
recycling bin,
a section for recycle and area for the cans? And now it's like, no, just throw it in the trash. Okay.
But always ask a group of kids come together collecting mad bottles, can, putting it back, a wagon, or that's yo, that was the 80s.
Yo, the thing people forget also,
you go to Myers, you're gonna always see a long line of people with a big ass basket full of goddamn bottles.
I remember something like this. JT, you probably remember this also. Trey Ferg also. Remember those soda bottles that were twisting, those tall twisted soda bottles?
Mm-hmm.
You get anywhere between 5 to 15 cents for them in certain places. And I remember they used to mark it on the bottles, letting you know
how much they
you turn those in, you can get either anywhere between 5 cents to 15 cents for them. Some people kept them as collectibles, but if they got those bottles, where do you think they're going? Mm-hmm. They were going somewhere to recycle them to get some money. There's one spot not far from where I grew up. It's called the Occupational Center. That's what they did all the recycling at. Like if you had recyclables in my town or in the neighborhood in my town, if you had stuff, that was the place to go, and you got a couple of bucks here and there for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
JT. When I was a kid and when I was collecting bottles, listen, I used to collect them, take them to the store, redeem them for my little $2 or whatever, $3. And then where they would put them, my arm was just small enough to reach back in.
Oh, stop it.
And then I would just take them back enough to get what I needed.
Oh, you one of those?
And I did that for about 2 or 3 years.
Trey Ferg, you were one of those jokers my dad did not like, because my dad owned a corner. My dad used to own a grocery store. He used to own a grocery store, and I remember he used to keep those racks, those Coke and Pepsi racks, where if you got those bottles back, you had to put the bottles in there, and you gave them back to the bottler, and they redeemed them for the money. Because what people didn't realize back then, those bottles were being before they were called recycled. That's what they were doing. There was the company, the bottlers would take those back, clean them, sterilize them, put soda back in them, put the tops back on, and sell them again. Yep,
absolutely.
And that was the reason. And that was the reason why they offered anywhere between 5 and 15 cents for those bottles, because they only had a small supply of it. And what people didn't realize back then, the glass back then is a lot heavier and a lot sturdier than the glass now.
Yeah. Remember the old Coke bottles and the old Pepsi bottles were very, very, man, Coke and Pepsi used to spend some money on that glass, man. And it was the twist. It was green. It was like it was green tinted. It had a green tint to it. And because my grandma, she used to always drink Pepsi all the time. So
7-Up bottle was green. I remember the
7-Up too. Yeah, 7-Up was always the green ones. Coke and Pepsi used to come out the clear ones.
Well, they were clear, but they were green. Because it looked like the color of the soda until you drank it, and then you would see it was like a greenish blue type of tint to it. These were the original Coke and Pepsi bottles.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
That's why when they used to tell people that had thick glasses, they say that you had those Coke bottles.
Coke bottle glasses.
The glass was so thick.
Coke bottle glasses.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was pretty cool. Well, hey, let me get it. We almost at the end of this one right here. I just wanted to show the people exactly how this whole thing came, where the vitriol between women and men how it really, really started. This is how it started. The instigators were the system, state, federal, jurisdictional. That's who the enemies actually were. And they used women and men against each other. And it just flourished into what we see today.
The only way that we can get at some of these people is simply by sending them.
They don't make them dudes no more. Look how ugly. You don't see those.
He do look like Palpatine. He does.
You know he's Jewish.
Oh my God.
Look at him. Look how he's. Oh man, that's crazy.
You know he's
Joe Bird, you savage, man.
Hey, Jewish
outdated models.
They set up all the systems to keep you poor, brother.
Yeah,
understand that.
Listen to the narrative that they set, man. They're saying that these men, and this is the thing. Now there were some men that was just like, I'm dodging this shit, right, for whatever reason, but not for the majority of men. Heck no. But this is the narrative that they set for the men. They don't want, and they'll tell you, you don't want to pay, do you? Nope. So I'm gonna make you pay. How much you got in your pockets? That's crazy. Somebody to say some shit like that, man.
Jail and saying, look, you can get out of jail if you pay this amount of money. The court has determined that you could have paid this, you should have paid it, you haven't. You're in contempt of court.
$300 a portion of your arrearage. Your payments increase from $50 to $70 semi-monthly on a catch-up plan until you pay off the balance.
So that's the question, please?
Yes, sir.
How long will I stay in jail for $300?
You have the keys to the jailhouse door in your pocket.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
you have the keys to the jail doors.
Yo.
That's crazy.
Wow.
This man at that time was probably about 45, 50. They used to look older back then, so he probably was 28.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So this man about to go to jail. He's about to go to jail because he doesn't have the full 300. And the man is telling him you can get, because they know how it goes. They know how the cycle goes. He's gonna borrow it. Now he's in debt with his people, and it just keep going on and on and on and on. Now watch how he walk off.
You'll stay there until you pay $300.
All right, let's go to the
Child support is not child's play here in Memphis. Judge Turner believes in jail. The jails are called Turner's Tanks, and a litany of hard luck and hurt feelings won't stay the sentence. However, these are not common criminals, and the judge says most don't stay locked up for long.
About 98% of them pay within a matter of hours. They get on the phone and call their friends or rake up the money somewhere and pay them.
Brown shoes, blue jeans, light blue shirt.
Turner says his methods are cost-effective, and collection this year will top $12 million, with a third of that going back to the state and federal governments to reimburse them for aid to dependent children. But
you understand what they just said? Yes.
Right.
They use the women to get their money for their system from the men.
Yep.
It's right. Yes. Yes.
Aggressive investigators here, as elsewhere, are hard put to locate the culprits in child support cases.
I've got a warrant here on my desk for his arrest.
Are you his baby's mother? Oh, I see.
He doesn't live there. You know where he stays at?
About your child support payments. Evidently what's happened. You've gotten behind in them?
California. When's the last time you saw him?
What's the woman's name on the other case?
And you hadn't seen him in 3 years. All right. Thank you. Probably him.
Undaunted, the child support team took out a double-page ad in the 2 daily newspapers naming the 3,200 worst offenders and asked for information about them.
Did y'all see that?
Damn, dude. Damn.
I remember some time back. Check this out. Check this out. I remember. No,
they've been doing that for years.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one I found out that happened some time back. This happened, I think, in the DC area. One of the things they did to get a lot of guys that owed that had warrants for their arrest for back child support, they pulled their names out, told them that they won tickets to the Super Bowl. Then all of a sudden, these guys come to a place. They got the Redskins cheerleaders there taking part. Yes, they did.
When they got what they deserved, they failed.
They got the Washington. This is the Commanders when they were still called the Redskins. They got them involved in it. The cheerleaders came out, this, that, and the other. Hey, congratulations. You won tickets, so on and so forth. All you need to do is sign right here to confirm who you are. They're like, yep, okay. You want your tickets? Just go through that door right there, and you're all set. These people thinking they got tickets to the Super Bowl. The minute they walk in, how you doing? You're under arrest. Please put your hands up. Because these are all men and some women that have warrants for arrest for back child support.
Now watch this. That is illegal. What they did there was illegal. That's entrapment. Then there's extortion. This is the reason why they had to change the game, because that was illegal. They did it here in Detroit too. Had everybody thinking that they won had all these men thinking they won a lottery or some shit. Had them there saying that they were about to get prizes and all this shit. Now, you know what was crazy about that shit? A lot of these men had their children with them. How about that? A lot of these men had their children with them. I had my uncle. He was wrongfully arrested for failure to pay child support. The man had custody of his children.
Oh, wow.
They still arrested him because of something that they didn't do.
That's just stupidity.
He had both his kids. He had custody of both of them. And they had an arrest for his, they had a warrant for his arrest. And just so happened that he got stopped. I think it was a traffic stop or something. I can't remember what it was. And boom.
Yep.
And the kids was in the car with him.
Yeah.
They said, got anybody that can take care of the kids while you're locked up? No, it's me. I'm the one that cared of.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So this is what I mean by the anger that's been passed down.
Right.
But it's the system that was doing it, and the system is using us against one another. This is how bad it is, y'all.
For information about them.
Look at that. Persons known to be delinquent in child support payments. They put it in a paper.
And there's their personal business. Like,
right, but they're asking the public to let them know where they can find these people.
They do it. They've been doing this. What year is this right here, JT?
This is 1983.
They've been doing this ever since then.
Yep.
You can go on, and now they do it
shit like this. In a lot of cities, they're still doing shit like this.
Yeah, they still do.
Yeah. You go to the courts, like you go to some courthouses, they actually will have not only the names, but their faces too. Individuals wanted for delinquency of child support. Like one of the buildings, like
billboards.
Yeah.
They had billboards with men faces on the billboards off the freeway. They had billboards. Deadbeats. This one right here is saying persons known to be delinquent in child support payments. Then they changed it to deadbeat fathers.
JT,
That's
I
where
don't
that
think they
came
know how
from.
the 80 is. I don't think the young generation know how the 80 really is, because this is just like
This is all before the internet. This is all before social media. This is all before all the stuff that we have access to now. This is all before these times, and people don't realize, like back then.
Yeah,
it was brutal.
Yeah, let's keep going.
They were unforgiving.
Yes.
Shit.
Open door.
The humor may be lost on the unsuspecting offender pulled from his house in the early morning mass arrest.
The best time to catch anyone for service of process, be it a summons or a warrant, is in the early morning hours before they have a chance to leave their place of residence.
The Sheriff's Department. Is Anthony here?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
We need to talk to him. All right, thank you, ma'am.
How you doing, man?
Anthony, we got a warrant for you here on your child support.
A great many will turn themselves in. That's just like the results we got when we ran this large ad in the newspapers. And Lord only knows how many are paying child support because they don't want to see their names in the paper
money in his hand?
again.
That was a warrant.
Purple too.
That was a warrant. That was a warrant he had. That was also illegal.
Our officers back out.
Look at all them black men.
They're on the doorstep at dawn.
The raids reap a courtroom full of offenders. Election results bear witness to public approval, but critics feel that arrearages should be dropped and that frequent jailings of the depressed and oppressed constitute one more blow in these hard times. Attorney John Donald.
One of the things that we fail to take note of today is the economy. People are looking for jobs. There just aren't any jobs out here. If you look at the social, economic level
Right
of the
back again. See what he just said right there?
Yep.
Why don't I put that man to it right there? We want it back.
You
said I want people to clip that moment right there.
Oh, the lawyer. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Play it.
Right there. Now play.
One of the things that we fail to take note of today is the economy. People are looking for jobs. There just aren't any jobs out here.
Stop.
Lawyer said that.
Now, to sway to all the young idiots who don't know shit about the 80s, that is pure evidence. A lawyer stating the fact that what was going on in the 80s out here in United States, that was from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't think these young generations really know how bad it really was in the 80s.
What up, Drip?
How really bad.
Yeah.
To hear a lawyer who trying to fight for these men not to be going to prison, and he know what was going on across the country.
Yeah.
Right now, any young person who want to talk about the talking point BS need to shut the hell up.
Exactly.
Your
Exactly.
talking point have been completely destroyed. Whatever shenanigan going to come out of your mouth, they should shut you down. Whatever page you had to be to shut down immediately. Because you had nothing to show for, nothing to say. This is pure, solid evidence. Clear day.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the social, economic level of the parties coming in, you consider the fact that most of them are high school dropouts or what have you, without skills in many cases, they're going to find a difficult time finding any type of employment. You will find that people will go out and through relatives or somebody will borrow some money to purge themselves. But the minute they borrowed that money to purge themselves, they're in debt.
They're in debt.
Once they get out, they spend the rest of their time trying to pay that money back, and they'll come back to court again on a contempt citation. And the cycle goes over and over and over. So it's not uncommon to see so many people coming before this court.
So let's get this straight. If the country going through a great epidemic of massive unemployment, and there's barely any jobs, you can barely get a job in the factory or for the bus company, or you do security, because security wasn't paying you much anything, or you be a freaking janitor for the school. Like, literally, like, this is what I have a problem when people don't do the due diligence and do the actual research, know their homework. And they think they're so savvy, aka tech savvy. No, you're not tech savvy. You're completely full of shit. You're completely useless. You might be a D tutor or E to try to act like you're freaking smart on the internet, which you are not. And yeah, content right here, they're pure documentation showing that the 80 was a shit show. It was not something you can blame anyone. The amount of people who was out of work was staggering. And you want to point finger? I'm sorry. If your father got a farm, you might be lucky that it willing to pay for the farm of your father's farm. Like seriously, are you kidding me?
Like didn't no brother have no farm? Too many brothers have a farm. Not
here.
Not people that live in urban areas. I mean, urban areas. Type. Yeah,
Minimum
that's
wage
what I
was
made.
$3.
That was
$35 an hour, baby. That was my first full-time 9 to 5. It was 7:30 to 3:30, Monday through Friday, 335, 100. It came out to $130 after taxes. Damn it, I was balling. What you talking about? I was balling. My mom let me drive her car. I had a moped. I was cutting hair.
You was balling.
Man, I was balling.
Yo.
I built swimming pools the next summer, making $335. You couldn't tell me shit on Friday when I got paid.
Look at that. Look at that. In 1979, minimum wage was $2.90.
$2.90.
1998.
$2.97.
Yeah.
$3.
Look at 1980. $3.10. Then from 1981 to 1989, $3.35 for almost a decade.
Yeah.
Now watch this.
Like, come on.
Let's go with Tennessee.
And people were still building families with that money.
Yeah.
Hey, JT, you got a chance. Pull it up for New Jersey as well.
Oh, $3.
Yeah. Because the South, they was
an increase from a previous rate of $1.60 for tip employee, $2 for non-tip employee.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, JT, you got a chance. Pull up for the same thing for New Jersey.
Oh, hold on. Before you go to read this line right here, JT, it says the federal minimum wage was $3.35 per hour, but most states paid their workers less.
Yes. Yes.
There you go. There you go.
Now understand this, y'all. When we do Google now, this is AI Google. Whole different type of Google.
Oh, Genesis. Oh, this is Genesis.
Yeah, it pulls from the most credible sources.
Yeah,
we don't have to go and do all the. I mean, we still do our due diligence, right? Right. This is how it happens now. Look at that. Because that's what I was just about to say. How the hell do you pay? The state pay their people less than what the federal minimum wage is. That shit is illegal.
Well, it wasn't the state. It was the regular companies who were paying less.
And
companies. And during this time, we got to remember Reaganomics.
Yep.
Open trade. They sent all of these jobs out the country right when
outsourcing.
Get out
it was outsourcing.
Shipping them.
But get the funny thing, though. Doing Reaganomics, Donald Trump was making money selling company information out there, and he was lucky not getting caught for that bullshit.
Insider trading.
Yeah.
Man, he was doing
one of the reasons why the economy crashed.
Yep.
He one of the main reasons why the economy crashed. Donald the donkey Trump. And yet talk about Trump for us. Y'all full of shit. You
exactly.
Shit.
Hey, so JT, pull up New Jersey if you can, please.
Yo, I can't. This is why I'm getting sick and tired. People talk about Trump, and he was one of the main people who screwed up the economy back in the 80s.
Oh yeah, and ironically, people forget he had three casinos in Atlantic City. I remember he had 3 casinos in Atlantic City. All 3 of them closed. Same problem.
Do you see it, Antonio?
Yeah, I see it.
$3.
$3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Similar to New York.
40 hours a week. How much money is that, y'all?
Ironically, JT, fellas, ladies and gents, yeah, I know. Check this out. Like when you were talking about what was going on in Newark back in '86, he was the biggest employer of the city, and he was the biggest employer for some people in the city of Newark. It was the airport, and that's back in the day when before they built the new terminal. This is long before all the improvements they have now. The way Newark Airport was laid out back in the 80s, that was the new part at that time. People don't realize that was the new part, because the original section, the old section with the old main terminal building and everything else, everything already moved from that area to where the current terminals were at that time. I think at least maybe 10 years prior. The only other major manufacturer that was going on in northern New Jersey in that time during the 80s, people forget Ford and GM both had plants here in Jersey. Ford had a plant in Edison, and if I remember, GM had a plant in Linden.
Word.
Basically on the same highway. Basically on the same highway. You take the same highway going down, I think Route 109 South. You take that same highway down. You go into Linden, GM had a plant there. Still to this day, even though that plant closed a long time ago, there's a BJ's on that site. They still call it GM Corporate Way.
Yeah.
You go further down into Edison. That's where the Ford plant used to be at. And I think they still have it named after Ford, if I remember.
And that's why I said, young folk on these YouTube streets don't know shit about
And here's the thing people forget. At that time, those jobs, most of those jobs went to people that did not look like us. Also, the port in Newark, Port Newark, which is not far from the airport, those longshoremen, most of those positions went to people that did not look like us. Those jobs were like 2nd and 3rd generation Italian or Irish, and those were the families that lived in Newark all that time before the riots.
AKA organized crime.
Hold on. I'm about to show y'all some other shit from Detroit before I close it out. But I'm gonna show you some stuff that's a little bit closer to home. Let me put this here, put that there. All right, now watch this here. Boy,
Just seeing these things, it'll bring back memory. Now you have to realize where we came from.
Wild and
can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Stories here in
This
Detroit.
is one of them.
This is one of them. Imagine being told to pay child support for a kid that is not yours or go to jail. That was the order the state handed down to a Detroit man.
So today he turned himself in, but here's what happened when 7 Action News reporter Kim Russell went with him to court.
Carnell Alexander walked into the Frank Murphy Hall of knowing in moments he could lose his freedom.
I stayed up all night, couldn't sleep, thinking about it.
Carnell is a wanted man because he refuses to do what the state orders and to pay child support for a child that DNA tests prove isn't his, a child he doesn't even know.
I haven't even had a chance to really speak to him except for one time when we took the DNA test.
Nonetheless, right now, under the law, he's a deadbeat dad. Today, he turned himself into the judge as ordered.
Scared because I've been before this judge before.
But this time he had attorney Cherika Harris, who volunteered to help after seeing his story on 7 Action News. The judge said he will not go to jail for today.
Thank you. Thank Ms. Harris. And hope that we can resolve this soon.
I'm just trying to help him with his future.
Though the threat of jail is on hold, it is not over. Carnell Alexander still owes more than $30,000 to the state for a child that's not his, because the mom wrote his name down because she needed to name someone in order to get welfare benefits.
And I had to put him down as the father. That was the only way I can get the system.
Now,
I'm almost homeless. I'm almost in jail. I'm out of work. My money is being threatened to be taken.
Carnell isn't just worried about how this is impacting him. He says the law needs to be changed. So when this happens, as it often does, other men don't become dad by default.
We can be defaulted into being a father of a child that is not ours. I don't understand that law, but it is a law in place.
In Detroit, Kim Russell, 7 Action News.
Yeah, you would think.
And that right there is pure document. It's not no fake news. It's not no skip. And this is why and funny thing, imagine they had media men come on, this might be risky yesterday, to broke down the stat and the information and then some in so much detail. The hyena came out from the boneyard and like, oh, we don't believe that. You don't believe that. What you don't believe? Are you full of shit? Are you slow and retarded?
Yeah.
You stuck on stupid or something? Like, and you got this man right here, the DNA test, 0.00% he's not the father, but they want to throw him in jail. Even though genetic proof show that he is not the father. Why am I not going to jail? And the man don't even know the woman.
Falsifying information on a state document.
That what term they call that one? Perjury.
It wasn't falsifying.
That is falsifying.
She assumed he was the father at the time.
Come on, Trey Ferg. I get what you're saying, but also Trey Ferg. I get what you're saying, but listen, come on now. You and I and JT, we want to serve. We all hear about assumptions. Two things we hear about assumptions: they get people hurt, and they're the mother of all fuck ups.
Brother, you thinking logically? I agree with you 1,000%.
Repercussions for that.
But see, and listen, this is where we are. She had to put a name down to get assistance. All women are faced with this task right here when they have a child. Once they gain public assistance, and they can throw anybody out there. And this is the situation that I have a fucking 60-year-old cousin, and this little slow ass, and I've been trying to tell him to not put himself in a position, because like this guy, once you find out, okay, I'm not gonna assume that he found out right when they took the blood test. I'm assuming that he knew that this could be his child. She said it was his child years ago. The worst thing you can do is wait. When you get that fucking information, you run your ass. Look, judge, this ain't my child. Let me tell you, I need to come up in court. This ain't my fucking child. Let's do a DNA test today. Because if your child was to go into foster care, let's just say your woman, she would have said this child was hers, right? And then for some reason that child had to go into foster care. And he was on the birth control. When he go in, the first thing they go do is do a DNA. So he can't. So okay, if you the father, okay, it's your child. Now you take the child. You don't want the child. You gonna owe the state. You'll be a fool not to take the child. But in his case, it wasn't foster care. Once he found out, the worst thing you can do is know your name is on some documents in 2024, and in 2032, you running in court and talking about that ain't my child. No, do that shit as soon as you find out. I got a cousin put his dumbass name on the birth certificate. Find out a year and a half later, baby ain't his. His funky ass still living with the child. I mean, with the woman, not the child. She left him, came back with another baby that wasn't his. Came back with the baby. And you come on, man. We put ourselves in these dumbass situations. I'm not saying she's totally wrong. And see, this is where the law needs us to change. If it ain't his, damn it, okay, so we're gonna have to investigate you. You got services, where the father at? Because I guarantee that she done told somebody else the same thing.
Well, funny, but to me, what's funny, the judge see the report, see the official document show that 0.000 he is not the father. But you're so willing to throw the man in jail until the lawyer step in and on legal term that what is going on is not legally correct.
But that's what they do, Brother Dave, because guess what? You're gonna owe that lawyer $1,500, $2,000. You're gonna pay him. it all works together in the system.
It's all about business.
The sister stepped in for him pro bono, and that's what saved him. If me and you was in that situation, you had to get old Bob the lawyer. He won his $1,500 before he go in the courtroom, and they continue the case. They'll be like, we are going to investigate it, Mr. Trey Vergan. Okay, so we gonna come back again in 90 days. You like, well, I gotta pay this motherfucker another $1,500. So you just repeat the cycle, man.
More than that.
That's when you get legal insurance.
So
that's why
the problem is that the system is in between the communities. So what happens with the men is that when you can't pay for your children, you're awarded to the state, right? When you with women, if you can't pay for your kids, the state will award you. That's the difference with the two. Think I'm lying?
That is correct, Robert.
I know y'all remember this right here.
That is correct, Robert.
I know y'all remember this right here.
Broken welfare system here in America. Now Angel is facing eviction, and once again, she is demanding someone else pay. News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson joining us now live from the Hillsborough County Courthouse, where Adams was in front of a judge again today. Jeff?
Yeah, good evening, Rod. Angel was back in court today. Angel Adams, now Angel.
Whoa. Mother of what?
Became very famous, and actually, out of all of the stories I've ever done at News Channel 8, she's the one most people talk about. She's the one most people remember, all because of one phrase she uttered when I first met her.
Somebody needs to be held accountable, and they need to pay.
When I first met Angel, she was living in a one-bedroom motel. 12 of her children were sharing just 2 beds, and Angel demanded that someone pay for her to move into a new house. With the help of the Department of Children and Families, Angel moved into a new home. But when someone posted stories about her on YouTube, she became internationally famous as an example of what is wrong with the welfare system in America. Angel doesn't care that people across the country hate her.
That's okay because they don't know me.
Now Angel and her husband are back in trouble and back in court.
On, they go off. They go on, they go off.
Hold on. I hear, but I'm not done. Mother of what? You see that number right there?
15. She has 15 children, right? 12 of them are living with her. She now has a husband. She had 15 children. She was what they call it, a 3x15.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
When she first was on there. Oh, Robert said she had 17 children.
You see the heading? Mother of 17.
Oh, she had more kids after that then. Because when she was famous for the whole thing where she was saying that she had 2 kids after that. She did have she had 17. So that man that was her husband. I'm trying to figure out how this shit happens, y'all. She ended up with all those goddamn kids and still managed to get a man to be right there with her.
There's hope.
There's hope.
JT, I got something to show you.
Crazy.
She was pregnant.
Yeah. She put the Duggars to shame.
Oh my God.
She put the Duggars to shame.
That's crazy, y'all.
That's true.
This is an updated. You know what? This is an update. This was ours, and I think this was like 6 years ago.
17 and pregnant with number 18. Oh God!
After the whole, I don't know if you guys ever seen that one when she was just like,
I remember that one.
Somebody's gonna be held accountable. Somebody got to help me pay for.
I didn't see that one. This is my I've heard
one.
of it, but this is my first time seeing this. Wow!
This is an update.
That's crazy. I had 2 parents. I worked with 2 parents. They had 25 kids between the both of them. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, their reasoning, Trey.
Huh?
What was their reasoning?
One was on drugs. and her last two were twins, and they were born drug induced.
Ooh.
The other one was just a deadbeat mom. She moved around. She actually gave 5 of her children to her younger sister, and her younger sister had no children. And she would run all off, and I had to chase her into. I chased her to Wisconsin one time. I'm serious. She was moving around. Okay, 3 of her kids were in guardianship. She went to court talking about I want my kids back because they were, 16, teenagers. She talking that talk like I want to get y'all back. Had the kids lie on the grandparents. Now these people were 70 years old in court. They were crying. I'm looking at them like, oh my God, these people, what is wrong? And this lady lied. Soon as them kids got out of that guardianship, she gave them to her sister. She ran out of town. And her kids were so smart. Her son knew how to play 5 instruments, self-taught.
Really?
Yeah. And it was just sad, And the other mom, she ended up getting, and I worked with him so much, the other mom that had the 2 children born with drugs in the system, she ended up getting those kids back. She ended up getting them back, but it took like 2 years for her to get them back. So just sad.
That's great. That's
Shout
crazy.
out to the kids.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
that not just the kids. That's a lot on the mom. That's a lot to go through. That's some serious undiagnosed postpartum as well.
Anton, like a lot of us black people, don't you know we self-induce our pain. We put pain on ourselves. We just do that shit ourselves. Whether we know the right answer or not, I'm gonna do it. I just want to do what I want to do. And then you wake up the next day, you fucking depressed, done gained weight, your hair done fell out and shit. Like, what the fuck happened? You induced that shit on yourself because you wanted to be different. Ain't nobody tell you what to do.
Trey,
shit don't work
Trey,
like that.
JT, you might think I'm wrong for saying this, but the first thing that came to my mind when I first saw her video, she had 15. I was thinking, does she live on a farm? So all the kids go work on the farm.
She live on a farm, bro. She in a hotel, goddammit.
She said on a farm.
You know why I say that? Because first and foremost, please forgive me. Yeah, I think it's funny, but for what I know, culturally speaking, for someone to have that much kids, you don't really have that much kids to have someone to work on your farm for you, not having outside workers. So they have that many kids. They have that many kids, and you don't have a freaking farm. What the F wrong with you?
Yeah. That's a hockey team right there.
Brother. That's a plantation of people that she had.
Yeah.
People on the farm ain't having 17 children.
Right.
They ain't got time
in America.
17 babies. What? Ain't got time. You gotta get.
I'm just being logical right now. I'm just being logical. This is a logical aspect of being. When I look at them, look at the logical aspect. Why do you have this many kids for? You're not trying to have a football team.
They ain't a football team. Forget a football team. You already got a hockey team.
She got a football team with 3 cheerleaders. She got some cheerleaders in it. You got some cheerleaders. Yeah, football. Everybody play football. I mean,
hockey. She got a whole entire line of all she needs 2 or 3 more kids, put a goalie in the backup, and that's it.
All right.
But
I feel sorry for the doctor because I'm sure the doctor. You here again?
The doctor?
You here again? No, it was no. Come on.
I don't feel sorry for the doctor. He was getting nice pay delivering them babies. I feel sorry for the children. Because those children are going to be forced into a subpar life. They're going to be forced into that. There's no way one person can take. Listen, think about it. If I open a daycare, excuse me, y'all the only clients I can have. That's 4 of y'all. I can only have 4 clients if I'm one person. That's it.
There's a limit.
That's it. Now you talking about I got another 5 of y'all, 15 of y'all over on the side. Snotty nose, got a boo-boo wearing diapers.
Wearing pull-ups.
You can't go to the grocery store and buy 15 buy food for 15 people and think that shit gonna last all month.
A lot of neglect. It's gonna be a lot of neglect.
Now look, y'all.
Let's go.
Before we close up out of here, I got to show y'all one more. I know you guys had to have seen this video here, or at least heard this story already.
More trauma.
Go.
It's more trauma.
More trauma.
Oh,
this is where we're really at now. This is. I want y'all probably already done seen this, but let's go ahead. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about.
Who got whiskey?
I'm gonna do, and I think next week I'm gonna probably do a whole show on this whole thing. I think this is what I'm gonna do. Here we go.
DJ Hemp, shout out to you. Better do some reaction to this.
The state Supreme Court issued its ruling in the case of embattled probate judge Christine Peterson. The High Court ruled the Douglas County probate judge should be
I need a
removed
whiskey.
immediately. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart is in Douglas County live for us tonight with the latest.
Christine, voters had already voted to remove Christine Peterson from office. She lost her primary earlier this year, but now the state Supreme Court says she's got to go right away.
It would appear business as usual at the Douglas County Probate Office, but it's not. Judge Christina Peterson is out.
Thank God something did happen.
The community has been buzzing about this one. The Georgia State Supreme Court saying in its Tuesday morning ruling, quote, the judge exhibited a consistent pattern of misconduct that stemmed from willful misconduct in office.
People just kind of get a big head once they get into whatever, area they're in, and they're like, oh, I can get away with anything.
They held to a higher standard, so you know what I'm saying, they gotta do what's needed for the community.
The state high court decision follows a recommendation by the Judicial Qualification Commission to remove Peterson. It found she violated 28 of 30 counts against her.
Oh, wow.
For many of the missteps, including asking
They go
the
in the
public
morning to get her
cash
too?
app her birthday gifts on social media.
Oh, no, not a judge. She get paid too much anyway. No, sir, she get paid entirely too much money to ask for some cash out.
The court noted Peterson denied a taxpayer due process by not allowing her an attorney after a discrepancy over a marriage license. Peterson's attorney, Lester Tate, told Fox 5, quote, we were able to provide her with a vigorous defense, getting numerous counts dismissed, even though we lost the ultimate battle today.
There's some old sayings about, you do as a child when a child, but then you do as an adult when you get older.
So listen.
All right, now Peterson,
listen. All right, so if y'all don't know, she's a judge in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. She was charged for hitting a police officer. Mm-hmm. And about 37 more counts. This is a judge, y'all. Mm-hmm. And let me show you how she was acting. Because y'all still don't understand she was arrested for hitting a cop. And this is one of many judges. This is the ones where I'm saying our sisters got to do better. We don't have too many sisters in these positions. And they're literally acting like children. There is something wrong with these women. Watch what I tell you. I'm just going to show you a clip of it because I'll probably do the whole thing. Is it? That is her.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
A probate judge at that. Now watch her behavior, y'all.
Give me your name. Okay, so give me your name and I'll call him.
Cyrus Colley.
Give me your name. Give me your name and I'll call him.
Call him now.
Give me your name and I'll call him.
She refused to give the cop her name. She refused to, they had to literally force her and put cuffs on her. This is a judge, y'all.
Who will know with my voice? Call him right now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
He said I would be the officer allegedly. So why would you take me to the city jail? What is city about beating the county officer, sir?
Who's a county officer? I'm not a county officer.
What are you? The city? Oh, you're a city officer, the city of Atlanta. Oh my God.
APD, I got one in custody.
You're wasting your. Every day I would go to the office to try to get an arrest about home. Don't touch me.
I can step up.
Oh no, was she exposed?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
Damn, man, fix that shit.
She literally was trying to fight him.
and why? Do you want to know why? What happened?
Pink Book lesson was following her for almost 3 years.
You come throw a jacket on her at least? You're some form of decency?
It don't look like she was exposed.
It's possible. She's not. Her bra strap is broken, probably from the scuffle, and probably giving the cop a hard time.
I think it's just.
Oh. I wasn't huffed. I wasn't when you needed to. Shut the f up. You look like a trying to eat before and I never let him relax. Shut the f. Stop touching me.
Don't.
Yeah, stop touching me.
This is a judge, y'all. A
And
judge.
yet we have these idiot women. Oh, we are the most educated. There go your educated one, about to go to jail.
No, I got a story for you. After this, I got a story for y'all. We had it's like something similar to this sometime back. So I'll just keep playing. Then after that, I'll tell you a story.
What's your name? When I get to call somebody, please, I'll talk to you. I asked you to call Cyrus Colley. Call Cyrus, please. Thank you. Cyrus Colley, thank you. I call you to the ground.
Now, mind you, it's been about 30 minutes. She still have not given them her name. That's all they've been asking her for is her name. And they still can't get a name. This is the reason why they're going through all of this. This is crazy.
I was leaving. I don't know the girl.
Can you imagine what's about to happen to these cases that she presided over? She's a probate judge. They're going to have to go back and they're going to have to scour all of those cases to see if she actually judged those cases correctly. This is a judge. Now, this is what's crazy. I don't even have to show y'all anymore because, like I said, I'm going to do it later. That ain't the first time that we've even experienced something like that when we had judges. You know how many women judges in the past 3 years that have been arrested? We had another judge that was dragged out of the courtroom.
Yeah, I seen that.
You saw that one?
Oh, I didn't see that one. That one I didn't see.
I seen that. They had to pick up. It looked stupid because they drug out and her feet was pointing up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, her feet were pointing up and they were just dragging her back. It looked crazy as hell. But this is where it gets to a point where we just say, is this world going crazy? There are a lot of crazy people. So we can't trust police officers. We can't trust, we never can trust lawyers, so that ain't nothing big. But we can't at least trust the judges. Remember what we've always been wanting, our people to be in a place of power. And we keep proving, well, not all of us, but we have people that's supposed to be representative that keeps proving that maybe they did the right job. They did the right, made the right decision. That's crazy. All I keep thinking is, do you know how bad you gotta feel to be a judge and now you're nothing? Which means that you gotta remember also, she's also a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? She can lose her bar license.
She can get disbarred. Yep.
Facts.
She can be disbarred, right? Now what do she have?
Nice.
Anybody that you can tell anybody, well, people will do it to brag. I used to be a judge. Can you imagine telling somebody I used to, and they say, well, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is,
I mean,
damn.
and yet you have these women talk about, oh, we're the most educated this, we're the most educated that. You got this one in Atlanta. You got one outside Chicago who's soon going to be arrested. Now the fire department are putting through her on the bus because they seen how their pension money disappearing.
oh
Yeah,
wow.
I don't want you know who I'm talking about, the AKA super mayor, AKA super stupid, AKA super retarded, AKA super dumb the fool. Like,
yeah, so
serious?
But the point that I'm trying to make is that, is it over?
Oh shit! Not the
Is
bad.
it
Not the
over?
worst question. Not the worst question to ask.
I remember that we was an incident in Newark. I remember it was this one woman. She was a member of the city council. I think it was her. I'm trying to remember if it was her son or her nephew. He got pulled over by the police. He didn't get pulled over by Newark police. If I remember, I think he got pulled over by one of the college police. I don't know, it was New Jersey NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, or Rutgers University. But I think it was the Rutgers police. He got pulled over, and he called her up. Mind you, it's in the middle of the night. She actually came out in her city-owned vehicle. Came out, like, got the scarf on her head, got the muumuu on, the robe and everything else, threw her bags, said who she is, so on and so forth. Literally demanded, I think it was Rutgers police, demanding that they let him go. And they're like, you can't let him go. And she's trying to throw jurisdiction and everything else, and they're looking at her like, with all due respect, you have jurisdiction in the city of Newark. We're employees of the state of New Jersey. So you have no say in this matter.
Yeah.
And she just kept going on and on and on. And Rutgers police just looked at her like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, I think she called, and I think if I remember, she tried calling Newark police to get involved and everything else. And of course, word got out, obstruction of justice and everything else, and she was forced to step down.
Yeah. Because you got people that supposedly know the law that don't know the law.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. But
they know
you're right, Trey. What they're trying to do is they think they got more power than what they actually got.
There you go, JT.
You ain't a good old boy.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
They don't let the rules don't apply to them.
There's no
That's what it is.
nepotism, right? There's no nepotism for you. You gets no nepotism. No. You should have been glad that we allowed you to be up here with us, speaking with us. Now you got that little funky position as a, whatever it is that you got, but you can't be a good old boy. That ain't how we do over here.
But the unique thing about it
you
is
just won't be in. And we're going to show you when you go against anything that's against what this club has right here, we're going to get rid of you. And that's what they do.
I think sometimes, a woman's education, we can't dismiss that. That's an accomplishment. No. We can't dismiss that.
No.
However, it's the position of power that women cannot handle. When women have to step into power where they are in power of men, it doesn't go well often. We just had a chief of police here, ain't even been on the job a good 96 months. I give it 6 months. She's already been dismissed.
Oh, I heard about that.
It's listen, education, boom, great. If you can be the woman, find a woman with education, smart, cook, and that's a wife, you're in a win-win situation.
Absolutely.
But she's gonna move a little different. But as far as getting in those power positions, the emotions kick in once things don't go their way. Some shit don't go their way. Their emotions are kicked in. Now they ready to, you ain't nothing. I'm gonna take this away from you, and I'm gonna fire him. And they start getting all caught up in their emotions, and that's where it goes wrong for them. She ain't gonna be the last one. We're gonna probably see 5 or 6 more before the end of the school end of the year.
It looks like this. That's what it looked like. She thought she was above the law. And at that moment, that's when she knew she fucked up. Look at this. And they're still giving her grace. Mind you, folks, they still don't have a name. So they have to take her to a whole different precinct because she didn't give them a name. They're like, and they're out here, look, they just let her just walk, do all she want to do. She's still being, this is what's crazy. You can't be above the law. You can't be in the boys club. It's not going to work for you. Why not just do your job? How about that? Why not just keep your nose clean? Why not just be a person with integrity? Why not just be a person that just does that? You can't be a judge. And I'm like, hearing her talk. Shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Don't touch me.
Why
her sister might follow her soon. The district DA, because I heard rumor she getting busted for a lot of corruption on a case that she's working on.
I'm saying it's about to be bad for her. This is about to be very bad for her. You can't be in that position and then you regress.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This year alone, I've seen so many videos about people like that who's in power, elected power, especially in Georgia. Not just the judge, not just the lawyer, the DA. There was a city official who fired a guy because the guy said, "I'm done slapping no cheeks. I'm tired." You go fire him because of that, and now the local state will have to pay him for back pay because of you got greedy. Like come on.
Like lost in translation. What's up, boy? What's going on with you? He said, we are not dismissing the accomplishments. We are more concerned with her behavior. Behavior is always the concern. That's regardless of sex. Absolutely.
That is true, but here's the thing. Are we breeding people with integrity to put in these positions?
Oh, no. I'm starting to be like, for instance, in Detroit, there was a lot of positions that were given. There were a lot of jobs that were given where the people didn't even do, they just put them on the books. Right now, they're still clearing up all of that stuff that was going on. People work education, never even step foot into a damn school, but they're on the books.
Let me guess. I hate to say his name, Kwame Kilpatrick.
Nope. No. Kwame didn't have anything to do with that. This is superintendents. This is folks. Kwame been out the loop for a very long time.
Okay.
Even when he was in office, the problem wasn't with him stealing money or anything like that. It was with him doing business with people into the market of what they call it, the real estate market, right? It wasn't a whole lot of stuff that has anything to do with the city of Detroit. Like if you look at his what he was charged with, it had nothing to do with the city of Detroit. It had everything to do with all kind of other shit. Like they only can get him on racketeering.
Oh wow.
That was it. And when you find out what the racketeering was, you be like, wait, this is some, you know what I'm saying? This is like, wait, hold on. This is some technical shit. It had nothing to do with him stealing from the city of Detroit. It was enough people that was already doing that. First and foremost, the reason why he got in trouble was because Guess what, y'all? Of a woman.
I remember that. I remember hearing stuff about that.
They sleeping with each other. What was her damn name? I can't remember her damn name.
I forgot her name also, but I think she was like
I remember that case.
She thought that she was so high, just like this judge, that she was in the boys' club, that she could say whatever she want to say to somebody. She can do whatever she want to do. And they was like, all right, we got something for your ass. Hey, where that phone at? And this is what they were doing. And then they came up because they were like, man, then it was another girl, some street people that got caught up. The stripper that they were saying that was connected to that, they called the Strawberry.
I heard about that. I remember hearing about that part.
She got murdered and stuff like that. So it was a whole lot of other stuff that went on. The whole thing was that's how war looks. That's what he got caught up in. War. That's all it was. So, when that happened to him, just so happened that Trump got in office. Got in office. And he was, because this is the thing. Everybody was looking for Obama to pardon him. Obama pardoned some damn murderers, and he didn't pardon the damn former mayor of Detroit. Now, Trump, he did too, but he made sure that man was on his list. He made sure that all them other folks was on his list. So when he got it there, I'm like, well, because people they was trying to ask, Kwame, how you feel about Trump and all this stuff. He kept it neutral. Like the man can talk. One of the things about him that made him very good for the city of Detroit was because he was a man with charisma. He wanted something for the city of Detroit. I honestly myself believed it. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happened that, you just going, being a black man as young as he was, at the time, and making the moves that he was making, you got to be on everybody's good side. And he wasn't on everybody's good side. That just the type of man he was. So he got caught up in the game, man.
There was a mayor like that around here, Sharp James, the mayor of Newark, and he got caught up in a good amount of nonsense as well. Like, he was a 4-term mayor of the city. If you remember the documentary Street Fight that came out back in 2002, that was him going up against Cory Booker, who's now the senator, who's now a U.S. senator here from Jersey. And the big beef between those two was because of the fact that Sharp James, born and raised in Newark, grew up in the city, was there for the riots, so on and so forth. Cory Booker, also from Jersey, but he wasn't born and raised in Newark. This was some kid, he grew up in the suburbs, played football at Stanford, Rhodes Scholar, went to Yale Law, so on and so forth. But one of the things that Cory Booker did was he was trying to show Sharp James, you talk about you're from Newark, how come you don't live in Newark? And one of the things to make a point was that Cory Booker actually lived in one of the worst apartment buildings in the city of Newark. He lived there for a period of time just to prove a point. And I forgot where Sharp James was living at the time. And then later on, he ended up getting a house on this one particular block in Newark. And ironically, my wife's family lived on that block at one time. And the house is still there. So it was basically all about, a lot of people didn't want to give Cory Booker credit because he wasn't from Newark or anything else. So what does he know about the problems? But the problem with Sharp James is he's been around for so long, he had that false sense of entitlement. He thought because he was from there, he could do whatever he wanted. And it went to his head. And it got so chaotic and everything else around the time whether or not he was going to run for re-election for a 5th term, and that's when all the legal problems started happening. He made a big spectacle as if he was going to run, and then right at the last minute, he decided not to run, just so he could say he never lost while running for mayor of the city of Newark, just to preserve his perfect record. And he got caught up in some real estate stuff, getting property at a serious discount, and then making a significant profit by selling that property and having people build up on it. One of the things that he actually did that some people thought was a good thing for the city of Newark, he renegotiated the lease with the Port Authority of New York, New Jersey, the people that run Newark Airport, as well as anything in and around the World Trade Center, all the transportation. And he did that to gain additional revenue to help build the Prudential Center, where the Devils play at right now in downtown Newark.
With that, how much of that benefited the overall Black community? These additions that come into the communities, because a lot of times, and I've seen it more recently than none, we get into those offices and then all of a sudden the community disappears. Black people get into those offices and the community, it gets better per se, but then you don't see the old community of Black people no more. You see
exactly
a whole different culture, mixed cultures. It's happening in our country. Black people get in office, and then the inner city Blacks, they seem to disappear. Everything is overpriced now. We add a new stadium, but that's going to raise everybody's utilities and rents and everything, and now people can't afford to live in communities they've been living in for years. Because you see the gentrification. It happens everywhere. When it happens in your city, it's happening in my city. It's happening in AT city. But this is the thing. Why come we can't see that shit in the process? Until we find a way to get the light-skinned big nose and the dark-skinned big nose and bald-headed and natural hair and the fat lips and all of us come together from age 21 to 71.
Yeah.
We're going to always be standing on the outside, because after these two wars is over with, guess where people go come to when while they rebuilding those countries? See, they might be getting it ready for you new Black folk that gonna have to leave here who ain't doing shit, because they ain't gonna be no more welfare. They gonna cut all that out. So where you going? You gonna go over and either you gonna join.
That's what I was saying. You're gonna have to learn a real skill, because all that other shit they ain't gonna need it. You're gonna have to learn. You're gonna have to know math. You're gonna have to be able to talk with good diction and understanding. You're gonna have to be a person that actually know how to fix something. You know what I'm saying? Build something, cultivate something. You're gonna have that. You're gonna have to go back to those skills.
JT, what you talking about? I can get on YouTube and make some money.
That's gonna be over with.
What you mean?
Let me tell you what you're gonna have to be able to have. You're gonna have a certification and a license to be a YouTuber.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Ain't gonna be none of that shit, man.
It's gonna get to that point. Look at Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm saying is that this is where the world is changing, and I think Trey, Antoine, I think we're seeing this major change. You know, the world always changes, right? But I think there's some people that's in the pocket where you can really see a big change in the world, and we're seeing it. We're understanding it. It's kind of like what we showed earlier. That damn computer. Look at how far we came from that.
Oh my God.
That's almost 40 years. That's almost 40 years ago.
Powerful than that.
Yes, I remember touching that. I remember taking that big ass dot matrix printer. It was so annoying. The sound that it made. It had a unique type of paper to put it in. You gotta make sure the whole click in. Not too many people had dealt with that before. I dealt with that as a kid. I had to help my mom load on that type of dot matrix printer. That printer was huge.
I remember my dad owned a travel agency, and he had a dot matrix printer. And to print out the tickets, actual airline tickets and everything else, it was a smaller version, but it was the same setup. And this is going back well over like 35 years ago. My father showed me how to do this. And I remember at my job, we still have some old dot matrix. At the time, we were getting rid of a lot of stuff, a lot of old terminals, a lot of old dot matrix printers. And these young people looking like, what the hell is this? It's called a printer. And they're like, that's a printer? Yeah, it's called a dot matrix printer. And they looked at me like, what's the stop
you mean the
matrix predator?
airline
I'm sort of
ticket
like, you know
came out
what?
for the
I'm done.
printers.
Yeah.
Even the airline ticket came out for the open. When you get your ticket, it get put there. You have to hold in there. I was like,
So JT, I have a question. This is my closing thoughts, right? My final
'cause we about
thoughts
to close it
in
out.
this question. This question, and I'm gonna start with Miss Alicia. In speaking of the draft, let's just say it's a need for the draft to reoccur. Do you, and with this draft, with these equal rights, the sisters want, you think women should be included in the draft?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you think outside of combat positions, they should be able to fit well? Because there was a time when during the draft eras, when they were taking men out of the, to fight the war, a lot of the women kept the companies going and the factories going, and they were making the ammunition and building these things. Now, today's modern woman, hey, I ain't sweating too much. I ain't taking off my nails. I ain't doing all this stuff to put in that label. Do you think that it would be a willing volunteer draft from the women? Or do you think there would be a whole lot of pushback on Washington? And do you think those women would want the men to join?
you know what? You might want to flip
Yes,
script.
there'll be a huge
Put the woman
pushback, and
in
of
the
course,
front.
they will want the men to join.
It is. Put a woman
Absolutely.
in the war front and put the butter back in the factory. You make the weapon for them, for their ass.
Nah, I don't trust nobody with my goddamn state like that.
So what about
cake and eat it too?
Yes. So
It
what
just
about
doesn't work
Pookies
like
and Ray
that.
Ray? You think they'll have a problem?
What was that? What was the last name?
I said Pookies and Ray Rays, as we call them. You think they'll volunteer? Because a lot of guys say they wouldn't go.
They're going to scatter. They're going to go and hide.
They wouldn't make it.
They are going to go and hide. They are going to. There were a lot of men who dismembered themselves, who crippled themselves.
Because the crazy part didn't work no more. You had a lot of crazy.
You know what? Alicia, I'm glad
no more.
you said that. I remember how many times Donald Donkey Trump avoided being drafted because of the foot spur.
But a lot of those guys who were pompous, came from rich family. A lot of those guys avoided that. They only send poor people to war. And since we got
the Furmans, they got the Furmans.
Yeah.
So I would love to see this happen because me and JT, we too old.
I'm done anyway. I put too much.
These younger folks,
I've been done since 2006. All right, I'm good.
Well, how old are you?
I'll be 48 next month.
Yeah, he done.
Yeah, you done. Everybody 37 and under, they qualify.
Yeah, they qualify.
I'm 45.
I
I'd be
would
46.
love to see that dynamic play itself out with the men and the women. Because
how do you think that will work for the majority of the population that are not physically fit?
Oh, they'll get your ass in shape.
Oh, yeah. A good shit kick. 15 weeks of a good shit kicking. Yeah, you'll be all right. You trust me.
Don't worry about it, because this is the thing. We're not worried about you making it up in rank. We just need some people.
Yes.
The ones that's going to make a difference. The ones that's going to make a difference. The ones that want to strive, and they're going to thrive in it. They're going to actually do their job. They're going to want to be up in rank. So if you go over there, especially if you're talking about war, we ain't got no time for that. We'll just put you with the,
on the front line.
You're gonna be right there. We're gonna give you training for 3 weeks on mortals.
Yep, for your weapon. That's it. Show you how to throw a grenade. Show you how to duck.
How to set up a claymore and everything else.
Yeah.
How to dig a foxhole.
Put you in a mop suit. Get you a gas mask on for about 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? We'll get you together. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, be a mop 4 and do a stand 2 at 3 in the morning. Let's see how well you can do.
See how you gonna pack that ruck. Let me see what you pack that ruck.
Someone want to change the rules.
In war, there's no rules to be changed.
Exactly.
When it's time to go, it's time to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What they say, lottie dottie, everybody.
Have her.
Full
Since she had too
battle
much
rattle.
anger.
Mm-hmm.
Since she had too much
right,
maybe we
JT,
should draft Lady D and put her in the front line. How about that?
It's all right.
You are not going to be in the rear with the gear.
Yeah, the most intimidating thing is to be somewhere and need something and not have it. See, a lot of people think it's basic training and all that. No, it's to get you to a point where you can think and chew bubblegum and walk at the same damn time.
Yep.
That's all it's for. But when you out there and you really in it, you gonna be trying to think back. Especially when they tell you it's an airstrike, you better get that moxie on. You know what I'm saying?
And you got
9 seconds. You got 9 seconds on that mask. 9 seconds to clear to seal that mask.
Yes, sir. Come on,
Do
man.
you all think if there was, a war, like a world war, do you think it'll play out like that? Like actual combat, or be more like
They're definitely
biological?
drafting. Yes.
Yeah, it'll be some combat with a whole lot of.
It'll be way more casualties than it was in Vietnam. It'll be way more casualties than World War II.
How do you think America would fare in the war?
Again, a lot of people killing themselves.
But here's the thing, though.
Stupid stuff.
Friendly fire.
But this is why I think America's doing itself a disservice. They're not including the black man in this rebuild. If America would truly understand the gift that a black man would bring to this country, most brothers ain't going nowhere. I don't give a damn. We got a passport, goddamn, and that's a 3-week trip. We got to get our ass back here, get to our apartment, get to our family. So we're gonna be loyal to the country. It's just that they have to include us in the bill. See, they got to include the black men in the bill because brothers.
That's the smart.
And if you got any type of jail sentence record, or all that shit got to be abolished. Okay, just do away with all that shit. Give everybody a clean slate.
Yeah.
If not, you're gonna see a lot of brothers defect.
That's the negotiation, right? That would be the negotiation, right? So that's what they were doing with a lot of brothers that had like juvenile records, where your juvenile record get expunged. But if you had something when you was 18 years old, you can get it expunged going into the military. You do that stint 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, it's expunged. I had a sergeant major.
Go to Army or go to jail.
He was a sergeant major. He had a tattoo on his neck. He was folk. He was a folklore. He was folk from California.
Yeah.
He kept it on his neck because it reminded him from where he came from. Now, this man he had spent, at that time, that man had about 25, almost 30 years in. And when he sat there and told us his story, oh, that was crazy. And now he's retired now, if he's still living. That was crazy. Just to even hear a lot of these guys' stories. I done had a whole bunch of first sergeants was saying that they were, went to jail because they was out there in the streets, and the military had really saved their life. And it made them and cultivated them into something that's actually, conducive to the world.
Yeah.
So that's what. Now, before we end this, I'm gonna end this off with a video from probably one of the most. This is gonna be some serious shit right here. I gotta say, one of the most influential men that I've observed in my life. Because he says some powerful stuff, and sometimes I just can't just let it go. I have to put something out there from this man.
Lord.
So let me pull him up.
Let me be prepared.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'm being prepared. This is JT we're talking about.
No. This is real. This is real. It's this guy.
Okay.
And listen what he had to say about himself.
I'm not going to tell you that I've been no perfect father. I've been growing. And sometimes you have to live a long time to learn something. And by the time you learn it, your children are grown. Oh, this is what I was supposed to have done. So maybe I'll be a better grandfather than I was a father. And that's why children really love grandpa and grandma. Because through trial and error, Ma and Pa learn better how to do this thing when they got to be grandma and grandpa. If they live.
That's it right there.
Well said. Well said.
That's one of the things that kind of resonated with me because I'm getting old like Trey Ferg, you know. And I have a grandson, and we get better as we keep living, right? Because we're striving to be a better person every day. And when we practice this, I'm telling you, it's more enjoyable for our grandkids. It's more enjoyable for our family. Those people that you probably could never get along with, when you get older, you just end up getting along with them because you start to take and you start to rest in your wisdom. We have way more wisdom than we do have this youth thing. I don't care anything about not being able to get out there and rip and run the streets and stuff like that no more, because during those days, I was still striving to find my niche. I was still striving to find my rhythm. Now that I do have rhythm, it just don't seem like it because, you know, like I said, I used to be a dancer. I was dancing in the mirror. I look when I dance now, right?
How good would you want to dance?
But it's cool. It's cool with me, you know, because I still got a two-step.
Yeah, your two-step work. You good?
I can't beat it. I got a couple of two-steps in the dip. I got a couple of dips for you, and that's all I got.
I will say this.
But
I will
my wisdom
above average in a dance hall. I'm going to say that. That's all.
Yeah, they can keep the dance shit now. I'm cool with the two-step. I love being able to gather wisdom. I love being able to talk to the younger folks and have patience with them. You know how long it took for me to get the type of patience I got now? 28-year-old me?
No, he did it. No, he did it. No, he did it.
Step and a half. Yep. That's right.
A mean step and a half. You did? For real. So that's the thing. I'm enjoying getting older. I'm not sitting here scared, right? Because I seen my parents get older from 28 on up to their 70s. You know how crazy that is to see somebody in their 20s and then you see them in their 70s? It's kind of easy when you see yourself. Hey, have you ever seen a friend that you ain't seen since elementary school? You see them at the age you are now, and you like, wow.
Yep.
You can still see when they was youth, you can still see that person that they had, but then you see a cultivated person. It's something different. That's why you have some people in your family be like, I am so proud of you. When they see that you're out here and you're just being a person that's given to the world, most of the people, the older folks, they'll just tell you. They don't know exactly what it is you're doing, but they can see that you out here moving. You got motion, and they like, I'm proud of you. When they see that you got a family. What you got? How many kids you got? Then you tell them that you got grandkids, and somebody that haven't seen you since you was a kid yourself. They like, wow. I don't know too many people that'll be like, I'm proud of you because you got a bunch of money. I know a whole bunch of people that'll tell you that they proud of you when they see your family is still together, though.
Mm-hmm.
They see that your kids have kids and they have a wife or a husband. So that's one of the things we have to start understanding is that our wealth is, for one, in our health, and it's in each other.
Facts.
When you see a person that has friends, right, that they can depend on each other, and you can see how their friendship is, and they get along with each other, or they're helping each other in times of need, that's wealth. So imagine you got friends that you can depend on and that can depend on you. You have a husband or a wife that can depend on you. You got kids that can depend on you and you can depend on them. Imagine having that. And you got a couple of pets that you can depend on. You got a dog and a cat and they love you, and you got the little golden retriever that loves his family, and that's wealth. That's way wealthier than somebody being by themselves with a whole bunch of damn money and nobody to share with. You look poor as shit. I'm gonna end it with that, y'all. Anybody else have anything that they want to say? Some last words before we close up out of here?
I'm looking forward to the 90s show.
JT, could you tell everybody your story about you going to the service, man? Because I still think that's the funniest story I've ever heard on YouTube. I told my wife that story last week, man. She fell out the chair laughing, man.
I told some of my friends, I told this one guy on my job who was in the Navy, he was laughing his head off too. I know that story.
Yeah,
that'll be another special.
People
2
that's
weeks from
telling
now.
that story,
2 weeks from
man.
now. It'll be a military special 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I just summed it up. Alicia, you probably didn't hear it. So when I first went in the military, I had no military bearings at all. Straight out the streets. 3:00 in the morning. We're on the bus. I think it was a Greyhound we was on. And, everybody just laid back, whatever. You pull up, people are like kind of waking up. They turn the dome lights on. These damn sergeants came out there. Everybody, get off the bus. Hurry up. 3:00 in the morning. I'm like, man, I ain't with this today, man. This is crazy. So I'm just taking my time. I'm going. They had us in this is the day before shakedown. So they had us in there. I got in trouble as soon as I got there because I'm in the hallway. I'm lagging because I got all these damn bags. My mama packed for me like I was going to college. I'm the only one that got suitcases. She had brand new everything, drawers, and she had all kind of stuff. Deodorant. I had like a pack of deodorant too, like socks, brand new stuff. So, I'm dragging all this stuff. I'm one of the last ones there. One of the officers. He wasn't even an officer. What was those doggone? They looked like they had those dimes and them nickels on their head. They were cadets.
They were cadets.
Dad. Hey, private. And Holland, they steady saying, private. I'm walking. It's like, don't you hear me calling you? I looked at that doggone cadet. I said, my name ain't Private. My name is James. Out in trouble. Next day, we get on the cattle. They had cattle trucks.
Yeah, cattle truck. Yeah.
Where were you at, basic again?
I was in Fort Leonard Wood.
It didn't matter.
Lost in the woods.
Lost in the woods, Missouri. So we get out of the cattle truck. That shit just felt so bad. I felt like a slave. I swear to God. If y'all don't know what a cattle truck is, it's an actual cattle truck.
A cattle truck. That you see on the highway.
The horses and pigs. It was one of them.
Yeah.
And so they get us out for shakedown. Mind you, I got all these bags. I got a duffel bag, rucksack, and this is what the Army gave me. Then I got 2 suitcases.
Alicia, when you go to the Army, they tell you bring one outfit.
Yes.
One bag with 2 days worth of clothes.
Right. I packed like I was going to Tennessee State.
Oh, wow.
So now they messing with me, right?
JT, one question. Is this on camera? Did they got you on camera?
Nah, they had this. Man, look, and I had these circle glasses. Now, mind you, too, I had these circle glasses, right? I had a high top fade. And I had something carved in the back, right? So I go to the barber. I said, I'm sitting in a chair. I'm about to tell him how to cut my hair. I was like, just, give me a high and tight, like, he took the clippers.
Barbara had something else in mind.
He took the clippers and did like,
Oh.
That'll be $4.
I know you were hurting.
And
they do that to everybody. Everybody. Nobody exempt.
Everybody.
Short hair. Everybody had short hair. I'm mad as hell. I'm like, I gotta go home. But now we get the shakedown. It's like 300 people out there, 300 soldiers, all of us. They had all these doggone drill sergeants. I'm sitting there at attention. I'm standing there at attention. This motherfucker, drill sergeant walked past. He looked. He was like, "What's wrong with your face?" I looked at him. I didn't know what to say. I could not stop smiling. They called me Smiley. So I'm like, and so they was like, Smiley, what's with all these bags you got? Said, oh yeah, we gonna have fun with you. So he's like, yeah, we gonna have fun with you. Didn't you read what it said on the thing or whatever? He was messing with me. So he tells me, get down and beat your face. Get on the ground and beat your face. What would you do if somebody told you, Alicia, get on the ground and beat your face?
It sounds like code for something.
It's to do push-ups. That's what beat your face is.
That's what I figured. Something.
Yeah. I got on the ground and started beating my face. I was hitting me.
JT.
And then the drill sergeant was like, I be damned. The drill sergeant called 3 more drill sergeants over there. Said, watch this. Private, beat your face.
Oh.
I'm looking at him. I started hitting myself on the face. Everybody laughing. The dudes that was at attention, the other privates, they were trying not to laugh. But the drill sergeant was calling more and more drill sergeants over there. I'm like, why are they fucking with me like this? Like they was really fucking with me. So after they did the whole thing, they was like, no, private, you do push-ups. I did the push-ups, whatever. I got up. Like crazy. I'm like, man. So they was like, all right, this is the shakedown. Shake everything out of your rucksack, right? Shake everything out of there. Shake everything out of your
duffel bags.
Bag.
Duffel bags.
They said, and if you got a bag, shake everything out of that. My simple ass, I knew what I had in my suitcases, so I'm taking the shit out. They wanted you to dump it out.
Yeah, you dumped that shit.
Right. I started taking the stuff out of that bag.
Making sure it was still folded.
Said, that's not what I said. He came and just tipped all my shit over and started shaking it out. I had cologne bottles busting. I had brand new damn socks and stuff that was drenched in cologne and lotion. And I mean, they really did me bad. I was like, that was probably the reason why I was telling the guys the story was because that was the only time that I ever let somebody do me that bad in the military. From that point on, I was scared away. I was always scared away. But that was my, that was crazy.
That was your introduction. That was your introduction to the Army.
That was my introduction.
Robert, when Mandra heard this story from him, Mandra fell off the chair.
That was my only goofy moment was that. Now,
oh my God.
Huh?
Mandra fell off the chair. He was like, what?
I mean, you can call your parents, write letters, all that stuff. We didn't have nothing, but yeah, it wasn't. The thing was that what they do in basic training is to get you acclimated to the lifestyle of, because
being in the military.
Without basic training, you will be lost.
Yeah, you
went to a permanent party. You be screwed up.
Yep.
So that's what it is. It's supposed to be intense.
Yeah.
So once you get, because it's basic training, then you got advanced training, then you go to your permanent party.
Your top 3 unit.
Yeah. And then you'll be all right. But
it just strips all of your civilian life out of you in the flash. it get all that little swag. You think you got? Think he gonna walk around with this high top? No, all bald heads. Everybody. I mean, probably 40 seconds at most. You got lines in your head after they finish.
Oh, you wear those nice fancy glasses? Guess what? Here you go. Here a pair of BCGs and make sure you have the extra ones as well.
I had a pair of Circle Gucci's. They were Gucci glasses.
Oh.
They were like, oh, you think you gonna be wearing that?
Yeah. Nope. Here your BCGs.
I like that hair. You know how the white guys we were showing you, this dude right here. Remember that dude right there? That's how the dude that cut my hair looks.
Yo, you're lying.
No, it's like that in a lot of places.
That's how he looked. That's how
That's
he
not a lot of places. No matter where you go
when he speaks.
Yes.
Right. I just want it right here. I'm telling him what I want. That man just went and just said, I mean, he messed my hair up too, man. It was tough. Yeah, it made you. It actually got me to a point where I had to be on my P's and Q's. And then once I got to be non-commissioned officer, I probably was worse than all those drill sergeants. I was worse than all them drill sergeants.
Yep. Once you get them stripes, once you get them stripes, all that nonsense that you went through, you do to them pups as well.
To somebody else, absolutely.
From specialists on down, y'all getting it.
Yeah. Fuck that sham shield. Your ass coming to guy ain't gonna listen to me.
Right. And I wasn't one of those NCOs that hollered and all of that stuff. I did when we was doing PT and stuff, but I was one of those quiet ones, and I just told you to do some shit real nice. I walk up to you and just tell you, go ahead, you know what you got to do. I used to have them in that front leaning rest position. Oh, Lord. I'm going to condition your mind, your body, and your soul today.
Yeah.
We're going to spend some time. You wanted some time? I got all the time in the world for you.
Yup.
Leaning rest position.
Move.
Exercise.
I went through
and you don't even know the count. I don't think nobody can ever say a number of how many push-ups and sit-ups and they did in the course of basic training. You lose count probably the first 25. Like,
gorilla. When you're doing gorilla training and stuff like that, that's going. And especially if you had a heel that you was doing that on grass training.
We did that. JT, we did that in a sawdust pit. Like, you know how it is? No, like you
all in you.
Yes, yes.
And you sweating too.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
JT, Trey, I went to Fort Jackson dead of summer. All right, think about that. Fort Jackson, South Carolina, dead of summer. Around this time of the year back in 96.
Yeah.
I think if I remember, it ran a grand total of maybe, I think, 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
You ran?
But it rained only 4 or 5 times in all my 9 weeks there.
Yeah.
But we had this one field, and it was basically, you know how you see a big field full of grass? Now imagine a big field full of sawdust.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. But
that's crazy.
Yeah. I tell people, you ever had sawdust in your pants? I have. It's not a fun feeling. You ever had sawdust in your armpits? I have. It's not a fun feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at 5:30 in the morning. This is how your
Wake up was at 4:30. Wake up was 4:30.
Well, it was a whole lot. Like and I know in basic training, it was always those times where I just be like, why did I do this?
What the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, especially if you did like night shooting and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You don't know what time it is.
No,
because you don't care anymore. You like especially at the range at night, and you're delirious. It looks like because they have tracers on their rounds, right?
Oh yeah.
It looks like the rounds is coming towards you. It was crazy, man. It was crazy, man. But all right, y'all, I got to get up out of here, man. I enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you for the story, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate that story, man. That's forever in my storyline book, man.
Yes. Yes, I thought my experience was tough. You took it to a whole new level, bro.
Yeah, man, that was the only time that I was I'm telling you, that was the only time where I had a goofy moment in the military. That was it. I couldn't do no more. None of that shit. So yeah, man, I really enjoyed it though. I enjoyed my time in the military. I just didn't I didn't want to go to war no more.
Video clips.
Huh? What'd you say?
You are iconic. That to be a video clip of you.
They might got something out here, man. I had a videotape where you know how they do the videotape when you graduate. They give you the videotape. I was in that, but they had me coming out of that damn what was that gas chamber?
Oh God.
If y'all ever been in a gas chamber, I'm gonna tell y'all this. You in the military, you ever been in a gas chamber, you might as well go ahead, put your claim in. Because we exposed to some goddamn toxic shit. I had a doctor that just told me that. She was like, you need to put have you been in a gas chamber before? I was like, yeah. She's like, yeah, you need to go ahead and
Hold up, JT. What did you file that claim under? What did you file it under?
Exposure. I think it was I think it was some type of I think it's poisonous exposure.
Okay.
It's that claim that they have. So they, I had a doctor that just told me that.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you was exposed to anything with hepatitis, if you was exposed to anything with tuberculosis, stuff like that, they got all the claims on you already. You know what the biggest thing is right now is Camp. What is it? Camp
Lejeune. The water.
Yeah. So I'm
drinking water. Camp Lejeune.
Yeah, I got so many people getting records and stuff from that. So yeah, it is people that everybody is claiming that. Everybody is claiming Camp Lejeune if they was in the Vietnam era. They claiming poisonous exposure if they was in from 90 on up.
Saudi, toxic exposure. They was giving us pills,
lead paint, and everything else too. I think also.
Crazy
shit. The malaria pills. Yeah. If you ever been to if you went to what's that
Desert Storm, was it?
Rwanda. If you went to Rwanda, if you went to Desert, of course, Desert
Storm or Somalia, I think it was.
Yeah, Somalia, and the other one what I just named. Which one I just named?
You said Desert Storm.
Rwanda. Yeah. So they had when they had that whole thing going under apartheid and all that stuff was going on. They had us dropping off supplies and foods and stuff like that with our C-130s and helicopters and all kind of stuff, man. So yeah, it was there.
Glad you made it.
And salute to all my brothers, whether you was in the Navy, Air Force, Marines,
Coast Guard,
Coast Guards, even the police officers, man.
National Guard.
Anybody that served.
Yes,
anybody
sir.
that did
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Salute. Most definitely. All right, folks. I'm about to get up out of here. I hope everybody had a great time. Y'all take it easy. We out.